Caitlín R. Kiernan, The Long Hall on the Top Floor. Trained as a paleontologist, Caitlín R. Kiernan sold her first short story in 1993. Since then, her fiction has appeared in numerous anthologies and magazines, including The Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Volume 9 and 10, The Year's Best Fantasy and Horror 11th Annual Collection, and Dark Terrors 2, 3, and 5. Following the success of a sampler, Candles for Elizabeth, her short stories have recently been collected in 2 volumes, Tales of Pain and Wonder, and From Weird and Distant Shores. Kiernan's debut novel, Silk, received both the International Horror Guild and Barnes & Noble Maiden Voyage Awards for Best First Novel of 1998. She has recently completed her second novel, Trilobite. Aside from her prose work, the author also scripts The Dreaming and other projects for DC Comics Vertigo. About The Long Hall on the Top Floor, Kiernan recalls, "The Harris building of the story is real, a huge old warehouse on Birmingham, Alabama's south side, built in 1919, and surrounded now by a hodgepodge of much more recent and inferior architecture. The first time that I noticed it, the building gave me a bit of a shiver, though I could never say precisely why, and when looking for a suitable setting for this particular ghost story, I recalled my initial reaction to the place. That's often how my stories begin, the writing of them, after an encounter with a place that has left me feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Buildings and houses rarely actually frighten me, but they often leave a distinct sense of unease." 3 months since Deacon Sylvie pulled up stakes and left Atlanta, what passed for pulling up stakes when all he had to begin with was a job in a laundromat in the afternoons and a job at a liquor store half of the night, $312.75 hidden in the toe of one of his boots. And man, some motherfucker's gonna walk off in the street one night, some dusthead with a .35, and blow your brains out for a few bills from the register, and then it's the goddamn laundromat that gets held up instead. 3 Hispanic kids with baseball bats and a crowbar, and he sat still and kept his mouth shut while they opened the coin boxes on every washer, every dryer, watched them fill a pillowcase almost to bursting with the bright and dull quarters that spilled like noisy silver candy. And then they were gone, door cowbell ringing shut behind them, and Deke too goddamned astonished to do anything but sit and stare at the violated Maytags and Kenmores, at Herman and Lily Munster on the little black-and-white television behind the counter, and the sound all the way down. So, a week later, he was on the bus to Birmingham, everything he owned in one old blue suitcase and a cardboard box, Tanqueray box from behind the liquor store to hold his paperbacks and notebooks, and all his ratty clothes stuffed into the suitcase. And some guy sitting next to him all the way, smoking cools, black guy named Owen smoking cools and watching the interstate night slip by outside, Georgia going to Alabama, while he told Deacon Sylvie about New Orleans, his brother's barber shop on Magazine Street, where he was going to work sweeping up hair and crap like that. "Hell, man, it's worth a shit job to be down there." And Deacon thinking the man talked like he fell backwards off a Randy Newman song and landed on his head. "How old you be, anyways?" And the man lit another cool, menthol-smooth cloud from his lips and leaning across the aisle of the bus toward Deke. And 32, Deacon answered. "Shit, 32? I'd give my left big toe to see 32 again. 32, the women's still give a damn, you know." And the bus rolled on, and the man talked and smoked, until 3:45 a.m., when the Greyhound pulled up under the bug-specked yellow glare of the station, and Deacon got off in downtown Birmingham. So now Deacon works at the Highland Wash and Fold every other night, and a warehouse in the mornings, sleeps afternoons, not much different from Atlanta, except mostly it's old drag queens and young slackers in the Wash and Fold, and no laundromat pirates, so far. His new apartment a little bigger, 2 rooms and a bathroom, 1 corner for a kitchen, in a place that's built to look like a shoddy theme park excuse for a castle, Quinlan Castle in big letters out front, and 4 turrets to prove it. But the rent's something he can afford, and the cockroaches stay off his bed if he sleeps with the light on, so it could be worse. Has been worse, lots of times. And tonight's Friday, so no laundromat until tomorrow, and Deacon's sitting on a bench in a park down the hill from the castle, sipping a bottle of cheap gin, tightrope balancing act, staying drunk and making the quart last the night. July, and here he is, sitting under the sodium arc glare on the edge of a basketball court, not even midnight yet, just sipping at his pine-scented booze and reading The Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury, Mars is Heaven, and Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed, and hoping he doesn't run out of gin before he runs out of night. "Hey, man," and Deke looks up, green eyes tracking drunk slow from the pages to Soda's face, hawk-nosed Soda and his 20-something acne, battered skateboard tucked under one arm, and he never smiles because he's lost too many teeth up front. "What's kickin'?" And he's already parking his skinny ass on the bench next to Deacon like he's been invited. Deke slips the McCalls into the crook of one arm, knows that Soda's already seen the bottle, but better late than never. "What?" And Soda doesn't answer, stares down at the raggedy cuffs of his jeans, at the place where the grass turns to concrete, and Deacon's about to go back to his book when Soda says, "I heard you used to work for the cops, man. That true? You used to work for the cops back in Atlanta?" "Fuck off," Deke says, and he's wondering what it feels like to be hit in the head with a skateboard, when Soda shrugs and says, "Look, I ain't trying to get in your shit, okay? It's just something I heard." And maybe you need to clean out your damn ears every now and then," Deke says, and steals a sip from the bottle, while Soda's still trying to figure out what he should say next. "Yeah, well, that's what I heard, okay? Soda, do I look like a goddamned cop to you?" And Soda nervously rubs at a fat pimple on the end of his chin, rubs until it pops, and the pus glistens wet under the streetlights. "I didn't say you were a cop, asshole. I said I heard you worked for them, that's all." And then the rest, quick, like he's afraid he's about to lose his courage, so it's now or never. "I heard you could do that psychic shit, Deke, that they used to get you to find dead people by touching their clothes, and find stolen cars and that sort of thing. I wasn't saying you were a cop." And Deke wants to hit him, wants to knock the bony little weasel down and kick his last few front teeth straight down his throat. Because this isn't Atlanta, and it's been 4 years since the last time he even talked to a cop. "Where the hell did you hear something like that, Soda? Huh? Who told you that?" "Look, if I tell you that, Jesus, man, that just don't matter, okay? I'm telling you I heard this 'cause I gotta ask you something. I'm about to ask you a favor, and I don't need you freaking out on me when I definitely did not say you were a cop, okay?" And now Deke's nodding his head, careful nod like a clock ticking, talking, closing Ray Bradbury, and his eyes fixed on Soda's chest, on his Beastie Boys t-shirt, and a stain over one nipple that looks like strawberry jelly, but probably isn't. "What, Soda? What do you want?" "It ain't even for me, Deke. It's this chick I know, and she's kinda weird." And Soda draws little circles in the air, 3 quick orbits around his right ear, but she's all right. And it ain't even really a favor, man, not exactly. Mostly we just need you to look at something for us. If it's true, you working with the cops and all, you being psychic." "How many other people have you told I was psychic?" And Deacon makes quotation marks with his fingers for emphasis. "Nobody. Jesus, it ain't like I'm asking you for money or dope or nothing." And Deke snarls right back at him, "You don't have any idea what you're asking me, Soda. That's the problem." And Soda's mouth open, but Deke still talking, or already talking again, not about to give him a chance. "Whatever I did for the fucking cops, they paid me, Soda. Whatever I did, it wasn't for goddamn charity or out of the goodness of my heart." And Soda makes an exasperated whistling sound through the spaces where his missing front teeth should be. shakes his head, and risks a half-disgusted glance at Deacon. What happens to make someone such a bitter motherfucker at your age, Deke? Fucking wino. I ought to have my head examined for believing you ever done anything but suck down juice and watch people doing their laundry. For a minute, neither of them says anything then, and there's only the cars and the crickets and what sounds like someone banging on the lid of a garbage can a long way off. Until Deacon sighs, takes a long pull from the bottle of gin, and wipes his mouth on the back of his hand. Rule number 1, Soda. If I do this, it's once and once only, and you're never going to ask me for anything like this ever again. Soda shrugs, shrug that'll have to pass for understanding, for agreement, and, yeah, so what's rule number 2? And Deke looks up at the sodium streetlight glare where the stars should be. Rule number 2, you tell anyone? No, if I find out you've already told anyone else about this, I'm going to find you, Soda, and stick the broken end of a Coke bottle so far up your ass your gums will bleed. A little bit more than an understatement to say that Sadie Jasper is weird, 3 counties south of weird and straight on to creepy, more like it. She's standing on the corner by Martin Flowers, staring in at the night-dark florist shop, real flowers and fake flowers and plaster angels behind the plate glass, and when she turns and looks at Deacon Sylvie and Soda, her expression makes Deke think of a George Romero zombie on a really bad batch of crank, that blank, that tight, and her eyes so pale blue under all the tear and sleep-smeared eyeliner and mascara that they almost look white, boiled fish eyes squinting from that dead face. This is Deke, Soda says, and Sadie holds her hand out like she's a duchess and expects Deacon to bow and kiss it. He's the guy I was telling you about, okay? Deacon shakes the girl's hand, and she almost manages to look disappointed. So you're the skull monkey, she says, and smiles like it's something she's been practicing for days and still can't get quite right. The psychic criminologist, she says, draws the syllables out slow like refrigerated syrup, and tries to smile again. And not exactly, Deacon says, wanting to be back on his bench in the park, reading about Martians, enjoying the way the gin makes his ears buzz, or all the way back in his apartment. Anything but standing on a street corner with Soda and this cadaver in her black polyester pantsuit and 2 red lips and Scooby-Doo lunchbox purse. Yeah, well, Soda told me you used to be a cop, but they fired you for being an alcoholic, she says, and Deacon turns around and kicks Soda as hard as he can, raw scuffed toe of his size 12 Doc Marten connecting with Soda's shin like a leather sledgehammer, and Soda screams like a girl and drops his skateboard. It rolls out into the street while Soda hops about on 1 foot, holding his kicked leg and cursing Deacon, fuck you, you asshole, fuck both of you broke my goddamn leg, and then a Budweiser delivery truck rumbles past and runs over his skateboard. Deacon walks a hesitant few steps behind Sadie Jasper, all the way to the old Harris Transfer and Warehouse building over on 22nd. Just the 2 of them now, because when Soda finally stopped hopping around and cursing and saw what the Budweiser truck had done to his skateboard, flat, cracked fiberglass, 3 translucent yellow rubber wheels squashed out around the edges like the legs of a dead cartoon bug that's just been smacked with a cartoon fly swatter, the 4th wheel rolling away down the street, spinning frantic blur escaping any further demolition. When he saw it, took it all in, Soda made a strangled sound and sat down on the curb. Wouldn't talk to either of them or even go after what was left of his board, so they left him there, pitiful lump of patched denim and scabs, and Deacon almost wished he hadn't kicked the son of a bitch, might actually have managed to feel sorry for him, if not for Sadie, the fact that somehow his unfortunate promise to look at whatever it was they were going to look at had not been broken along with Soda's skateboard. I wasn't a cop, Deke says again, and Sadie stops walking and looks back at him, waits for him to catch up, and she's still squinting, as if even the piss-yellow streetlights are too much for her smudgy, listless eyes. But the psychic part, he wasn't lying about that, was he? She asks, and Deacon shrugs. Instead of answering her, says, I don't think Soda meant to lie about anything. I think he's just stupid. And she smiles then, smiles for real this time, instead of that forced and ugly expression from before, and it makes her look a little bit less like a zombie. You really don't like to talk about this, do you? She asks, and Deke stops and stares up at the building, turn-of-the-century brick, rusted bars over broken windows, and those jagged holes either swallowing the light or spitting it back out, because it's blacker than midnight in a coffin in there, black like the second before the universe, and Deke knows he needs another mouthful of gin before whatever's coming next. No, he says, unscrewing the cap on the bottle, I don't. And Sadie nods while he tips the gin to his lips, while he closes his eyes and the alcohol burns its way into his belly and bloodstream and brain. It hurts, doesn't it? She whispers. And maybe I'm going to need 2 mouthfuls for this, Deke thinks, and takes another drink. I knew a girl when I lived down in Mobile, Sadie says, confession murmur like Deke's some kind of priest and she's about to give up some terrible sin. She was a clairvoyant, and it drove her crazy. She was always in and out of psych wards, you know, and finally she overdosed on Valium. And I'm not clairvoyant, Deacon says. I get impressions, that's all. What I did for the cops, I helped them find lost things. Lost things, Sadie says, still talking like she's afraid someone will overhear. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Deke looks at her, looks past her at the night-filled building, and... A good word for what? He asks. You'll see, she says. And this time, when Sadie Jasper smiles, it makes him think of a hungry animal, or the Grinch that stole Christmas. They don't go in the door, of course, the locked and boarded door inside the marble arch and Harris chiseled deep into the pediment overhead. She leads him down the alley instead, to a place where someone's pried away the iron burglar bars, and there are 3 or 4 wooden produce crates stacked under the window. Sadie scrambles up the makeshift steps and slips inside, slips smooth over the shattered glass like a raw oyster over sharp teeth, like she's done this 100 times before, and for all he knows she has. For all he knows, she's living in the damn warehouse. Deacon looks both ways twice, up and down the alley, before he follows her. And however dark it looks on the outside, it's twice that dark inside, and the broken glass under Deke's boots makes a sound like he's walking on breakfast cereal. Hold on a sec, Sadie says, and then there's light, weak and narrow beam from a silver flashlight in her hand, and he has no idea where she got it, maybe from her purse, maybe stashed somewhere in the gloom. White light across the concrete floor, chips and shards of window to phony diamond twinkle, a few scraps of cardboard, and what looks like a filthy, raveling sweater in one corner. Nothing else, just this wide and dust-drowned room, and Sadie motions toward a doorway with the beam of light. The stairs are over there, she says, and leads the way. Deacon stays close, spooked, feeling foolish, but not wanting to get too far away from the flashlight. The air in the warehouse smells like mildew and dust and cockroaches, rank, a closed away from the world odor that makes his nose itch, makes his eyes water a little. Oh, watch out for that spot there, Sadie says, and the beam swings suddenly to her left and down, and Deke sees the gaping hole in the floor, big enough to drop a truck through that hole, big enough and black enough that Deke thinks maybe that's where all the dark inside the building's coming from, spilling up from the basement or sub-basement, maybe. And then the flashlight sweeps right again, and he doesn't have to see the hole anymore. A flight of stairs instead, ascending into the nothing past the flashlight's reach, more concrete and a crooked steel handrail Deacon wouldn't trust for a minute. It's all the way at the top, Sadie says, and he notices that she isn't whispering anymore, something excited now in her cold and syrupy voice, and Deke can't tell if it's fear or anticipation. "What's all the way at the top, Sadie? What's waiting for us up there?" "It's easier if I just show you, if you see it for yourself without me trying to explain." And she starts up the stairs, 2 at a time, and taking the light away with her, leaving Deke alone next to the hole. So he hurries to catch up, chasing the bobbing flashlight beam and silently cursing Soda, wishing he'd taken the bottle straight back to his apartment instead of sitting down on that park bench to read. Up and up and up the stairwell, like Alice falling backwards, and nothing to mark their progress past each floor but a closed door, or a place where a door should be, nothing to mark the time but the dull echo of their feet against the cement. She's always 3 or 4 steps ahead of him, and Deacon's out of breath, gasping the musty air, and he yells at her to slow the fuck down, what's the goddamn hurry, but "We're almost there," she calls back, and keeps going. And finally there are no more stairs left to climb, a landing and a narrow window, and at least it's not so dark up here. Deke leans against the wall, wheezing, trying to get his breath, his sides hurting, legs aching. He stares out through fly-blown glass at the streets and rooftops below, a couple of cars, and it all seems 1,000 miles away, or a film of the world, and if he broke this window there might be nothing on the other side at all. "It's over here," Sadie says, and the closeness of her voice does nothing about the hard, lonely feeling settling into Deke and Sylvie. "This hallway here," she says, jabs the flashlight at the darkness like a knife as he turns away from the window. "First time I saw it, I was tripping and didn't think it was real, but I started dreaming about it and had to come back to see, for sure." Deacon steps slowly away from the window. 3 slow steps, and he's standing beside Sadie. She smells like sweat and tea rose perfume. Safe, familiar smells that make him feel no less alone, no less dread for whatever the fuck she's talking about. "And there," she says, and switches off the flashlight, "all the way at the other end of the hall." For a moment, Deacon can't see anything at all. A darting afterimage from the flashlight and nothing much else, while his pupils swell, making room for light that isn't there. "Do you feel it yet, Deacon?" she asks, whispering again, excited, and he's getting tired of this, starts to say so, starts to say he doesn't feel a goddamn thing, but will she please turn the flashlight back on? But then he does feel something. Cold air flowing thick and heavy around them now, open icebox air to fog their breath and send a painful rash of goosebumps across his arms. And it isn't just cold, it's indifference, the freezing temperature of an apathy so absolute, so perfect. Deacon takes a step backwards, one hand to his mouth, but it's too late, and the gin and his supper come up and splatter loud on the floor at his feet. "You okay?" she asks, and he opens his eyes, wants to slap her just for asking, but he nods his head filling with the cold and beginning to throb at the temples. "Do you want me to help you up?" she asks, and he hadn't even realized he was on the floor, on his knees, and she's bending over him. "Jesus," he croaks, throat raw, sore from bile and the frigid air. He blinks, tears in his eyes, and it's a miracle they haven't frozen, he thinks, pictures himself crying ice cubes like Chilly Willy. His stomach rolls again, and Deacon stares past the girl, down the hall, long stretch of nothing at all but closed doors and a tiny window at the other end. No, not nothing. Close, but not exactly nothing. And he's trying to make his eyes focus, trying to ignore the pain in his head getting bigger and bigger, threatening to shut him down. Sadie's pulling him to his feet, and Deke doesn't take his eyes off the window, the distant rectangle less inky by stingy degrees than the hall. "And there," she says, "it's there." And he knows this is only a dim shadow of the thing itself, this fluid stain rushing wild across the walls, washing watercolor thin across the window, shadow that could be the wings of a great bird or long jointed legs moving fast through some deep and secret ocean. Neither of those things, no convenient, comprehensible nightmare, and he closes his eyes again. Sadie's holding his right hand, is squeezing so hard it hurts. "Don't look at it," he says, the floor beneath him getting soft now, and he's slipping, afraid the floor is about to tilt and send them both sliding helplessly past the closed doors toward the window, toward it. "It doesn't want to be seen," he says, tasting blood, and so he knows that he's bitten his tongue or his lip. "It wasn't meant to be seen." "But it's beautiful," Sadie says, and there's awe in her voice and a sadness that hurts to hear. There's a new smell then, burning leaves and something sweet and rotten, something dead left by the side of the highway, left beneath the summer sun, and the last thing, before Deacon loses consciousness, slips mercifully from himself into a place where even the cold can't follow, the last thing, a sound like crying that isn't crying, and wind that isn't blowing through the long hall. 20 minutes later, and they're sitting together, each alone but one beside the other, on the curb outside the Harris Transfer and Warehouse building. Deacon still too sick to finish the gin, too sober, and Sadie quiet, waiting to see how this ends. The police car passes by, slows down, and the cop gives them the hairy eyeball, and for a second Deacon thinks maybe someone saw them climbing in or out of the window. But the cop keeps going, better trouble somewhere else tonight, and "I thought he was going to stop," Sadie says, trying to sound relieved. "Why the fuck did you guys want me to see that?" Deke asks, and no attempt to hide the anger swirling around inside his throbbing head, yellow hornets stinging the backs of his eyes. "Did you even have a reason, Sadie?" She kicks at the gravel and bits of trash in the gutter, doesn't look at him, draws a circle with the toe of one black tennis shoe. "I guess I wanted to know it was real," she says, faint, defiant edge in her voice, defiance or defense, but nothing like repentance, nothing like sorry. "That's all. I figured you'd know if it was real." "And Soda, he never went up there with you, did he?" Sadie shakes her head, barks out a dry little excuse for a laugh. "Are you kidding? Soda gets scared walking past funeral parlors." "Yeah," Deacon says, wishing he had a cigarette, wishing he'd kicked Soda a little harder. Sadie Jasper sighs loud, and the rubber toe of her left shoe sends a spray of gravel onto the blacktop, little shower of limestone nuggets and sand, and an old spark plug that clatters all the way to the broken yellow center line. "I know that you're sitting there thinking I'm a bitch," she says, and kicks more grit after the spark plug. "Just some spooky bitch that's come along to fuck with your head, right?" Deacon doesn't deny it, and anyway she keeps talking. "But Christ, Deacon, don't you get sick of it? Day after motherfucking day, sunrise, sunset, getting drunk on that stuff so you don't have to think about how getting drunk is the only thing that makes your shabby excuse for a life bearable? Meanwhile, the whole shitty world's getting a little shittier, a little more hollow every goddamn day. And then something like that comes along," and she turns and points toward the top floor of the warehouse. "Something that means something, you know? And maybe it's something horrible, so horrible you won't be able to sleep for a week, but at least when you're afraid, you know you're fucking alive." Deacon's looking at her now, and her white-blue eyes glimmer wet, close to tears, crimson lips trembling and pressed together tight like a red ink slash to underline everything that she's just said. No way he can tell her she's full of shit, because he knows better, has lived too long in the empty husk of his routine not to know better, but no way he can ever admit it, either. So he just stares at her until she blinks first, one tear past the eyeliner smear and down her cheek, and she looks away. "Jesus, you're an asshole," she says. "Yeah? Well, maybe you wouldn't say that if you got to know me better." And he stands up, keeps the building and its ragged phantoms at his back. "Just Promise me you'll stay away from this place, okay? Will you promise me that, Sadie?" She nods, and he guesses that's all he's going to get for a promise, more than he expected. And then he leaves her sitting there by herself, walks away through the warm night, the air that stinks of car exhaust and cooling asphalt, and Deacon Sylvie tries not to notice his long shadow trailing along behind. Thomas Tessier, Lulu. Thomas Tessier is the author of 8 genre novels. His most recent, Fogheart, received the International Horror Guild's Best Novel Award, was a Bram Stoker Award finalist, and was selected by Publishers Weekly as one of the best books of the year. His short fiction has appeared in various anthologies, including Dark Terrors 2 and 4, Best New Horror, and the year's Best Fantasy and Horror series, and a collection, Ghost Music and Other Tales, was recently published by Cemetery Dance. He is currently still working on a new novel. About the following story, the author reveals, "I love Lulu, a character made famous in the plays of Franz Wedekind, in the great silent film Pandora's Box by G.W. Pabst, starring Louise Brooks as Lulu, and in Alban Berg's powerful opera. Lulu is a kind of femme fatale, and yet also an innocent, a dream lover, a woman-child and muse, benevolent but dangerous. She brings love, despair, and death. Every writer knows a little of Lulu, though never as much as she knows about us. For a long time I wanted to place a small offering of my own at her feet, and this story is it. It seems to me that there can no longer be any choice between enduring the torment of reality, of false categories, soulless concepts, amorphous schemata, and the pleasure of living in a fully accepted unreality." Joseph Roth, Flight Without End. I never met my grandfather, Leo Kuhn. He refused to come to America and live with us, despite repeated invitations from my father, his son, preferring to spend the last years of his life in the small Vienna apartment that had been his home since the end of World War II. Leo still had a few old friends there, and he lived with his memories. My father visited him twice, the second time accompanied by my mother. While they were there, late in January of 1961, my grandfather passed away quietly in his sleep one night. He had been in gradually declining health for some time. He was 66 years old. Leo Kuhn, according to my father, was a half-assed writer who had published a lot of things back in the 20s and early 30s, but had never quite amounted to anything. He wrote short stories, articles, poems, topical essays, and impressionistic sketches that appeared in the ephemeral press. What my father meant, I learned much later, was that Leo was impractical and never really earned a steady income. He was one of the many who, when young, managed to survive on the fringe of the literary world. You don't get paid much, but you don't need much, and money doesn't seem to matter anyhow. Your writing does appear in print, and for a while at least that's enough to sustain the hope that you will eventually mature into a writer of lasting significance. Once you pass into your 30s, however, and have a wife and perhaps even a child or two, it becomes much more difficult to maintain this kind of life, even if history does not intervene. Leo knew important people, and he was in fact well connected, but he never managed to produce the great novel or stage play that would transform his career in a single stroke. Most likely he never had it in him, or perhaps the immediate demand for the next short piece and the next small payment kept getting in his way. Vienna in those days, even with all the chaos and suffering that followed the Great War and the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was still a lively city, fermenting with rich artistic and intellectual activity. My impression is that right up until the very last minute, Leo spent most of his waking time at places like the Café Greensteide and the Café Central, seated at a table in a corner, consuming endless cups of coffees, smoking one cigarette after another, and dashing off yet another feuilleton by day, then drinking wine or pilsner on into the night with friends and acquaintances from that floating world. Over the years he came to know, at least on a nodding basis, such figures as Schnitzler, Hofmannsthal, Musil, Werfer, Perutz, Zweig, and Schönberg, a stunning array of cultural titans. Eventually, however, history did intervene. Karl Kraus once described Vienna, that city of dreams, as the proving ground for world destruction. The rise of Nazism in Germany and its rapid growth in Austria made it increasingly difficult for Leo to sell or publish his work. His wry humor and sarcasm had been displayed countless times in print, making serious enemies whose day would soon be at hand. And in any event, he was a Jew. Several months ago I came across some of Leo Kuhn's papers. A few diaries, notebooks, and files of yellowed clippings that chipped off at the edges in my hands. They were in the attic. My father had just died, and I was clearing out his house. I was annoyed, but not entirely surprised, that he had kept the existence of these papers secret from me for so long. I'm an associate professor of German literature. I can speak, read, and write the language fluently. My doctoral thesis was on the patterns of social unreality in Fendoderer's The Demons and the Waterfalls of Slunj. My father certainly had to know that this material would be of tremendous interest to me, not only for any footnotes it might add to a particularly fascinating period of European literary history, but also for whatever it could tell me about my own grandfather. Over the years, however, I had come to understand that my father harbored a lot of anger and bitterness toward Leo. It had to do with their flight from Austria. Both Leo's family and that of his in-laws were reasonably well off. They had some relatives already in America, and apparently they had few illusions about the turn history was taking. Quietly, unobtrusively, they disposed of all their major assets and managed to transfer most of their funds out of the country. Family members made their way out of Austria in small groups over a period of time, usually on what were described as holiday or business trips, from which, of course, they had no intention of returning. No doubt some very substantial bribes were paid to facilitate all of this, but it was remarkably successful. By the early spring of 1938, when Austria became a province of the Reich in the Anschluss, most of my grandfather's and grandmother's families had already made it to the United States. Leo was not among them. He refused to believe that such drastic action was necessary. He thought that fascism was destined to fade quickly, and that he was clever enough to weather the squall. He would somehow keep his contacts, he would write under pseudonyms, and he would emerge well-positioned in the aftermath of the storm. He did agree that his wife and their 3-year-old son, my father, should leave with the others, and he promised to follow them if that truly became necessary. Just a few months later, however, when he suddenly had to flee Austria in the aftermath of Kristallnacht, Leo went to Paris. The Nazis would subsequently chase him from that temporary haven, but then he found shelter in the south of France and remained in hiding there until the liberation. He never did make any real attempt to reach his family, not even after the war, when Europe was in ruins and there was no point at all in trying to persuade them to return from America. In a sense, what Leo did was effectively to abandon his wife and son, or at least that is how my father apparently grew up seeing it. All through my own childhood, no one spoke of these things. Not my father, not my mother, none of my cousins, my uncles, or aunts. My grandmother died long before I was born, but even her cancer failed to bring Leo across the ocean. I'm sure my father regarded that as the final, unforgivable sin. Years later, shortly before her own death, my mother did tell me that Leo was a black sheep figure in the family, an alcoholic, a foolish, self-centered man who cared only for himself and for his writing, who would not change himself or his ways in order to reunite his family, even when he knew that his so-called career was marginal and his writing had no enduring value. He preferred to remain in post-war Vienna, clinging to his ghosts and tattered illusions. That is probably not an inaccurate portrait of Leo, but it is incomplete. Working only in my spare time, it took me months to decipher and read all of his surviving papers. The printed matter was occasionally interesting, but did nothing to change the assessment that he was a minor writer, an adequate journalist who could not shake the notion that he was destined for higher things. Leo's handwriting was cramped and hasty. His words were long, dark blots that reminded me of atonal note clusters and feverish, tortured music. After the war, he wrote and published many short, trivial things, but he kept coming back to one story, which he never finished. It was meant to be an account of his friendship with Joseph Roth in Paris, particularly in the weeks leading up to Roth's death there in 1939. Leo had known Roth in Vienna years before, but they did not become close until Leo arrived in Paris in 1938. Roth had been based there since 1933, having left Germany the day after Hitler took power. Joseph Roth was very much the kind of writer that Leo Kuhn always wanted to be, and Leo adored him. Roth's haunting elegiac novels, such as The Radetzky March and Flight Without End, captured both the fallen world of Austro-Hungary and the bleak estrangements of life in the Empire's wake. He was a major author, though his work has never found much of an audience in English, and unlike Leo, Roth's extensive journalism never got in the way of his serious fiction. He wrote 15 novels in the last 15 years of his life, despite the fact that his personal circumstances grew increasingly nightmarish. His wife went mad, he was hounded by the Nazis, he was frequently destitute, and he was a determined alcoholic, right up until the day his heart finally gave out. It seems to me that Leo could never make up his mind as to exactly what kind of piece he wanted to write about Joseph Roth. Some parts read like notes for a straightforward memoir, while other passages have the feel of fiction. Even with all that we do know about Roth, it is still impossible for me to be sure how much of what Leo wrote was true. At one point, he cites Gautier's famous account of Gérard de Nerval as the literary model he would follow, but sometime later he appeared to change his mind, drawing black lines across whole paragraphs and scribbling brief, contradictory messages to himself. No, not an elegy. This is a ghost story. Inner story only. Roth's ghosts were real. Not right, be factual. Real love or mythic love. And so on. I often think of Leo Kuhn sitting alone in his small apartment, struggling through the whole drab decade of the 1950s with the numerous elements of his story, trying to force them together into a coherent whole. He failed, and I wonder why. If nothing else, Leo was a competent writer. He understood basic structure, and he had a workable command of language. Furthermore, it gradually became clear to me that he had all of the story. Perhaps he simply could not bring himself to finish it, to let go of it. Perhaps he needed it as a continuing presence, to be worked on and lived with for the rest of his days. Or perhaps he was helpless, possessed by a story that was a kind of demon he could never exorcise. Not surprisingly, I have the same kind of problem. This is not an essay or a memoir, nor is it fiction, though it undoubtedly contains some of all three, and I have no reliable idea which parts are which. A large part of it derives from Leo's own first-hand observations, but nearly as much of it draws on what Roth told him, and neither Leo Kuhn nor Joseph Roth were completely reliable. I am attempting to put the pieces together now, both for Leo and for myself. I believe this is the story that ultimately cost my grandfather his family. By the time Leo arrived in Paris in April 1938, Joseph Roth had long since fallen into the final pattern of his life, riding and drinking, furious bouts of the one followed by furious bouts of the other. He had spent some time in Brussels and Amsterdam, but he always returned to Paris, where the largest community of exiles from Germany and Austria had gathered. They subsisted in a dreamlike state of hope, waiting for reality somehow to annul itself so that they could resume their true lives. Roth saw them, and himself, as lost ghosts who linger on, incapable of accepting the fact that they had died and this world was no longer theirs. Roth's circle of friends and acquaintances had shrunk practically to none, by his own choice. A woman named Sonia lived with him, on and off. When she was there, Roth seemed to pull himself together. He ate better and would write a great deal in a short period of time. But sooner or later, Sonia would disappear for a few days, and Roth immediately lost interest in anything. He made the rounds of the cheap bars and taverns in the neighborhood, drinking away the days and nights until Sonia came back to rescue him again. Leo had taken a single room in a house owned by an elderly Russian, just around the corner from the Rue de la Vieille Lanterne, where Roth lived in a small apartment. The first few times they met, their conversations were brief and civil, but Roth clearly intended to keep to himself. Gradually, however, Roth began to accept Leo as more than just another neighbor, and to feel comfortable with him. They shared a common past, in a way. Leo was friendly but respectful, and made no demands or judgments. In fact, he was always happy to accompany Roth on his regular drinking excursions. They were the only times when Roth really seemed to relax and would allow himself to speak freely. Their friendship was cemented on the night when the German stranger came up to them on the street as they were making their way from one tavern to another. The man wore a hat and overcoat, and he was smoking a flat Turkish cigarette. He was young, his skin was waxy smooth, and his eyes were clear. "Ah, the good Herr Nachtingel," Roth said sarcastically. "Are you well, Herr Reiter?" the German replied. "I hope you're taking care of yourself. We don't want anything to happen to you." A mirthless smile appeared on the man's face. "Someone of your great stature." It was obviously an insult, both personal and literary. Roth was comparatively short, and he had no international profile in the way that an author such as Thomas Mann did. Leo had barely taken in this brief exchange when the man turned to him and smiled coldly. "How nice to meet you at last, Herr Kuhn." Roth grabbed Leo's arm, and they brushed past the German. Leo was quite startled that the man knew him by name. A few minutes later, when they were alone in the back corner of a basement bar, Roth explained patiently that there were scores of German agents in Paris, each of them keeping track of numerous exiles, waiting for the time when scores would be settled. There would never be mercy for those who had committed political or cultural offenses. You're on their list same as me, Roth said with a faint smile, and then he laughed. But cheer up. At least it's a sign that you did something right somewhere along the way. Roth, who had never known his own father, was Jewish on his mother's side, but it was his writing that singled him out for special attention. His fiction was not at all directly political, nor did it espouse a certain cause. Instead, Roth chose to examine the effects of history on the lives of individual characters. His primary focus was always on the human. But as far back as 1923, in his very first novel, The Spider Web, he had written presciently about the extreme nationalist gangs and private militias forming throughout Germany, and in that serialized tale, he had even made specific mention of Adolf Hitler, who was then still largely an unknown figure outside of the right-wing netherworld. The Munich Putsch, in which Hitler attempted to seize control of the Bavarian state government, did not take place until November of 1923, 10 long years before he finally became Führer of all Germany. But Roth's early reference to him was the kind of thing that Hitler would neither forgive or forget. That night was also the first time Leo spoke with Sonia. Roth got so drunk that Leo had to help him make it back to his apartment, and she was there when they arrived. It was obvious that she had just returned, and Roth was clearly very happy when he saw her. "I love her," he said again and again as he held her in a clumsy embrace. "My muse." However, as soon as he sat down on the chaise, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and passed out, his breathing loud but regular. "Thank you," Sonia said to Leo as she led him to the door. "He will be all right now that he's home." She was short and no longer quite young, but still very attractive. Her hair was black, or a very dark brown, and it was cut short in a style that had gone out of fashion several years before. Her body was slim but pleasingly rounded. Her skin was very pale, yet as bright as alabaster. Her eyes had such a penetrating quality that Leo suddenly felt awkward and quickly turned away. He sensed some special power in her presence, a quality of strength and relentless honesty, although the next day he wondered if that wasn't just a wine-induced fantasy. "I'll look in—" "No, please don't," she told him. "He'll be writing." "Of course." "You're a writer too, I can tell," she added, moving closer to Leo. "So you understand. He needs to use his time." "Yes." His throat was tight. He felt very warm, and he wanted to touch her, a thought, a sudden desire that shocked him. "Of course." "Time to do his work, to write." Leo nodded, mumbled something, and left. The next day he woke up with his head full of dreamy, confused images of Sonia. It was difficult to understand why, since he had been with her for only a few moments. It had to be some implicit sexuality, the unspoken frankness in her eyes, the way she had looked at him. Certainly she was attractive, and he'd consumed a good deal of wine. Most likely he had gaped at her without even realizing it. Rather than act embarrassed or shy, or pretend that she hadn't noticed, her expression, her response, was to direct it right back to him, as if to say yes, and so, forcing him to confront himself and his uncertain impulses. It was disconcerting, all the more so the day after. Leo had no intentions toward the woman, and he would never want to disrupt Roth's personal life in the least way. He admired Roth so much that at times he even felt guilty about drinking excessively with him. Wouldn't it be better, after all, if Leo could persuade Roth to drink less and write more? But to do so would cost him Roth's friendship, that was quite clear. One time Roth told him, "I drink as atonement, otherwise I would not continue." Leo didn't fully understand exactly what Roth meant, that he would not continue to drink, write, live. When he asked, Roth frowned in irritation, gave a shrug, and said, as if it were self-evident, "Continue." In any event, Leo firmly believed that all serious writers sacrifice parts of their personal lives in order to accomplish what they do, and that the resulting work must justify the price paid. That afternoon, Leo made the first entry in his Roth notebook, but the first name that actually appears in it is Sonia. Leo saw her again a few days later. It was growing dark at the end of the afternoon, and he had just posted another pseudonymous article to Vienna. These harmless pieces on Parisian culture and social life still brought him a small return, but the market for them was vanishing quickly. Few in the Reich wanted to read or hear anything even vaguely positive about the French, no matter how non-political the topic might be. But Leo was not about to start writing the kind of anti-French nonsense that was now so much in demand in Germany. There were already plenty of literary horrors working that dismal street, and it appalled him. Leo saw Sonia emerge from the narrow Rue de la Vieille Lanterne, and he instinctively pursued her. A moment later he caught up with her, and they walked together for a while. Whether she spoke German or French, her pronunciation was exact but unaccented, almost characterless. She was at ease in both languages, so it was impossible to guess where she came from originally. But the pure sound of her voice was lovely to the ear, soft and rich. Every time she spoke, I wanted to lean closer, to get as close as I could and let her voice wash over me, Leo wrote. The facts tumbled out hurriedly in his notebook. She told him that Roth had just fallen asleep after a long night and day of writing. Now he would be asleep for many hours, perhaps right through to the next morning. Roth's work was going well, but it was very difficult and painful for him. And when he slept like that, Sonia had to get out of the apartment. She had to live, breathe, relax. Roth knew. He understood her. All he wanted was for her to be there the next day, to come back to him when he had to start work again. Out of some peculiar need, he simply couldn't write without her nearby, and if she did not return after a while, he would give up, go out and start drinking again. Leo found all this fascinating, but it baffled him. Why did she leave and not come back for days on end? Their relationship appeared to have some mysterious aspect, but Leo would not dare ask either of them about it. He could only hope to learn more in time, for he was certain that it was a key element in any understanding of Roth and his great work. As for Sonia, she was quite intriguing in her own right, and Leo immediately enjoyed being in her presence. Nor did it escape his notice that she seemed quite happy to be with him. After they had walked a short while, it became apparent that Sonia had no particular destination in mind, so Leo took her to a brasserie he knew that served decent food and wine at working-class prices. It was as if he had taken her home. She relaxed at once, threw her wrap off her shoulders, and her face appeared to be lit up from within. He seldom needed to speak. She told him that she was a singer and had performed in numerous nightclubs in Germany and France, though not so much lately. She'd had a string of lovers, each of them worse than the one before. They were businessmen, schemers, criminals, and they had led her into trouble with the police at one point. She had used many different names, mostly to do with her stage act: Sonia, Kristen, Nellie, Mignon, among others. But all of that was in the past now, and she could only be interested in men who created, not destroyed. Men who wrote or painted or made music. Joseph Roth was small and unsightly. He had somewhat bulging eyes, his hair was disappearing, and his body was a wreck from years of heavy drinking. But he created. The fire in him was true and good, so Sonia would give him whatever he wanted and needed. After all the pain and trouble she had been through, she thought that love was an illusion, a fantasy, but one that was still sometimes worth the imaginative effort. Leo didn't know what to make of all this. She seemed both sophisticated and naive at the same time. But it didn't matter. By then, he was completely under her spell. The fire in her dark eyes, the way her hair moved as she spoke, her voice stirring him, seeming to speak right into his mind, the line of her throat, the way her breasts filled out her simple blouse, her small, delicate hands. Everything about her was so soothing and pleasing to him. He felt happily drowsy from the food and wine and the heat of the nearby coal fire, and he didn't want to move. It had been a long time since Leo had last enjoyed the company of a woman, much less one who made him feel thoroughly at ease, as Sonia did. His wife, and this was the only direct comment I ever found by Leo about my grandmother, was a good woman, but she understood little of who he was and what internal forces drove him. As the evening went on, Sonia even appeared to grow younger. There was more color in her cheeks, her manner became more animated and girlish, but never loud or silly. It was delightful. I realized that what I felt, in a genuine physical sense, was nothing less than the surging energy of life itself, radiating from her like heat and light from the sun, Leo noted without irony the next day. "Show me something you wrote," she said when they left the brasserie and were walking along the street. "Please?" "All right," Leo replied after the briefest hesitation. His room was small and chilly, but he lit a fire and poured some schnapps for both of them. She stood by the fire and quickly scanned a short tale of his that had been published the year before. When she put the magazine down on the table, she smiled at him, a smile that made him feel very good, since it seemed to signal her approval of what he had written. They sat on the lumpy old chaise in front of the fireplace, the only suitable furniture, and almost at once Sonia raised one leg and swung herself around so that she was sitting on his lap, facing him, her legs on either side of his. Her hand stroked his cheek and teased his hair. She sipped her schnapps and then ran the tip of her tongue along his lips. She must have noticed the sudden conflict in Leo's expression, for her smile grew wider, and there was a measure of good-natured sympathy in it. "Don't worry," she said. "He doesn't need me this way." "He called you his lover." "For him, love is only spiritual now. He's fighting death." "Even so, it's all right," Sonia assured him. "And you do need me this way, don't you?" Her smile, now naughty and complicitous. No point in denying it. "Already you know me too well." "Leo, be bad with me." She unhooked a couple of buttons on her blouse, took his hand and slid it inside, pressing it to her breast. She leaned closer until their foreheads touched, and her mouth licked and nipped at his. Somehow the glasses were quickly set aside. She had his pants open, and she pulled him into her. Their passion was as fierce as it was swift in its consummation. "Give me a name," she whispered to him after. "What?" "Give me a special name, so I'm yours alone." "Oh, I don't know." "No one else will ever hear it," she insisted. "All those other names I've used were spoiled by other people. Except for Sonia, but that belongs to Joseph, you know." "Lulu, that's who you are," he said, surprising himself. "Ah, that's the first name I remember from childhood. I used to think it was so old-fashioned, but now you've rescued it for me." She kissed him. "Where were you born?" He felt her body shrug in his embrace. "Orphaned, I suppose." Then desire intervened, slower this time, but more powerful than before, a long, devastating yet beautiful expression of the lonely hunger and deep need within both of them. Leo awoke cold and alone in the gray dawn. He crawled into bed and soon fell asleep again, waking late in the morning. He fretted through the rest of the day. He was too tired to work properly, but he jotted down brief notes to himself and worried about his friendship with Roth. Leo reminded himself again and again of what she had said. He doesn't need me this way. Nonetheless, it was imperative to keep this sudden liaison secret. There was no way of knowing how he might react. It would be bad enough if there were an angry break between Roth and Leo, but far worse if this interfered with Roth's work. But Leo couldn't stay away. He wanted at least to see her again as soon as possible. That evening he knocked on the door of Roth's apartment, and a shouted voice invited him in. Roth was at his small rickety table, writing. Sonia sat on the rug at his feet, her head resting against his knee. Roth stood up and crossed the room to talk with Leo. He was working, quite busy, no time to spare just now, but perhaps in a few days he would meet Leo and they would go out for a drink. Leo understood, of course, and encouraged Roth to push ahead with his work. At one moment in the brief conversation, Leo's gaze drifted past Roth's shoulder to Sonia, who was still sitting on the rug. At once her hands moved and touched her breasts, cupping them, and her face lit up with a large smile. She was so naughty. Leo had to look away immediately, and he was relieved that Roth apparently hadn't noticed anything unusual in his expression just then. 2 days later, in the early afternoon, his Lulu came to him and stayed for several hours. This soon became the new pattern in Leo's life. She would come to him whenever she could. Sometimes they went out to eat and drink, but time was so precious that they usually stayed in his room and made love, later resting in each other's arms before the fire, then making love again as often as they could before she eventually had to leave. She was a wild, imaginative lover, desperately needy but also infinitely giving. It was as if Leo had discovered true passion and desire for the first time in his life, and discovered as well that there is no end to it, no logical conclusion, that it goes on as long as there is life and imagination to illuminate its perpetual labyrinthine turns. "Where did you go?" he asked her one day. "When?" "Those times when you used to leave Roth and be gone for a week or more. Where were you? What were you doing?" A childlike pout. "It doesn't matter." Then she smiled. "That's all over. Finished. When I leave him now, it's only to come to you." "Yes, but shh," kissing him again and again. "Just fuck me." Leo's need was as great as hers, and the more he had of his Lulu, the more he wanted. When she wasn't there with him, he soon grew restless, and he found it hard to concentrate on his work. He constantly felt tired or lazy, and could lie on the chaise for hours, half awake, recalling previous meetings with Lulu, or trying to imagine what delights the next one might include. At times he scolded himself for acting like a lovesick boy, but then he would think, yes, I am. So? Leo continued to see Roth fairly regularly, but there was a distinct change in Roth's behavior. Now that Sonia no longer left him for very long, he was able to get more writing done. But drink was still an essential part of his life, so he drank some as he wrote, and once a week he went out for an extended binge with Leo that would last from early in the evening until nearly dawn. In spite of this, he did look a little healthier, or perhaps more at peace in some way, and Leo later observed in his notebook that his affair with Lulu was, ironically, secretly, having a beneficial effect on Roth. Like a man putting his affairs in order, Roth carefully began to share more of his past life with Leo. After the Great War, he had married. Too soon, he later realized. His wife, Frida, was a good person, not unintelligent, but a middle-class daughter who aspired to a settled home life. She would make a good mother, She may have fallen in love with the idea of marrying someone who would eventually become a famous and successful writer. Roth was still at a loss to explain why he had married her, except that perhaps Frida represented some image of stability he felt necessary in his life at that time. In practice, the reality was quite different for both of them. He soon found her uninteresting and complacent, even tiresome in her petty ways. But Roth could always escape, and did. Frida was trapped in their apartment, left alone for days and nights at a time while Roth roamed the countryside on journalistic assignments or simply caroused in the cafes with his friends. Fear of how others would react, and perhaps a sense of her own failure as a wife, prevented Frida from sharing her situation with anyone or doing anything about it. The powerful social constraints of her conventional upbringing and her own fragile nature only made matters worse, and Roth returned home one morning to find her curled up on the floor, peeling and eating wallpaper. She never completely recovered, and in time had to be placed in an institution. A couple of years later, she contracted some illness and died. Roth never forgave himself. He found a new sense of urgency in his work, but writing was not an escape. He also took to drinking in a new way. It seemed to him that alcohol was a fitting, fine, and ultimately final punishment. He would yield himself to it and carry out the sentence. From that time on, his whole life became a kind of macabre race in which the goal was to write as much as he could and also to destroy himself in the process. If Leo saw any parallels between Roth's personal life and his own, he did not enter them in his notes. I have to believe that he thought about them, was even haunted by them for the rest of his life. It seems to me that Roth and Leo had both sacrificed their wives, and in Leo's case, his son, probably without giving it much consideration at the time. They had chosen the artistic, literary life and had lived it exactly as they saw fit, in a typically youthful and unfettered spirit, regardless of the consequences for those who were closest to them. Roth subsequently had one romantic affair with a young actress and writer named Irmgard Coyne. They were together for a couple of years, drifting from one European city to another, outside of Germany. Their relationship was passionate and stormy, and ultimately doomed. She couldn't bear to sit by and observe Roth's self-destructive descent, nor could she save him from it. Finally, as much at his insistence, she pulled away and left him. Roth told Leo that he thought of Irmgard as his only true love, but that he accepted losing her. It was a necessary part of his sacrifice. Irmgard Coyne was another of those whose names were on a German list. She fled Holland when the Nazis invaded in 1940 and escaped to England, where she remained until her death in 1982. Her best novel was published in an English translation as After Midnight, Victor Gollancz Limited, 1985. Sometime after that, Roth wandered into a dingy cellar bar in Montmartre, where he sat and drank, and watched and listened as a young woman who was no longer quite so young sang that most poignant and bitter song of abandoned love, Surabaya Johnny. She told him later that he was the only one there who paid any attention, and that his eyes were big and wet when she finished. She wore a black slip. She said her name was Mimi. Before long, however, Roth began to call her Sonia. He told Leo that without her, he no longer had enough strength or will to write a single sentence. Leo and his Lulu continued their affair, and it would seem that Roth never found out about it, or if he did, he never let on. By his own account, Leo was happier than he had ever been. She was a joy as well as a pleasure, childlike, almost innocent, but at the same time a profoundly erotic woman to whom nothing was new or forbidden. She was as much a fantasist as any storyteller, though her imagination expressed itself in who and how she was on any given day. Thus, her presence always had about it an air of anticipation and unpredictability that Leo found compulsive and addictive. But there were certain worrying signs that he wondered about. She always came to him in a tired, pale condition. This was understandable, since she spent so much time sitting up with Roth as he wrote, and obviously there was nothing healthy about that way of life. They all were poor, ate badly, and drank too much. All the same, he was shaken one time when, after making love, they were huddled beneath the blankets, luxuriating in their nakedness together, talking quietly about nothing in particular, and she suddenly murmured, "He's killing me, you know." But when he sat up in concern and asked her what she meant, she passed it off lightly. "Nothing really. Not like that. It's just that at the end of each session I feel like I've worked as hard as he has. I'm so exhausted I feel dead. That's all." It pleased Leo to see how quickly she was transformed whenever she was with him. The color would begin to resurface in her cheeks, her eyes grew brighter, and her whole body brimmed with new energy. It was nothing less than the power of love and passion visible to the naked eye, the two of them drawing new life and vigor from each other every time they met. And if their trysts generally left Leo in a similar state of exhaustion, so much so that even the following day he could barely do 1 hour's work, he was not bothered in the least. He willingly and completely surrendered himself to the magic of Eros. But Leo was still capable of giving the matter some practical consideration. "You must live with me." For once she looked surprised, then said, "I can't. I belong to him, and I wouldn't do that to him. This is all you and I can have." "He's going to die soon," Leo said. "You know it, too." "Don't speak like that." "And after the war, whenever it comes—" "Please!" Now her expression was pained. "Don't write endings for us, not even imaginary ones. You have a wife and child somewhere, another life, and sooner or later you'll want it back. That is what the end of the war will mean to you, whenever it comes." No, don't." She cut him off. "It hurts too much." "I'm sorry, my poor Lulu." Then she showered his face with kisses, teasing his mouth. "Think of me as your dream lover. I only want to give you pleasure. Be happy with me." He was. He even began to think that he would be happy to die with her, as life without her had become inconceivable to him. The day after a long encounter with Lulu, he would lie in bed or on the chaise for long hours on end in a kind of daze, his body weak, his mind adrift on a sea of images. It was hard to form clear thoughts. Much of this time was a blissful quietus, the aftermath. But one small part of his brain continued to ponder the internal dynamics of their situation, and Leo's notes reflect a deep-seated uncertainty. "Today she spoke to me of courtly love. It is deeply carnal. Its whole point is consummation in body as well as spirit. For centuries, the Church and society have worked strenuously to desexualize courtly love and turn it into some harmless, chivalrous claptrap. True courtly love is subversive, a threat to the existing order. Tristan went against the king. Women had the power to pick and choose among men to decide their own fate. Courtly love is, by definition, adulterous. Tristan possessed Isolde in the flesh, but could not keep her." Leo asked Lulu what all of that had to do with the two of them. She said that their love was like courtly love, freely given with no expectation, and thus pure in and of itself. She wanted him to know how much she cherished it. Does she really understand? Leo asked himself later. She has her hand on the truth, but perhaps does not entirely grasp it. Any good student of medieval history knows that the ultimate goal of courtly love is not sexual, nor is it even spiritual. The true goal of courtly love is death. Novalis, our love is not of this world. Toward the end, Leo's notes were obsessive on the subject of death. He believed that talk about courtly love was simply part of the fantasy that Lulu spun for herself and for him, and as such he enjoyed it. But death was the kernel of truth in the fantasy, and Leo saw it differently, though in equally mythic terms. He began to ruminate about the role of the muse. Sonia was Roth's muse. Roth sucked the life and creative spirit out of her, which was why he could write so much and so well when she was with him, and could not when she was away. The muse gave, but her giving was also a real sacrifice of herself. The other part of the dynamic, to stay with Leo's term, was his relationship with Lulu, his dream lover. She was right about that. There truly was a dreamlike, unreal quality to the passion they shared. It was a kind of mutual fantasy in which he and Lulu could escape the disappointing world outside for a little while and flee into the realm of pure desire. It was a fantasy he cherished. But Leo could also see the weak point in the equation. His life force was being drained, and it was the only one that was not being replenished adequately. The situation could not continue this way indefinitely. The inexorable conclusion was death. His. Whether Leo truly believed this is impossible to say, but he did write this astonishing note: "If Roth were healthier, I might have to decide whether to kill him, but as it is, I can at least hope to outlast him." Perhaps he was looking ahead to the prospect of Lulu becoming his muse. But then he would have to face the question of where she would turn to draw strength in order to feed and inspire him in his work. There would have to be another Leo, another lover. He had worked himself into an intellectual corner with heartbreaking implications. All of Leo's knowledge and understanding had turned poisonous, and he wantonly noted, "If it proves necessary, I will submit. Roth is worth it. Lulu is worth it." All of this seemed quaint and amusing the first time I read it. People take things so seriously, and years later it looks so different. Few of us can relate now to that time and place, that distant, dead culture. But these were very intelligent and gifted people, better educated, thoughtful, questioning in a way that quite escapes us now. We have an answer for everything we ask, lucky as we are. The more I stared at poor Leo's words, his clotted handwriting, the more I followed his tortured chain of thought, the more I sympathized with him and even came to believe him. Or at least to believe that he believed. If I could understand him, then I could forgive him for not being in my life. And the truth is, I wanted to forgive him. For Leo, like Joseph Roth, had chosen a remorseless faith in literature and its necessary way of life, which I secretly shared, but lacked the courage and foolishness to attempt. Things played out his way, in a sense. On the last afternoon of what Leo called his only genuine life, Lulu came to him, and they passed a few hours in the most intense love-making, pressing the far edge of violence and unfathomable need, an experience that left them both in tears of joy, incapable of speaking until the time came when she had to leave. Roth would finish his book that night. He told her to ask Leo to join them the next evening to celebrate. I understood. Roth had known all along. The following afternoon, when he knocked on the door of Roth's apartment, there was no answer. Perhaps he had come too early. He tried the handle, and the door opened. Yes, there they were. Roth was asleep on the chaise, and Sonia was asleep in the narrow bed in the far corner of the room. Leo was about to back out quietly when Roth suddenly groaned and stirred. There was something vaguely alarming about the noise Roth made, so Leo carefully approached. Roth's eyes stared at him, and Leo had never seen such anguish. Roth's hand moved, barely. Leo interpreted it as a beckoning gesture, and he moved closer. "I'm dead." Roth's voice was a feeble whisper. "Lulu." The word may not actually have escaped his lips, but Leo spoke it, and he turned immediately to the bed. He rushed across the room. She was there. He saw the blankets mounded up over her body. He recognized the beautiful curve of her hips, the correct length of her slender frame. He even saw, he was sure, the slight rise and fall of her shape as she breathed, deep in understandable sleep. When Leo put his hand on her shoulder, his memory sensation was true. He knew exactly how her shoulder felt and recognized it again. But when he gently pulled back the layers of cheap fabric, they fell away from his hand. He uncovered nothing but the bottom sheet, which still bore the impress of a small body. Leo touched it, and he thought he could detect a fading warmth. But all the sheet held was dust and lint and bits of human grit. He pressed his face to the bed, and, oh God, yes, he could smell her in the most intimate way, as he had tasted and smelled her in love. But she was gone, like a bed-ghost, Bettgeist. Roth was still alive, and in agony. Leo hurried and performed the necessary function of getting help. Roth was taken to St. Jude, the nearest hospital for the poor. Strangely, Leo had no trouble sleeping that night. He left the door to his room unlocked, but he had no visitor. Lulu did not magically appear. Leo was allowed to see Roth the next morning. He was in a ward filled with dozens of patients, all from the bottom of French society. The conditions were mean, and the pervasive smell was terrible. Roth had no strength left in him, almost no life at all. Only his lips and eyes moved a little. His large eyes were yellowish, and his face appeared to have collapsed into itself. For several minutes he merely gazed at Leo, and his expression was impossible to decipher. Finally, Leo found a few words. "Did you finish it?" "Yes." "Good. I'm so happy to hear that." "Kuhn." "Yes?" "You're looking at the saddest man in Europe." Then his eyes closed. Leo waited until he was sure that Roth's breathing continued. He smiled and patted Roth's hand. No, he thought, as he turned away and started to leave, nobody so close to death can be that sad. Leo left his door unlocked again that night, probably still hoping somehow that Lulu would return to him. But she didn't. It was nearly noon when he awoke the following day. He felt rested, better physically now, though his heart was still sick with disappointment and sorrow. As he was leaving to go to the hospital again, Leo almost walked right past a man lingering on the sidewalk. But there was something familiar, and then the man smiled and stepped closer. "Herr Kuhn, how nice to see you again." The German agent. Leo started to continue on his way. He had seen this man a number of times over the months. Leo refused to speak a word to him. But now the German reached out and took hold of Leo's arm. "Just to save you the inconvenience," he said. "Your friend Herr Roth died this morning. No doubt you were expecting this. It's hardly a surprise, considering the foolish way he lived. One evening I saw him sitting alone in Bernier's, in the Rue de Faubourg. Do you know it? And I thought to myself, this is a man who died a long time ago, but doesn't realize it. Nobody reads his sort of thing anymore now, do they? What do you think?" Leo freed his arm and hurried away. He remained in Montmartre, living in that room until the following year, when he left for the south shortly before the Nazi occupation of Paris. He left just before dawn, successfully dodging Herr Nachtigall. Joseph Roth's last novel, The Legend of the Holy Drinker, is now regarded as one of his finest works. It is a tale of atonement and redemption. Roth was 44 years old when he died. My grandfather, it seems, also drank heavily until the end of his life, but I don't think his drinking served the same purpose as Roth's. It seems more likely to me that Leo used alcohol as a consolation for the loss of Lulu, and perhaps also for the failings of his career as a writer. He was never the writer he wanted to be, and surely he understood that. Yes, I know she is gone, if indeed she was ever there, and I know she will never come back. I tell myself this every day. But the rest of me is not convinced. So I light the fire every evening and try again to put the words in order. Perhaps if I get the magic pattern right, it will summon her back. My muse, my lover. I have no life without her. Romantic nonsense, the delusions of an old man. I suppose they are. But I can understand his desire to believe now. Leo never gave up on the only two things that really mattered to him after he left Germany, his Lulu and his writing. Naturally, he couldn't stop working on her story, their story, and he remained faithful to her hopeless plea, "Don't write endings for us." Every time I sit down to write an essay, a report, or even a harmless little tale of my own, none of which has ever been published, I think of my grandfather. His irrational faith in the rightness of such work pleases me. I see it as a gift from him to me, one that certainly skipped past my father. But it is a gift of very mixed qualities. And I remember my mother's warning to me. Dawn is often at hand when I finish writing. I can make out shapes in the thick gray light. I go to bed and see once again the shape of my lover beneath the blankets. I know so well the curve of her hip, the length of her body. Sometimes the lingering darkness fools me, and for an awful moment I may not see her hair on the pillow, and my heart races as my hand reaches to touch her. Graham Masterton, The Ballyhooly Boy. Graham Masterton and his wife Wieska moved to Ayr in the summer of 1999, and since then the view from his Gothic mansion overlooking Cork City has proved to be highly inspirational. He has written a new volume in his series of horror novels for young adults, Rook 4, Snowman, a new novel for teenage readers, Cut Dead, as well as several short stories, a novella, and a full-length adult horror novel, The Doorkeepers. The House That Jack Built and The Chosen Child have both been recently reprinted in American editions, while his readership in France and Belgium has increased enormously. The Doorkeepers was published first in French before appearing in an English-language edition, and the following story first appeared in a Belgium magazine. He is also sponsoring the Prix Masterton, an annual literary award to the most creative horror writer working in the French language. I was inspired to write The Ballyhooly Boy after a weekend drive through the countryside north of Cork, explains the author. You can drive for miles and miles, and there's nobody there. The signposts are highly erratic, and it's easy to find yourself driving around in circles between high farm hedges, like a maze. We were almost beginning to panic when we found ourselves in Ballyhooly, but even that was like a village in a Lovecraft story, where the perspective of the buildings looked all wrong. Rain came dredging down the street in misty grey curtains as we drew up outside the narrow terraced house in the middle of Ballyhooly. All of the houses in the row were painted different colours: sunflower yellows, crimsons, pinks, and greens. In sullen contrast, number 15 was painted as brown as peat. Mr. Fearon switched off the engine of his 8-year-old rover and peered at the house through his circular James Joyce glasses. "I'll admit it doesn't look much, but prices have been very buoyant lately. You could get 85,000 for it easy if you put it on the market today." I took in the peeling front door, the darkened and dusty front windows, the sagging net curtains in one of the upstairs rooms. I guessed that I could sell it straight away, but then it might be worth smartening it up a little. A coat of paint and a new bathroom suite from Hickey's could make all the difference between £85,000 and £125,000. I climbed out of the car, tugging up my collar against the rain. A small brindled dog barked at me for invading its territory without asking. I shaded my eyes and looked in through the front window. It was too grimy to see much, but I could just make out a black fireplace and a tipped-over chair. The living room was very small, but that didn't matter. I might redecorate number 15, but I certainly wouldn't be living in it. Not here in Ballyhooly, which was little more than a crossroads 10 miles north of Cork, with 2 pubs and a shop and a continuous supply of rain. Mr. Fearon made a fuss of finding the right key and unlocked the front door. He had to kick the weatherboard to open it, and it gave a convulsive shudder, like a donkey when it's kicked. The doormat was heaped with letters and free newspapers and circulars. Inside the hallway there was a strong smell of damp, and the brown wallpaper was peppered with black specks of mould. "It'll need some airing out, of course, but the roof's quite sound, and that's your main thing." I stepped over the letters and looked around. Next to the front door stood a Victorian coat and umbrella stand, with a blotchy yellowed mirror, in which Mr. Fearon and I looked as if we had both contracted leprosy. On the opposite wall hung a damp, faded print of a dark back street in some unidentifiable European city, with a cathedral in the background and hooded figures concealed in its Gothic doorways. The green and brown diamond-patterned linoleum on the floor must have dated from the 1930s. The sitting room was empty of furniture, except for that single overturned wheel-back chair. A broken glass lampshade hung in the centre of the room. "No water penetration," Mr. Fearon remarked, pointing to the ceiling, but in one corner there were 6 or 7 deep scratch marks close to the coving. "What do you think caused those?" I asked him. He stared at them for a long time, and then shrugged. We went through to the kitchen, which was cold as a mortuary, which felt like a mortuary. Under the window there was a thick, old-fashioned sink with rusty streaks in it. A gas cooker stood against the opposite wall. All of the glass in the cream-painted kitchen cabinets had been broken, and some of the frames had dark brown drips running down them, as if somebody had smashed the glass on purpose, in a rage, and cut their hands open. Outside I could see a small yard crowded with old sacks of cement and bricks and half a bicycle, and thistles that grew almost chest-high, and the rain gushing from the clogged-up guttering so that the wall below it was stained with green. "I still can't imagine why your woman wanted to give me this place," I said, as we climbed the precipitous staircase. Halfway up there was a stained-glass window in amber with a small picture in the centre of a winding river and a dark castle with rooks flying around its turrets. "You'll be watching for the stair carpet," Mr. Fearon warned me. "It's ripped at the top." Upstairs there were 2 bedrooms, one of them overlooking the street, and a smaller bedroom at the back. In the smaller bedroom, against the wall, stood a single bed with a plain oak bedhead. It was covered with a yellowing sheet. Above it hung a damp, rippled picture of the Cork hurling team, 1976. I went to the window and looked down into the yard. For some reason, I didn't like this room. There was a sour, unpleasant smell in it, boiled vegetables and Dettol. It reminded me of nursing homes, and old, pale people seen through rainy windows. It was the smell of hopelessness. "Mrs. Devlin wasn't a woman to explain herself," said Mr. Fearon. "Her estate didn't amount to much, and she left most of it to her husband, but she insisted that this house should come to you. She said she was frightened of what would happen to her if it didn't." I turned away from the window, but she wouldn't explain why. Mr. Fearon shook his head. "If I had any inkling, I'd tell you." I still found it difficult to believe. Up until yesterday morning, when Mr. Fearon had first called me, I had never heard of Mrs. Margaret Devlin. Now I found myself to be one of the beneficiaries of her will, and the owner of a shabby terraced property in the rear end of nowhere in particular. Not that I was looking a gift horse in the mouth. My Italian-style cafe in Academy Street in Cork hadn't been doing too well lately. Only 3 weeks ago I had lost my best chef, Carlo, and I had always been badly underfinanced. I had tried to recoup some of my losses by buying a £1,000 share in a promising-looking yearling called Satan's Pleasure, but it had fallen last weekend at Galway and broken its leg. No wonder Satan was pleased. He was probably laughing all the way back to hell. We left the house. Mr. Fearon slammed the front door shut behind us, twice, and handed me the keys. "Well, I wish you joy of it," he said. As I opened the car door, a white-haired priest came hurrying across the road in the rain. "Good morning to you," he called out. He came up and offered me his hand. "Father Murphy from St. Bernadette's." He was a stocky man, with a large head, and glasses that enormously magnified his eyes. "You must be Jerry Flynn," he said. "You're very welcome to Ballyhooly, Jerry." I shook his hand. "Difficult place to keep a secret, Ballyhooly?" "Oh, you'd be surprised. We have plenty of secrets here, believe me. But everybody knew who Margaret Devlin was going to give her house to." "Everybody except me, apparently." Father Murphy gave me an evasive smile. "Do you know what she said? She said it was destiny. I have to bequeath my house to Jerry Flynn, the wheel turning the full circle, so to speak." "And what do you think she meant by that?" "I believe that she was making her peace before God. The world is a strange place, Jerry. Doors may open, but they don't always lead us where we think they're going to." "And this door?" I asked, nodding toward number 15. "Well, who knows? But when you're back, don't forget to drop in to see me. My housekeeper makes the best tea brack in Munster, and we can talk. We really ought to talk." I hadn't planned on going back to Ballyhooly for at least 10 days. I was interviewing new chefs, and I was also trying to borrow some more money from the bank so that I could keep the cafe afloat. I had already remortgaged my flat in Wellington Road, and even when I told my bank manager about my unexpected bequest, he shook his head from side to side like a swimmer trying to dislodge water out of his ears. But only 2 nights later the phone rang at 2:30 in the morning. I sat up. The bedroom was completely dark, except for a diagonal line of sodium streetlight crossing the ceiling. I scrabbled around my nightstand and knocked my glass of water onto the floor, the whole lot. The phone kept on ringing until I managed to pick it up. I don't like calls in the middle of the night. They're always bad news. Your father's dead. Your son's been killed in a car crash. "Who is it?" I asked. There was nothing on the other end of the line except for a thin, persistent crackling. "Who is it? Is anybody there?" The crackling went on for almost half a minute, and then the caller hung up. Click. Silence. I tried to get back to sleep, but I was wide awake now. I switched on the bedside light and climbed out of bed. My cat Charlie stared at me through slitted eyes as if I were mad. I went to the bathroom and refilled my glass of water. In the mirror over the wash basin, I thought I looked strangely pale, as if a vampire had visited me when I was asleep. Even my lips were white. The phone rang again. I went back into the bedroom and picked it up. I didn't say anything, just listened. At first I heard nothing but that crackling noise again, but then a woman's voice said, "Is that Mr. Jerry Flynn?" "Who wants him?" "Is that Mr. Jerry Flynn who has the house in Ballyhooly?" Who wants him? Do you know what time it is? You have to go to your house, Jerry. You have to do what needs to be done. What are you talking about? What needs to be done? It can't go on, Jerry. It has to be done. Look, who is this? It's 2:30 in the morning, and I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. Go to your house, Jerry. Number 15. It's the only way. The woman hung up again. I stared at the receiver for a while, as if I expected it to say something else, and then I hung up too. For a change, it wasn't raining the next morning when I drove back to Ballyhooly, but the hills were covered with low grey clouds. The road took me over the Nagle Mountains and across the stone bridge that spans the Blackwater River. I drove for almost 20 minutes and saw nobody, except for a farmhand driving a tractor heaped with sugar beet. For some reason, they reminded me of rotting human heads. When I reached Ballyhooly, I parked outside number 15 and climbed out of my car. I hesitated for a few moments before I opened the front door, pretending to be searching for my keys. Then I turned around quickly to see if I could catch anybody curtain-twitching. But the street was empty, except for 2 young boys with runny noses and a dog that was trotting off on some self-appointed errand. I pushed open the shuddering front door. The house was damp and silent. No new mail, only a circular advertising Dunn's Store's Irish bacon promotion. I walked through the kitchen. It was so cold in there that my breath smoked. I opened 1 or 2 drawers. All I found was a rusty can opener, a ball of twine, and a half-empty packet of birthday cake candles. I went through to the living room. Out on the street, an old man in a brown raincoat was standing on the opposite corner, watching the house and smoking. I picked up the fallen chair and set it straight. The silence was uncanny. A truck drove past, then a motorcycle, but I couldn't hear them at all. I felt as if I had gone completely deaf. I returned to the hallway and inspected myself in the blotchy Victorian mirror. I certainly didn't look well, although I couldn't think why. I felt tired, but that was only natural after an interrupted night. More than that, though, I felt unsettled, as if something were going to happen that I wasn't going to be able to control. Something unpleasant. It was then that I glanced up the stairs. I said, "Jesus!" out loud, and my whole body tingled with fright. Standing on the landing was a white-faced boy, staring at me intently. He appeared to be about 8 or 9, with short brown hair that looked as if it had been cut with the kitchen scissors, and protuberant ears. He wore a grey sweater with darned elbows and long grey flannel shorts, and he stared at me in utter silence, without even blinking. "What are you doing here?" I asked him. "You almost gave me a heart attack." He didn't say anything, but continued to stare at me, almost as if he were trying to stare me into non-existence. "Come on," I said. "You can't stay here. This house belongs to me now. What have you been doing? Playing? I used to do that when I was your age. Play in this old derelict house. Ghost hunters." Still the boy didn't speak. His fists were tightly clenched, and he breathed through his mouth, quite laboriously, as if he were suffering from asthma. "Listen," I told him, "I'm supposed to be back in Cork by 11. I don't know how you got in here, but you really have to leave." The boy continued to stare at me in silence. I started to climb up the steep, narrow staircase toward him. As soon as I did so, he turned around and walked quite quickly across the landing and disappeared into the smaller bedroom at the back of the house. "Come on, son," I called to him. I was beginning to lose my patience. I climbed up the rest of the stairs and followed him through the bedroom door. "Breaking into other people's houses, that's trespass." The bedroom was empty. There was nobody there. Only the bed with the yellowed sheet and the dull view down to the yard with its weeds and its cement sacks. I knelt down and looked under the bed. The boy wasn't there. I felt around the walls to see if there was a secret door, but all I felt was damp wallpaper. The sash window was jammed up with years of green paint, and the floor was covered in thin brown underlay, so the boy couldn't have lifted up any of the floorboards. I even looked up the chimney, but that was ridiculous, and I felt ridiculous even when I was doing it. The flue was so narrow that even a hamster couldn't have climbed up it. My irritation began to rearrange itself into a deeply disturbing sense of creepiness. If the boy hadn't hidden under the bed, and he hadn't climbed up the chimney, and he certainly hadn't escaped through the window, then where had he gone? He couldn't have been a ghost. I refused to believe in ghosts. Besides, he had looked far too solid to be a ghost. Too normal, too real. What ghost has falling down socks and darns in its sweater? But he wasn't here. I had seen him standing at the top of the stairs. I had heard him breathing, but he wasn't here. I went from room to room, searching them all. I didn't go up into the attic because I didn't have a ladder, but then the boy hadn't had a ladder either, and there was a cobweb in the corner of the attic door which he would have had to have broken, even if he had found some miraculous way of getting up there. The house was empty. No boy anywhere. I even opened up the gas oven. I left the house much later than I had meant to, almost half an hour later. As I came out and slammed the door shut, a woman approached me. She probably wasn't much older than 35, but she looked 40 at least. Her brown hair was tightly permed, and she had the pinched face of a heavy smoker. She wore a cheap purple coat and a long black skirt with a fraying hem. "Well, Jerry," she said without any introduction, "you've seen what you have to do. Was it you who phoned me last night? It doesn't matter who phoned you. You've seen what you have to do. I haven't the slightest idea what I have to do. You should be here at night, then, when the screaming starts." "Screaming? What screaming? What are you talking about?" The woman took out a pack of carols and lit one, and sucked it so hard that her cheeks were all drawn in. "We've been living next door to that for 25 years, and what are we supposed to do? That house is all we've got. But my daughter's a nervous wreck, and my husband tried to take his own life. And who can we tell? We'd never sell the property if everybody knew about it. Number 17, they're the same. Nobody can stand it any more." It started to rain again, but neither of us made any attempt to find shelter. "What's your name?" I asked her. "Maureen," she said, blowing smoke. "Well, tell me about this screaming, Maureen." "It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes we can go for weeks and we don't hear anything. But it's November now, and that's the anniversary, and then we hear it more and more. And sometimes it's unbearable, the screaming. You never heard such screaming in your whole life." "The anniversary?" I asked her. "The anniversary of what?" "The day the boy killed his whole family and then himself. In that house. Nobody found them till 2 days later. The guard thought the house was painted red until they realized it was blood. I saw them carry the mother and the daughter out myself. I saw it myself. And you never saw such a frightful thing. He used his father's razor, and he almost took their heads off." I looked away, down Ballyhooly's main road. I could see Father Murphy not far away, white-haired, leaning against the rain, talking to a woman in a blue coat. "Can't the priest help you?" "Him? He's tried. But this has nothing to do with God, believe me." "I don't see what I can do. I was bequeathed this house by somebody I never even knew, and that's it. I run a cafe. I'm not an exorcist." "You've seen the boy, though?" I didn't say anything, but the woman tilted her head sideways and looked at me closely. "You've seen the boy. I can tell." "I've seen—" "I don't know what I've seen." "You've seen him. You've seen the boy. You can't deny it." She sucked at her cigarette again, more triumphantly this time. "All right, yes. Is he a local boy?" "He's the very same boy. The boy who killed his family and then himself." I didn't know what to say. I was beginning to suspect that Maureen had been drinking, but she kept on smoking and nodding as if she had proved her point beyond a shadow of a doubt, and that I was just being perverse to question the feasibility of a dead schoolboy walking around my newly acquired house. "I have to get back to Cork now," I told her. "I'm sorry." "You've seen him and you're just going to leave. You don't think that you were given this house by accident? That your name was picked out with a pin? Quite frankly, I don't know why it was given to me. You were chosen, that's why. That's what Margaret, Mrs. Devlin, always used to say to me. She was chosen, and there was nothing she could do about it except to pass it on. I unlocked my car. Maureen started to become agitated, tossing her cigarette away and wiping her hands on the front of her coat over and over, as if she couldn't get them clean. You mustn't go, please. I'm sorry, I have a business to run. But it was then that I saw one of the grubby upstairs curtains being drawn aside. Standing in the bedroom window, staring at me, was the white-faced boy. Somehow he must have hidden from me while I was searching the house, and here he was, mocking me. I kicked open the front door and ran upstairs. I hurtled into the front bedroom, but the boy was gone. He wasn't in the back bedroom either. There was a tiny linen cupboard between the two rooms, but it was empty except for 2 folded sheets and a 60-watt light bulb. I slapped the walls in both bedrooms to see if they were hollow. I lifted up the mattress in the smaller bedroom, in case it was hollowed out, and the boy had been concealing himself in there. It was stained and damp, but it hadn't been tampered with. Underneath it, however, lying on the bed springs, I discovered a book. It was thin, like an exercise book, with a faded maroon cover, and it was disturbingly familiar. I picked it up and angled it toward the window so that I could see what was printed on the front. Bishop O'Rourke Memorial School, Winter 1976. The same junior school that I had attended in Cork. I opened it up and leafed through it. I could even remember this particular yearbook, the sports reports, the opening of the new classroom extension, the visit from the Taoiseach, and right at the back, the list of names of everybody in the school. Familiar names, all of them, but I couldn't remember many of their faces. And there was my name, too. Class 3, Gerald Flynn, between Margaret Faraday and Kevin Foley. But what was it doing here, this book, hidden under the mattress in this run-down little house in Ballyhooly? I looked around one more time. I still couldn't work out how the boy had managed to elude me, but I would make sure that he never got in here again. Tomorrow morning I would change the locks, front and back, and check that none of the windows could be opened from the outside. As I left the house, Father Murphy came over. "Everything in order?" he asked me, with that same evasive smile. A real priest's smile, always waiting for you to commit yourself. "You said we ought to talk." "We should," he said. "Come across and have a glass with me." We crossed the street and went into a small pub called the Roundy House. Inside there was a small bar and a sitting room with armchairs and a television, just like somebody's private home. 2 young men sat at the bar, smoking, and they acknowledged Father Murphy with a nod of their heads. We sat in the corner by the window. The afternoon light strained through the net curtains, the color of cold tea. Father Murphy clinked my half of Guinness, and then he said, "Maureen hasn't been upsetting you?" She told me that she could hear screaming. "Well, yes, she's right. I've heard it myself. I've seen a boy, too. I saw him in the house twice. I don't know how he got in there." "He got in there because he's always in there." "What are you trying to tell me? That he's a ghost?" Father Murphy shook his head. "I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't suppose that you do either. But he's not alive in the way that you and I are alive. You can see him because he will occupy that house until he gets justice for what happened to him. That's my theory, anyway." "You really think it's the same boy who killed his family?" "That's not possible, is it? I mean, how can that be possible? He killed himself, too, and even if he hadn't, he'd be my age by now." Father Murphy wiped foam from his upper lip. "What's been happening in that house isn't recognized by the teachings of the church, Jerry. I've tried twice to exorcise it. The second time I brought down Father Griffin from Dublin. He said afterwards that no amount of prayer or holy water could cleanse that property because it isn't possessed of any devil. It's possessed instead by the rage of a 9-year-old boy who was driven to utter despair. A child of God, not of Satan. His father was a drunk who regularly beat him. His mother neglected him and fed him on nothing but chips, if she fed him at all. His older sister had Down's syndrome, and he was expected to do everything for her, change her sheets when she wet the bed, everything. He lived in hell, that boy, and he had nobody to help him. My predecessor here did whatever he could, but it isn't easy when the parents are so aggressive. And he wasn't alone, this boy. He was only one of thousands of children all over the country whose parents abuse them, and who don't have anywhere to turn. Whatever it is in your house, Jerry, whatever kind of force it is, it's the force of revenge. A sense of rage and injustice so strong that it has taken on a physical shape. Even if that's true, Father, what can I do about it? You were chosen. I don't know why. Margaret Devlin said that she was chosen too when she inherited number 15, and before her Martin Donnelly. I never knew what became of him. So what happened to Margaret Devlin? How did she die? Well, it was a tragedy. She took her own life. I believe she was separated from her husband or something of the kind. She took an overdose of paracetamol, lay dead in the house for over a week. On the drive back to Cork, under a late afternoon sky as black as a crow's wing, I kept thinking about what Father Murphy had told me. A sense of rage and injustice so strong that it has taken on a physical shape. It didn't really make any scientific sense, or any theological sense either, but in a way I could understand what he meant. We all get angry and frustrated from time to time, and when we do, we can all feel the uncontrollable beast that rises up inside us. Catherine was waiting for me when I got back to my flat. She was a neat, pretty girl with a pale, pre-Raphaelite face and long black hair. She helped me in the cafe from time to time, but her real job was making silver jewelry. We had nearly had an affair once, after a friend's party and too many bottles of Chilean Sauvignon, but she was such a good friend that I was always glad that we had managed to resist each other, mainly by falling asleep. She wanted to know if I wanted to come to an Irish folk evening in McCurtain Street. She was dressed for it, with a blue silk scarf around her head and a long flowing dress with patterns of peacock feathers on it and dozens of jangly silver bracelets. But I didn't feel in the mood for whiskey in the jar and goodbye, Mrs. Durkin. I poured us each a glass of wine and sat down on my big leather sofa, tossing Bishop O'Rourke's Memorial Junior School yearbook onto the coffee table. "What's wrong?" asked Catherine. "The bank didn't turn you down, did they?" As a matter of fact, they did, but that's not it. She sat close beside me, and she had on some perfume like a pomander, cinnamon and cloves and orange peel. "You've got something on your mind, I can tell." I told her about number 15 and the boy that I had seen on the landing. I told her about Maureen, too, and the screaming, and what Father Murphy had said about revenge. "You don't believe any of it, do you? It sounds like a prime case of mass hysteria." I wasn't hysterical, but I saw the boy as clear as I can see you now, and I couldn't find how the hell he managed to get in and out of the house. There just wasn't any way. She picked up the yearbook. "This is spooky, though, isn't it? Finding your old junior school yearbook under the mattress?" She read through the list of names in Class 3. "Linda Ahern. Remember her? Fat, freckles, the reddest hair you've ever seen, but when she turned 14 she was a cracker. Donald Coakley? Thin, weedy. We all used to chase him round the playground and pinch his biscuits. What a mean lot you were. Oh, you know what school kids are like. Ellen Collins? Don't remember her. Martin Donnelly?" I frowned at her. "Who did you say?" "Martin Donnelly." "I don't remember him, but that was the name of the man who owned number 15 before Margaret Devlin." "It's a common enough name, for goodness sake." "Yes, but who comes next? Margaret Flaherty. I wonder if she could have changed her name to Devlin when she married. Isn't there somebody you could ask?" I called my old friend Tony O'Connell, the only former classmate from Bishop O'Rourke's who I still saw from time to time. He ran an auto repair business on the Patrick Mills estate out at Douglas. "Tony, you remember Margaret Flaherty?" "How could I ever forget her? I was in love with her. I picked her a bunch of dandelions once, and she threw them away and called me an idiot. Do you know if she married? Oh, yes. She married some fellow much older than herself. A real waste of space. Estate agent, I think he was. Frank Devlin. And Martin Donnelly? Do you know what happened to him? Martin? He moved to Fermoy or somewhere near there. They found him drowned in the Blackwater. I put down the phone. I may be making a wild assumption here, I told Catherine, but it looks as if number 15 is being passed from one old pupil of Bishop O'Rourke's to the next, alphabetically down the class list, and everybody who owns it ends up dead. You'd better check some more, Catherine suggested. See if you can find out what happened to Linda Ahern and Donald Coakley. It took another hour. Outside it had started to grow dark, that strange foggy disappearance of light that happens over Cork some evenings, because the River Lee brings in cold seawater from the Atlantic, the same reaches where the Lusitania was sunk, and the city turns chilly and quiet, as if it remembers the dead. I found Ita Twomey, who was Linda Ahern's best friend when they were at school, by calling her mother. Ita was Mrs. Desmond now, and lived in Bishopstown. Linda was a single mother, but she inherited a house, I believe. But she was killed in a car accident on the N20, both herself and her kiddie. They burned to death. The Gardaí said that she drove her car deliberately into a bridge. And Donald Coakley? I managed at last to find Vincent O'Brien, our class teacher at Bishop O'Rourke's. You'll have to forgive me for sounding so hoarse. I was diagnosed with cancer of the larynx only 2 months ago. I'll be having a laryngectomy by Christmas, God willing. I'm trying to find out what happened to a classmate of mine called Donald Coakley. Donald? I remember Donald. Poor miserable kid. I don't know what happened to him. He was always very unhappy at school. All of the other kids used to bully him every day. I don't suppose you did, Jerry, but you know how cruel children can be to each other without even realizing what they're doing. He was always playing truant, young Donald, because he didn't want to stay at home and he didn't want to go to school. Poor miserable kid. They were always stealing his lunch money and taking his sweeties and hitting him around. You never know why, do you? Just because his parents were poor, and he always smelled a bit and had holes in his socks. But do you know what happened to him after he left school? I couldn't tell you. He never finished Bishop O'Rourke's. He left at mid-term. He couldn't take the bullying any longer. I think his parents moved. There was some trouble with the social services. I never heard where they went. My mouth was as dry as if I had woken up from drinking red wine all night. Donald was bullied that badly. It happens in every school, doesn't it? It's kids. They have a sort of pack instinct. Anybody who doesn't fit in, they go for, and they never let up. Donald had second-hand shoes and jumpers with holes in them, and of course that made him a prime target. I'm not talking about you, Jerry. I know you were very protective of the weaker kids. But it was a fact. Protective? I thought of the time that I had snatched the Brennan's bread wrapper in which Donald's mother had packed his jam sandwiches for him and stamped on it. I thought of the time that 5 of us had cornered him by the boys' toilets and punched him and beaten him with sticks and rulers until he knelt down on the tarmac with his grubby hands held over his head to protect himself, not even crying, not even begging for mercy, though we kept on shouting and screaming at him. Donald Coakley. My God. The shame of it made my cheeks burn, even after all these years. The day it was raining and we found out that he had lined his shoes with newspaper because they had holes in the soles. Wet pages from the Evening Echo folded beneath his socks. "Is that all you wanted to know?" asked Vincent O'Brien. I could hardly speak to him. I'd forgotten Donald. I'd forgotten him. I don't think I wanted to remember. I put down the phone, and Catherine was staring at me in the strangest way. Well, perhaps she wasn't. Perhaps I had suddenly realized what I had done, and everything was different. I have to go back to Ballyhooly, I told her. You're not crying, are you? Crying? What are you talking about? I have to go back to Ballyhooly, that's all. Tonight? Yes, tonight. Now, let me come with you. Something's happened, hasn't it? You'd be better off with somebody with you. Catherine, this is something I have to deal with on my own. She took hold of my hands between hers. She stroked my fingers, trying to calm me down. But you must tell me, she said. It's something to do with Donald Coakley, isn't it? I nodded. I couldn't speak. She was right, damn it. She was right. I was crying. The boy on the landing was Donald Coakley. I had bullied him and tortured him and stolen his money and trodden on his lunch, and what had he ever had to go home to except a drunken father who punched him and a mother who expected him to lay the fire and take care of his handicapped sister and that damp bedroom in Ballyhooly? I could have befriended him. I could have taken care of him, but I was worse than any of the others. No wonder his father's razor had seemed like the only way out. You don't know how dark it is in the Cork countryside at night, unless you've been there. Only a speckle of distant flickering lights as we drove over the Nagle Mountains. It was cold, but at least it was dry. We arrived in the middle of Ballyhooly at 11:37, and the roundy house was emptying out, 3 or 4 locals laughing and swearing, and a small brown and white dog barking at them disapprovingly. "I don't know what you expect to find here," said Catherine. "I don't know either." I helped her out of the car, but all the time I couldn't take my eyes off number 15. Its windows looked blacker than ever, and in the orange light of Ballyhooly's main street, its paintwork looked even more scabrous and diseased. "Is this it?" Catherine asked. "It looks derelict." "It is." I unlocked the front door and kicked the weatherboard to open it. I switched on the light, and miraculously it worked, even though it was only a single bare bulb. I had called the ESB only yesterday afternoon to have number 15 reconnected. The damp smell seemed even stronger than ever, and I was sure that I could hear a dripping noise. "This is a seriously creepy house," said Catherine, looking around. "How many people died here?" "That night? All 4 of them. Donald's father and mother, Donald's sister, and Donald himself. And Margaret Flaherty died here, too." "It smells like death." "It smells like dry rot to me," I said. But then I took 2 or 3 cautious steps into the hallway and sniffed again. Dry rot, and something dead. Probably a bird stuck down the chimney. "What are you going to do?" asked Catherine. "I don't know, but I have to do something." We took a look in the living room. The broken ceiling light cast a diagonal shadow, which made the whole room appear to be sloping sideways, and distorted its perspective. The wind blew a soft lament down the chimney. "What are those scratches?" asked Catherine, pointing up at the curving. "It looks like a lion's been loose." I asked the estate agent. And? Either he didn't know, or he didn't want to tell me. I took Catherine into the kitchen. It was deadly cold, as always. I didn't really know what I was looking for. Just some sign of what was really happening here. Just some indication of what I could do to break the cycle of Donald Coakley's revenge. If it was Donald Coakley, and not some madman playing games with us. "Nothing here," said Catherine, opening the larder door and peering inside. "Only an old bottle of chef sauce, with a rusty encrusted cap." We went upstairs together. I hadn't realized how much the stairs creaked until now. Every one of them complained as if their nails were slowly being drawn out of them, like teeth. The landing was empty. The front bedroom was empty. The back bedroom was empty, too. The chill was intense, that damp, penetrating chill that characterizes bedrooms in old Irish houses. "I think you should sell," said Catherine. "Get rid of the place as soon as you can. And make sure that you don't sell it to the next person on your class register." You may be right. And there was me thinking this was going to solve all of my problems. Catherine took a last look around the bedroom. "Come on," she said. "There's no point in staying here. There's nothing you can do." "But At that moment, we heard an appalling scream from downstairs. It was a woman's scream, but it was so shrill that it was almost like an animal's. Then it was joined by another scream, a man's. He sounded as if he were being fatally hurt, and he knew it. "Oh, my God!" Catherine gasped. "Oh, my God, what is it?" "Stay here," I told her. "I'm coming with you. I just want to get out of here." "Stay here. We don't know what the hell could be down there." "Oh, God," she repeated, but her voice was drowned out by another agonized scream, and then another, and then another. I started downstairs, ducking my head so that I could see through the banisters into the hallway. I was so frightened that I was making a thin, pathetic whining noise, like a child. The screams were coming from the living room. The door was half open, and the light was still on, but I couldn't see anything at all. No shadows, nothing. I reached the bottom of the stairs and edged my way along the hall until I was right beside the living room door. The screams were hideous, and in between the screams I could hear a woman begging for her life. I tried to peer in through the crack in the door, but I still couldn't see anything. I thought, there's only one thing for it. I've just got to crash into the room and surprise him, whoever he is, and hope that he isn't stronger and quicker, and that he doesn't have a straight razor. I took a deep breath. Then I took a step back, lowered my shoulder, and collided against the door. It slammed wide open, and jutted a little way back again. The screams abruptly stopped. I was standing in a silent room, alone, with only a chair for company. Either we had imagined the screaming, or else it was some kind of trick. I was still standing there, baffled, when I heard the bedroom door slamming upstairs, and more screaming. Only this time I recognized who it was. Catherine, and she was shouting out, "Jerry! Jerry! Jerry, for God's sake, help me! Jerry, for God's sake!" I vaulted back up the stairs, my vision jostling like a handheld camera. The door to the smaller bedroom was shut, brown-painted wood with a cheap plastic handle. I tried to open it, but it was locked or bolted. And all the time Catherine was screaming and screaming. "Catherine!" I yelled back. "Catherine, what's happening? I can't open the door!" But all she could do was scream and weep and babble something incomprehensible, like, No, you can't be. I hurled myself against the door, shoulder first, but all I did was bruise my arm. Catherine's screams reached a crescendo, and I was mad with panic, panting and shaking. I propped my hands against the landing walls to balance myself, and I kicked at the door lock, once, twice, and then the door jamb splintered, and the door shuddered open. Catherine was lying on the bed. She was struggling and staring at me, her eyes wide open. She looked as if she were fastened onto the mattress with thick brown sticks, trapped, unable to move. But beside the bed stood a huge and complicated creature that I could hardly even begin to understand. It almost filled the room with arms and legs like an immense spider, and glossy brown sacs hung from its limbs like some kind of disgusting fruit. In the middle of it, and part of it, all mixed up in it, his head swollen out of proportion and his eyes as black as cellars, stood Donald Coakley in his grey flannel shorts and his patched-up jumper, his lips drawn back as if they had been nailed to his gums. He floated, almost, borne up above the threadbare carpet by the thicket of tentacles that sprouted out of his back. The thick brown sticks that fastened Catherine to the bed were spiders' legs, or the legs of the thing that Donald Coakley had created out of his need for revenge. This was revenge incarnate. This was what revenge looked like when it reached such an intensity that it took on a life of its own. In his right hand, Donald held a straight razor with a bloodied blade. It was only an inch above Catherine's neck. He had already cut her once, a very light cut, right across her throat, and blood was running into the collar of a green sweater. I approached him as near as I dared. The whole room was a thicket of spider-like legs, and there was nothing on Donald's face to indicate that he could see me, or that he had any human emotions at all. "What do you want me to do?" I asked him. "What do you want me to say?" You want me to apologize for bullying you? I bullied you, yes, and I'm sorry for it. I wish I'd never done it. But we were all young and ignorant in those days. We never guessed that you were so unhappy, and even if we'd known, I don't think that we would have cared. It's life, Donald. It's life, and you don't ease your own pain by inflicting it on others. Donald raised his head a little. I didn't know whether he could see me or not. The criss-cross spider's legs that surrounded him twitched and trembled as if they were eager to scuttle toward me. "You don't know the meaning of pain," he said, and his voice sounded exactly as it had all those years ago in the playground of Bishop O'Rourke's. "You never suffered pain, any of you." "Oh, God," said Catherine, "please help me." But without any hesitation at all, Donald swept the straight razor from one side of her neck to the other. If you hadn't been paying any particular attention, you wouldn't have realized immediately what he had done. But he had sliced her neck through, almost to the vertebrae, and from that instant there was no chance at all of her survival. Blood suddenly sprayed everywhere, all over the bed, all up the walls, all over the carpet. No wonder the Gardaí had broken into this house and thought that it was all decorated red. Catherine twitched and shuddered. One hand tried to reach out for me, but I knew that Donald had killed her, and so probably did she. The blood was unbelievable, pints of it pumped out everywhere. Donald's hands were smothered in it, and it was even splattered across his face. I shall never know to this day exactly what happened next. But if you can accept that men and women become physically transformed whenever they're truly vengeful, then you can understand it, even if you don't completely believe it. When Donald cut Catherine's throat, something happened to me. I'm not saying that it was similar to what happened to Donald, but my mind suddenly boiled over with the blackest of rages. I felt hatred and aggression, but I also felt enormous power. I felt myself lifted up, surged forward, as if I had legs and arms that I had never had before, as if I had unimaginable power. I hurled myself at Donald and the thicket of limbs that surrounded him and grasped him around the waist. He slashed at my face with his straight razor. I knew he was cutting me. I could feel the blood flying. He struggled and screamed like a girl, but I forced him backward. I gripped his hair and clawed at his face. His spidery arms and legs were flailing at me, but I had spidery arms and legs that were more than the equal of his, and we fought for one desperate moment like two giant insects. My urge for revenge, though, was so much fiercer than his. I hurled him back against the bedroom window. The glass cracked. The glazing bars cracked. Then both of us smashed through the window and into the yard, falling 15 feet onto bricks and bags of cement and window frames. I lifted my head. I could feel the blood dripping from my lips. I felt bruised all over, as if I had been trampled by a horse. I could hear shouting in the street, and a woman screaming. Donald Coakley was staring at me, only inches away, and his face was as white as the face of the moon. "I've got you now, Jerry," he said, and he managed the faintest of smiles. And that's my testimony, and that's all I can tell you. You can talk to Father Murphy for what it's worth. You can talk to Maureen. If she doesn't admit to the screaming, then it's only because she's worried about the value of her house. But it's all true, and I didn't touch Catherine, I swear. If you can't find any trace of Donald, then I don't mind that, because it means that he's finally gone to his rest. But I'd be careful of who I bullied if I were you, and I'd steer clear of white-faced boys in second-hand shoes. And I wouldn't have a vengeful thought in my head, not one. Not unless you want to find out what vengeance really is. Michael Marshall Smith. Welcome. Michael Marshall Smith is a novelist and screenwriter. His first novel, Only Forward, won the August Derleth Award. His second, Spares, has been optioned by Steven Spielberg's DreamWorks SKG and translated in 17 countries around the world, and his third, One of Us, is under option by Warner Brothers and Denovi Pictures. His short stories have appeared in a wide number of anthologies and magazines, and a collection of his short fiction, What You Make It, was recently published by HarperCollins in the UK. He lives in London with his wife Paula and 2 cats, where he is currently screenwriting and finishing his 4th novel, The Straw Man. As Smith recalls, the central event of Welcome, a computer file suddenly showing a creation date which, while calendrically feasible, was technologically impossible, actually happened to me. I knew less about computers than I do now, and I remember the odd bafflement it caused me. I still have the file, too. It was a short story of mine called Autumn, although transfers from computer to computer have rectified the dating error. This story is a telling of that event against a background of the recent hysteria about the Millennium Bug, which as a long-term Mac user I felt quietly smug about, married with a hymn of hatred about dire day jobs. Paul swore imaginatively and at some length, glaring at the screen in front of him. His current sentence already boasted 3 ands and 2 actuallys, and was, moreover, set firmly on a course into the realms of pure nonsense. Its end dangled in space, peering nervously about for something to mean, but he despaired of even just getting it to the point where he could legitimately put a full stop after it. He reached for the cigarettes on the windowsill, glancing dully at the clock in the corner of the screen. 11:14 p.m. When he'd started work that evening, Send in the Clones had stood at 800 words. 3 hours of effort had merely made it slightly shorter. The individual sentences were okay. He could usually come up with a trenchant observation or a fairly bon mot, but they were like a group of strangers trapped together on a bus, with no relationship to each other apart from the fact they appeared on the same page. Chances were that by the time Paul had massaged any coherence into the piece, some bastard scientist would have invented a new technique, and the whole subject would be out of date anyway. Again. Enough already. Paul command-clicked a save and listened to the 1s and 0s on the hard disk feverishly playing musical chairs. Eventually the machine pinged at him, and he quit out, yawning and slumping forward, noticing just how much his back hurt, and how tired he was. As ever, feeling shattered as a way of life. Haul yourself out of bed, too tired to even focus, drag your body around for the day, then go home. Work some more, then go to bed too late. Repeat until dead. Suddenly, the solution to the sentence he'd been working on popped into his head, a way of making it both say something intelligible and remain conventional English. The boys in the back room had evidently been beavering away at the problem, not noticing he'd given up for the night. He considered reloading the word processor, found that he couldn't be bothered, and decided to jot it down in the document's information window instead. Selecting Clones with a click on the document's icon, Paul hit the required key combination and typed the revised sentence into the little window which popped up. It didn't look quite as stirring on the screen, but it was going to have to do. He moved the cursor up towards the box which would close the window, his eyes straying over the information underneath. Last modified, Wednesday, December 15th, 1999, 11:17 p.m. Type, all right document. Document size, 7K. File created. Suddenly he stopped and leaned closer to the screen. Mouth open, he stared at the final line in the information window. File created Monday, September 9th, 1957, 5:02 p.m. He shut the information window, then opened it again. It was still there. Obviously, it was just a glitch of some kind, some binary dancer left standing when the music stopped, but in a funny sort of way, he liked it. There was something appealingly odd about seeing 1957 up there, a year when the computer that was displaying it would have been a piece of science fiction. Taking a gulp of cold tea, Paul started to apply some scientific method. The clock in the corner of the screen was showing the correct time, which proved that the motherboard battery was still functioning. He reloaded the word processor and checked the story, which appeared fine. Then he created a test document, typing in a few words, saving it, and quitting. Opening the new document's information window showed a file creation date of December 15th, 1999. Pleased, Paul opened the clones window again. File created Monday, September 9th, 1957, 5:02 p.m. It was still just a glitch, a 5 and a 7 snatched out of the variable ether instead of 2 9s, but it was a weird and one-off glitch, and Paul felt vaguely cheered by it. He switched the computer off and rubbed his eyes. Time to give Jenny a ring. In preparation, he walked into the kitchen to make a fresh cup of tea, circling the phone as if it was an animal that had been recently and only partially tamed. Telephones are fine for conducting business, essential even. The whole edifice of commerce would come crashing down if people could see the chasm of boredom in the faces of those they dealt with. Over the phone, it was possible to pretend things were important, when actually they were just jobs. Personal conversations were different, and Paul had come to dread them, even though the distance between him and Jenny meant that the phone mediated about 80% of their relationship. Maybe if things were okay, you could just breezily chat to each other, update on the important things because the real things were okay. But things were not okay. They were not okay to the tune of 2 miserable years and a scoreline of Jenny 3 affairs, Paul 0. The last 6 months had been a little better, and they had at least been together, but bridge building had in reality been limited to dropping a slim and fragile plank between the two sides and spending occasional weekends standing precariously in the middle. Unhappiness at not feeling needed or wanted had become a part of Paul's life, his every thought, like an interfaceless application running in the background of every moment. His mental soundtrack had become a litany of miserable bitterness, and he hated himself for being that way. Settling back into the flat's one comfortable chair, Paul propped the handset under his chin, the skill a legacy of long hours at work spent listening to people whining at him over the phone, and dialed the Cambridge number. A ringing tone eventually emerged, and Paul lit a cigarette in preparation. 5, 6 rings. Christ, how long did it take to get from her room to the hall? 10 seconds? 9, 10. After 20 or so rings, Paul quietly replaced the handset, chewing the inside of his lip. He tried again, looking at his watch. 11:30 p.m. Another 20 rings. No reply. Breathing deeply, he put the phone down again. What this time? Aerobics class go into overtime? Another drink with the people from work? Why was she never bloody in when he called? I went to the cinema with Val. I told you I was going to. Till 11:30? We stopped off for a drink, all right? It's Christmas. God, aren't I even allowed to— Been there, done that, seen it all before. Of course, that was all it was. Or one of 100 variants. In a way, it was better than getting the engaged signal. That always made him think she was curled up happily in her flat, chatting to the last one. She couldn't win either way. But then, neither could he. Closing his eyes, Paul slowly calmed down. It wasn't fair to be suspicious, to envy her friends and social life. But The Paul who had been able to take things in his stride, to forgive and forget and trust, was a Paul who'd never been lied to, and never seen infidelity, never sat at home knowing his girlfriend was at that moment sleeping with someone else, someone older, taller, and more exciting than himself. He missed that Paul, mourned the nicer man he thought he'd probably once been, but recognized the inevitability of his passing. He just hadn't been up to the job. Reality demanded psyches with crumple zones. He'd walked into the world with his head held high and had the shit kicked out of him so many times that now he was hiding somewhere deep inside, waiting for a miracle without any hope at all. It was time to go to bed. Looking like a hard drugs user might be part of what stopped him ever getting the small consolation of someone appearing to fancy him. That, and being resolutely average-looking, and not having a tan, and only being 5 feet 9 inches tall. Not that short, above average height, in fact, but ever since hearing Jenny's description of the last one, he'd gone round marveling at how close the ground was to his head, feeling like a bloody dwarf. But he didn't feel tired enough to trust himself to bed. It was there, and in this sort of mood, that he saw most clearly Jenny's kisses on someone else's neck and stomach, imagined scenarios that should have burned themselves out long ago, but which just got clearer every time. He tried the television, which offered 2 track-suited yobs talking about a group of musical track-suited yobs, and 3 conventionally suited old twits gassing on about women in the church. Paul, who felt that the only priests who could be taken halfway seriously were Irish males in their 50s, turned it off again. For want of anything better to do, he sat back down at his desk and turned the computer back on, calling up Clone's information window again. It was still there. File created Monday, September 9th, 1957, 5:02 p.m. The strange thing was that it didn't look like a mistake. The 57 looked unremarkable and solid. Paul reached for his diary and checked September 9th, 1999. It had been a Thursday, so the day was wrong too. Or was it? On a sudden whim, he fired up his organizer application and asked it to go to the relevant month in 1957, aware that he was feeling nervously excited. And there it was. September 9th, 1957, had been a Monday. That was something else. Throwing up a couple of random numbers that happened to make a date was one thing, but getting the right day was, well, it was something different again. Too intrigued to notice that for once neither Jenny nor work had a place in his mind, Paul sat back and smiled. He couldn't explain what he was seeing, and he was glad. He knew that basically it was still just a glitch, and that he ought to be worrying about system file corruption or I/O errors, but he didn't care. For some reason it was interesting and exciting. It seemed to point to unusual territories, something intangible beyond the everyday. A glimpse of a land beyond the icy wastes of normality was worth having, even if it was just a code-generated mirage. What it called for, of course, was a story. A little piece. Relaxing, blowing smoke up towards the ceiling, Paul worked around the idea, trying to see where it could lead. Man finds that a document he's created shows a creation date many years before his computer was invented, but which is still a genuine date. Computer time versus real time. Unreliability of binary truths. The Millennium Bug. Something. Nothing came, and he wasn't too concerned. He was beginning to feel sleepy, which meant that he could safely go to bed. It didn't matter if he couldn't get a story out of the glitch. It was still good that it had happened. And, of course, he had to go to work tomorrow. He woke abruptly, hammered from sleep by his alarm. After turning it off by hitting it with his fist until it stopped, He hauled himself upright and lurched to the bathroom, still well over half asleep and feeling terrible. Sitting blankly in the bath, working up the energy to wash, he found that he was almost in tears. As he shaved, he remembered the dream. He and Jenny had been at an event of some kind, a big party full of people in formal wear, and things between him and Jenny had been okay in a way they hadn't been for a while, as if there was a future to look forward to. Then she had been called away to the telephone. When she came back, she said that the last one was coming to visit her, and that he'd be there for 2 weeks this time. Paul had been distracted by a sound of some kind, and before he'd had time to argue, she'd disappeared into the crowd. He'd searched for her, and asked people if they'd seen where she went. All he got was smiles, and then the windows had burst inwards as an endless pack of wolves poured into the room. More awake now, he knew he wouldn't cry, but also that he'd spend the day even more bitterly than normal. The thought of breakfast made him feel as nauseous as usual, and he smoked a few cigarettes instead, staring out the window with a cup of tea. He realized that Jenny and he still hadn't made any plans for what to do on December 31st. With less than 2 weeks to go, he was beginning to suspect it wasn't going to happen. What then? Arbitrary or not, surely it should herald a new beginning. Surely not just more of the same. It rained as he walked to the station. During the 40-minute tube journey, he climbed slowly towards the hard and brittle self he used these days, reading fitfully. The mornings were always the worst. Often he would find his mind working away at old hurts, and would have to force himself to read, to try to block them out. Sometimes he even found himself inventing things that might have happened, or could happen. Some part of him was locked away in a circle of hurt, and couldn't think about anything else. It couldn't hate her, so it hated him instead, punished him with make-believe and foreshadowing all possibilities, so that nothing would ever come as a surprise again. It was completely out of Paul's control, and all he could do was try to coat it with white noise. Reading wasn't working, so he looked around the carriage instead, trying to find something to look at, something to tether his attention to the outside world for a change. In front of him stood a gaggle of girls in their late teens, gossiping in mock-outraged terms about something some acquaintance of theirs had done. Paul silently bet that the girl's name was Laura. There seemed to be hundreds of Lauras out there, bad-mouthing their bosses, stealing other people's boyfriends, and never traveling on the tube. Just along from the girls was a man who looked like someone had found an enormous pear, painted it like a suit, and stuck a copy of the Financial Times in its mitts. Apart from that, the carriage looked as if it had been filled by extras from the random commuters department of Central Casting. Pink eyes, clothes hastily decrumpled, faces still half asleep. But 2 stops later, she got on. Paul had no idea of her name, and no intention of trying to find out. She was in her late 30s, with dark brown hair, slim, tall. Unexceptional, really, except that she looked nice, and friendly, and trustworthy. And seeing her gave him his customary pang of quiet desire and misery. A fat man in a brown suit oozed onto the train after her and blocked his sight line, and Paul turned back to his book, almost with relief. Better not to look. After a while the words began to swim in front of his eyes, and, to head his mind off from its accustomed paths, Paul worried at the problem of the story idea from the night before, feeling sure that something must be possible from a premise like that. Perhaps it could generate the kind of quirky piece which all the magazines seemed to be after. Maybe he might be able to sell something for once, start turning the dream of journalism into something approaching a reality. Nothing came, though. The idea seemed unwilling to be subsumed, and just sat there by itself. In front of him, Paul noticed a quiet couple holding hands, and knew immediately that they had just spent the night together for the first time after an office party. A succession of images came into his mind, her hair still wet from its morning wash, her normal routine disrupted, his face smarting from using a razor found lying around in the bathroom, feeling oddly put together, wearing yesterday's shirt and smelling of someone else's deodorant. Neither of them quite sure what to say, how to be, struggling to deal with the suddenly widened perception of someone they saw every day at work. Confused memories of the night before, of the shock of so much skin. The next stop was theirs, and they stood up together, wavered, and then didn't hold hands as they got off the train. Paul got off at Oxford Circus and trudged up to Great Portland Street to the office. Everyone else was already at their desks, as always. One or two grunted at him as he went to the kitchen. He poured himself a cup of coffee and took it into his office, shutting the door behind him. Normally he left it open, to catch what stray gusts of camaraderie might come. This morning he needed 10 minutes' peace, and wasn't in the mood for saying, "Oh, really?" Then the phone rang, and the first hassle of the day started. He opened the door. He took his lunch at 2 p.m., as always. The shorter afternoon seemed to make the day go quicker, and he was generally so busy doing mindless things to unrealistic schedules that there wasn't a breathing space for time to drag in. Lunchtimes were often when he felt worse, in fact. He had time to resent the fact that the days went so quickly without him getting anything out of them, that he had no power in his job, only responsibility, and time to feel yet more fury at himself for apparently having nothing else to think about, for the constant black mass in his head. He was terribly, terribly bored with himself. Perhaps it wasn't surprising if Jenny was, too. He walked out past the others, feeling their eyebrows raise. Taking your lunch break was deemed a sign of weakness, a lack of dedication. It made him feel as if he'd said something rude about the Queen Mother. The thing Paul found hardest to bear was having to pretend that he cared about the office, that it was his life. The others didn't seem to have to pretend. Edgerton in particular appeared to live at the bloody place. Virtually every day he'd proclaim with smug self-deprecation that he'd been there since 8:30 a.m., or even earlier. The required response seemed to be one of mingled awe and businesslike respect. It made Paul want to grab him by the lapels and shake him vigorously, shouting, "Why, you dull bastard!" loudly in his face. A queue of people strung out of the snack bar, all waiting to take their sandwiches away so they could eat them at their desks with a telephone under each ear. Paul walked a further 50 yards to the Burger King. A blank-faced waitress sold him a hamburger and told him to enjoy his meal. "I'll try," said Paul. She didn't smile. Didn't look like she ever had, in fact. Determined to relax, Paul lit a cigarette after his burger and tried to read. A middle-aged man nursing a coffee a few tables away asked for the time. Paul gave it to him. "Oh," the man said, and went back to staring at the table. Nothing else to do. Nothing to be on time for. Waiting the day away. On the way out, Paul shoved his rubbish into a bin that said "thank you" on it. A passing Oriental table clearer with cataclysmic acne thanked him, too. Adam was waiting for him when he got back to the office, sitting on his desk and using his phone, making no effort to cut the call short. "Here," he said eventually, thrusting a sheaf of papers at him. "These have to be at the printers by 4. Paul stared at the bundle. The association he worked for produced a stupendously boring magazine, which was nothing to do with him. He'd somehow ended up, however, with the responsibility of proofreading the non-stories on non-issues. At some stage he must have made some ill-advised comment about being interested in journalism, and he was never given it until the last possible minute. In front of him was 40 pages of galleys, the whole magazine. "Adam, got rather a lot to do, actually," he said, forcing himself to play his polite part in what was a monthly ritual. "Got to go off today, all right," Adam replied, looking past him, and then abruptly turned and walked away, dropping the proofs on Paul's desk. An hour later, and less than a third of the way through, Paul paused to get a cup of coffee. As he passed Whitehead's office, the director stepped out. "Proofing done, is it?" he said, looking at the coffee in Paul's hand. "Almost," Paul replied, trying to sound like a colleague, not a minion. "I'm about got to go off today, you know," Whitehead said, and stepped back into his office, closing the door. He finally finished at 6:10 p.m., having got none of his own work done. Adam took the proofs without a word. Through his door, Paul saw he and Whitehead conferring over them. Adam looked at his watch and shook his head. Paul half rose from his chair to go over and explain to Whitehead just why the proofs were late, then sat heavily down again. He could picture exactly what sort of reply he'd get. Brutally polite, like a genteel and immaculately delivered punch in the mouth. Instead, he tidied his desk until they had gone, and then left the office, feeling the customary thread of weak relief at the end of something unpleasant and boring, amidst quiet despair in anticipation of the next. The tube station was full of people, milling into a funnel struggling towards the one escalator out of 3 that was working. Paul let fluid hatred wash over him. Surely it wasn't that difficult to keep escalators working. It was happening all over the underground. Was the magic that kept them going really that arcane and impenetrable? For years, they'd all worked fine. Then suddenly it was apparently impossible to keep them running for more than 10 minutes at a time. The week before, he'd noticed that one side of the steps leading out of the station had been roped off too. Not working either, presumably. The platform was crowded, the destination board blank, sightless eyes and sagging shoulders jostling in an ether of irritation. Someone had thrown themselves under a train, and Paul felt that he could see their point. How long would you have to stand, surrounded by desperate commuters, people angrily pacing in smaller and smaller circles until they were almost standing still, before you simply couldn't take it anymore? Before you realized that there could be a new and unusual journey which you could start with a single step? He could almost see the bored fury seeping out of the rumpled and glowing bodies of the commuters around him, swirling like a hot mist around their feet. Perhaps when it reached head height, they would all jump together, piling into the trench in front. When a train finally arrived, it was packed, and going somewhere he didn't want to go, via somewhere he'd never heard of. The doors opened into a battle zone of elbows and sweating flesh. Pressed from all sides, too close to faces, surrounded by dry red skin and sallow foreheads. Brutal stupidity and vapid waste hanging from straps, cheap suits and fat white calves. For a moment, Paul experienced an alarming feeling of vertigo, unable to believe that there was anyone in the bodies around him, convinced that he was trapped in a humid abattoir and that what surrounded him were just carcasses, hung meat. Then a flick of greasy hair across his face and the unwelcome pressure of a man's hip brought him back, and it was a little better, but also worse. Too hemmed in to read his book, he succumbed to the thoughts that came, feeling nastier and more twisted with each one. When the tube reached Leytonstone, Paul had to fight his way off to avoid going down the wrong line. It was raining quite hard, and he hunched into a corner of the open platform, lighting a cigarette with trembling hands. Of course it was illegal to smoke, but he was going to do it anyway. He forced a 10-minute train of thought concerning Jenny to stop by repeating a line over and over in his head until it was gone. Only then did he realize what the line actually was. File created Monday, September 9th, 1957, 5:02 p.m. Gradually he calmed down, diffusing the hatred with a childlike fantasy about the woman on the morning train. Nothing sexual, nothing sordid, just thoughts of sitting with her, talking to her, and seeing her looking at him as if she loved him. It made him feel about 4 years old, which wasn't so bad, except that he was standing alone on a platform in the rain, and when he got home his mother wouldn't be there, just a flat full of empty space and objects he couldn't remember buying. Eventually another train meandered into the station, probably by accident, and Paul ducked through the nearest doors. The air was hot and rancid, and the carriage seemed deserted, with its only 5 or 6 bedraggled survivors. As he sat down, Paul looked at his watch. Nearly 8 p.m. Another half hour to get home. Have a shower, eat, try to wind down. Goodbye evening, and tomorrow's another day. As the train pulled out, the girl sitting opposite went through a complex rigmarole of half-standing contortions as she tried to pull her skirt down. Not that it was riding up as such. If you wear a skirt that ends about 9 inches above the knee, Paul thought, then surely you must expect your legs to be a little bit visible. Presumably that was the point. So why the prim self-righteousness, the baleful stare? Not wanting to read, but feeling compelled to make a show of not looking at the girl in the way she clearly thought he was going to, Paul stared at his book instead. She got off 2 stops later, leaving the carriage empty. Savoring the almost surreal feeling of space, he lounged back in the seat and relaxed, breathing deeply, looking around at the debris. Coke cans, tissues, burger wrappers, and strewn pieces of newspaper. It looked like an urban back street painted by someone who wanted to live in the countryside. 2 minutes later, the train was stationary again. Not at a station, of course, just stationary. Staring drowsily in front of him, Paul noticed an intact newspaper on one of the opposite seats and leaned forward to pick it up. In his current frame of mind, he would be very unlikely to make any headway with either clones or the new idea for a story. He might as well find out what was on television. Before his hand was even close to it, he noticed something odd about the paper. At first, he'd just taken it for a crumpled Evening Standard, but as he got nearer to it, the stock seemed to get whiter, cleaner. He leaned back again, frowning. Slowly he moved his head, thankful that no one was in the carriage to witness what would have seemed like a very strange series of maneuvers, and slightly worried that staring at computer screens might finally have damaged his eyes. At first the paper was a nasty gray, but as you got closer, it became whiter, so white that the edges almost seemed blue. Then he realized that the paper was actually just white, but that there seemed to be an area of color around it, a field of rich blue-purple. The paper wasn't crumpled and mauled as he'd first thought, but crisp, with edges that looked razor-sharp. Tentatively he reached towards it again. The colors in the air about it grew stronger. He moved his head from side to side, but the field stayed where it was, proving that it wasn't his eyes at fault. The effect was hard to come to terms with, a pocket of super-intense hues which at the same time didn't interfere with the color of the seat underneath it. When his fingers touched the paper, the riot of color blinked out, leaving the carriage even more drab than before. Carefully, he picked it up. It felt very light. The paper was indeed very clean and new-looking, and the typeface seemed unfamiliar. Intrigued, Paul turned to the front page. At the top was just one word, the name of the paper. It was Welcome. As the train started to move again, the driver presumably having finished whatever crossword he'd been working on, Paul looked more closely at the front page. He realized that the header typeface was in fact merely a standard Times or Planton or whatever. It was the contents of the columns of the type underneath it that were different. It was simply a list of names. Hundreds of them. The next page was the same, and the next. Page after page, column after column, right down to the foot of the back page. Names. No headings, no photos, no adverts, just names. Paul scanned the edges of the pages, looking for clues as to what the paper might be, but there was no publisher listed or address. It was just a newspaper full of names on crisp white paper. He looked down the columns, trying to pick out a pattern, but there was none. The names weren't in alphabetical order, were both men and women's. And that title. Still frowning, Paul turned back to the front page. Welcome. Apart from being the nicest thing anyone had said to him all day, what did it mean? Welcome to what? Who were all these people, and what on earth was the point of printing all their names? Then his eyes caught something they'd only flicked over before. In the top right-hand corner, the newspaper had a date. It was Monday, September 9th, 1957. A grunt of surprise escaped as Paul's mouth dropped open, and his chest felt suddenly very cold. The sound of doors opening made him look up. It took him a moment to realize that the tube had reached his station. By that time they were closing again. Still clutching the paper in his hands, Paul leaped through the doors onto the empty platform. The train pulled off, and Paul stood and watched it go, dazed. He looked down, saw the paper in his hand, and tucked it inside his coat pocket to protect it from the rain. Then he put his head down and started walking quickly. When he got to his front door, he was tired and out of breath. Normally he took his time up the final hill, but tonight he had stalked up it rapidly, and his heart was thudding painfully. He showered quickly and changed his clothes. Then, with a cup of tea, he sat next to the phone. He didn't think Jenny would actually be very interested, but she would have to do. Paul was as open to the idea of coincidence as the next man, but also aware of its limitations. This, he felt, was very beyond them. This erased the possibility of a computer glitch. What it opened up instead was far from clear. For the first time in what seemed like forever, he felt excited. Hooking the phone under his chin and lighting a cigarette, he stabbed out the number. As it rung, he reached out behind him and felt in the coat pocket for the paper, scrabbling it out just as the phone was picked up at the other end. "Hi, it's me," he said. There was a slight pause, and then Jenny said, "Oh, hello." Paul felt his heart give its customary lurch at the tonelessness of her greeting, at the complete absence of any hint of interest or satisfaction at hearing his voice, and also felt a thread of anger. But he brushed it aside and launched into what had happened, spreading the paper out in front of him. He'd got as far as the title of the paper, speaking into a void as far as he could tell for all of Jenny's exclamations of interest, when he looked down. On his lap was a copy of the Evening Standard. It was very grubby and had a picture of Tony Blair on the front and a footballer on the back, and was dated December 16th, 1999. Feeling both foolish and betrayed, Paul rapidly leafed through the paper, blood rising to his face. Adverts for upcoming sales, share prices, bollocks about the housing market. It was just the Evening Standard. As was her custom, Jenny covered the silence by not saying anything. 10 minutes later, Paul put the phone down. Jenny had started saying she had work to do, and that anyway she was expecting a call from her mother. It had got bad long before that, though not because of what was said. They saved that up for the little time they had together. Just another duel of silences. Paul jollied along for as long as he could, as always, talking about his day, trying to get her to talk about hers, saying her name occasionally to check that she was still there. After a time he lost heart and asked her what was wrong. She said that nothing was wrong. Why wasn't she saying anything then? She said that she was. Silence. Well, she obviously wasn't saying anything, was she? How was she supposed to say anything when he was having a go at her for not saying anything? He wasn't having a go. Something was obviously wrong. What was it? Nothing was wrong. Silence. Glad that he hadn't done it in front of her again, Paul sat in the silent flat and cried. No mention had been made of how they were going to spend the millennium. After he was done, he got up and switched the television on. There wasn't anything he wanted to watch. He had the Evening Standard now, didn't he, so he knew what was on. He just needed some background noise, something to link him to real time, the real world. Something also to dampen the constant noise of thought, the endless whirl of sentences with nowhere to go and nothing to absolve them. When he was honest with himself, he could admit that he'd long ago given up all hope of getting anything he wrote published. All it was about now was trying to find some sticky lines to attach the thoughts to fasten them down and stop them tearing around his head like a flock of damaged birds, pecking viciously at him until the pain threatened to push him into a state of mind where he didn't feel safe with knives in the kitchen. One of the things the last 2 years had taught him was that you didn't have to have nothing to lose, to sometimes want to lose it anyway. He got some food together and ate it. Every now and then he looked at the newspaper, but it was still just an ordinary paper. His supper finished, he busied himself with washing up and making yet more tea. Tea and cigarettes, the pillars of his days. Until a couple of years ago, he had never cried. Now he seemed to be on the verge of tears all the time. He tried to ration himself, and never wanted to cry in front of Jenny again. He had used to feel strong, had used to feel her equal. Crying in front of her made him feel demeaned and weak, pathetic. It wasn't terribly manly, even for the postmodern neo-sensitives that women allegedly wanted these days. But sometimes he couldn't help it. What can you do if the only person you have to talk to is the person who makes you feel as bad as you do? Sitting in his chair again, he stared belligerently at the paper on the floor. Obviously, he'd just dozed off on the train, and the date on his mind had woven a dream for him. When he'd jumped off at Loughton, he'd felt disorientated and strange, and clearly that had been the result of being awakened by the opening doors and having to leap off the train still half asleep. It didn't really matter. He just felt very disappointed that it hadn't happened, that the glitch was still a glitch. For when he'd dreamed he'd seen that date on the paper, he had been frightened at the thought that it was no longer just a mistake on the computer, but he had also been very happy. By 10:30 p.m., the evening's viewing had got too boring to even just sit vacantly in front of. Paul thought about listening to a CD, but couldn't be bothered. He couldn't seem to really hear music anymore. Going to bed would be a definite mistake. So, by default, he ended up in front of his computer, listening to the system load itself up. Maybe if he tacked yesterday night's sentence onto the end of clones, he would be able to see where to take it from there. Maybe he could actually get it finished. Maybe world peace would break out. The machine pinged at him to signify readiness, then Paul called up Clone's information window to copy down the sentence. After reading it twice, he realized something he hadn't noticed the night before. It was crap. He deleted it, all desire to work on the story gone, and sat with his head in his hands. The television burbled in the background, in excited transition from one late-night slot filler to the next. The file creation date was still there, still just a glitch. Discredited though it was, it still made him smile wanly. His glazing eyes wandered down the screen as he absently moved the cursor in circles over it, watching it move over numbers and letters as if it was actually above them. As he tried to motivate himself into doing something constructive, the words he was circling over slowly came into focus. He read them, and the circle came to an abrupt halt. Clone's information window said, document size 321K. 321 kilobytes? That couldn't be right. Clone's was only 2 pages long, for God's sake. And the night before it had said 7K. He was sure it had. It must have done. 2 pages was about 6 or 7K. 321K must be a few hundred pages, and Clone's sure as hell wasn't that long. His collected works weren't that long. That meant problems. That meant Problem City, in fact. Something bad must be happening to the desktop file or extents tree, which meant not only that the file creation date was most likely just a glitch, but that if he wasn't careful, everything on his hard disk would be crapped out of existence. Paul hurriedly loaded the word processor. If it was just Clones that was affected, maybe it was okay. If not, then it was all hands to the floppy disks, with women in journalism off first. The document took a long time to load, much longer than just 2 pages should. Then the machine pinged again, and a blank page filled the screen, surrounded by the word processor's scroll bars and menus. That was as expected. He always left a blank page at the top of a document to fill the title and his address in when he'd finished, as a sort of completion ritual. He clicked on the scroll bar, bringing up the next portion of the page. He saw that the first page was not blank as he'd left it, that the document now had a title. That title was Welcome. Paul clicked the scroll bar once more, and again. The second page came up. It was divided into 3 neat columns, something his word processor was not capable of doing. In each of those columns was a list of names. It took Paul nearly 10 minutes to click down through the document, one screen at a time. A few of the names he recognized, and he knew why. The list was similar to the one he'd seen on the train, but longer. 170 pages of names. As he got towards the end of the document, the scrolling seemed to get slower, more sluggish. At the bottom of the last page was a new line. It said, "To all of you, welcome." Paul had just time to read this, and then the screen jittered and went blank. He stared at it for some time, not smoking, not thinking, just hearing names, seeing them in their orderly rows like some kind of roll call. Eventually he got up and turned the stalled computer off at the back. He could rebuild his desktop file, and had a fairly recent backup of all his documents. None of it seemed very important. He noticed his cheeks were wet and realized that he had been crying. But he didn't feel sad. He didn't really know what he felt. Something was there, but just out of reach. He made a cup of tea, sat in his chair, and waited. The time seemed to pass very quickly, easily, his mind an almost total and blessed blank. After a time he fell asleep, and did not dream. As he smoked his breakfast the next morning, the letterbox clanged. Some post for a change. The contents of a large manila envelope he knew before he opened it. Sure enough, it was another story rejection, with a form letter politely telling him to fuck off and die. There was also a small, light blue envelope with handwriting he recognized. A letter from Jenny, which could only mean bad news. He couldn't remember the last time she'd bothered to write. He opened it slowly, hands trembling. "The last one," he read, although she of course used his real name, not realizing the vertiginous double thump it always caused in Paul's heart, "was coming to visit." Paul had known that it would happen sooner or later, but seeing his name again still made him feel dizzy. The last one was an American. Every now and then he got a job as a courier, and thus a free return flight to Britain. It was on one of these jaunts that Jenny had met him, and now he was coming over again, but with a difference. He had only been able to get a flight to Paris, and so Jenny was going to go over there for the weekend to see him. There was a lot more, of course. A wealth of stuff about how it was reasonable of her to want to see someone that she'd had a relationship with, how it was important that she sorted out her feelings for him, and that seeing him was the only way she could do that, how they would have different hotel rooms. But all of it was irrelevant. The fact was that he was coming, and she was going, and how Paul felt about it meant absolutely nothing to anyone. Paul fought hard, his face reddening and neck spasming. However she dressed it up, it wasn't fair. And how like her not to mention it on the phone the night before, but wait for the letter to arrive, to give him time to lose his anger before they spoke of it. Time to become just a terribly hurt little boy who could no more shout at her than he could leave her. She didn't realize that he couldn't hate her, that all he could do, whatever she did, was love her. Putting his coat on, he left the house to go to work. The train was late, and he had to stand, clenching his fists tight to keep himself under control, the muscles in his face working. He'd been to Paris, knew where they'd go, the sights they'd see, and he knew that they would sleep together. They always did. The woman got on as usual, but this morning all that her demure beauty did was push him closer to the edge. At the next stop, a man got on and stood and talked to her. Paul could hear her laughing. To one side, another couple stood face to face, with their arms around each other. She looked at his lips when he talked, her head tilted up, smiling. In the stillness of a tunnel, with the train stationary, Paul could hear the rustle of her hand on his coat. He was late to work. Someone had been using his desk and left a couple of pastry wrappers and a polystyrene cup amidst circular coffee marks on the surface. Paul shut the door and sat down. Over the course of 10 minutes he calmed down a little, telling himself that perhaps this time things would sort themselves out. Even her leaving him would be something, a relief almost. Eventually he opened his door and started the work he should have finished the day before. When his word processor was loaded, he ran his eyes down the list of documents, half hoping that there would be one there called Welcome. But there wasn't, and he felt confused and foolish for looking. Fetching a cup of coffee mid-morning, he ran into Adam, who stopped him. "Lots of mistakes in those galleys, you know," Adam said. "I had to go over them again myself." Paul turned slowly and looked at him, feeling the skin stretch tightly over his face as he grinned. "Who gives a shit?" he asked. Walking back through the main office, he regretted it, even though the look on Adam's face had been worth seeing. Antagonizing the assistant director was a bad idea. He wished the secretary, Susan, wasn't on holiday. She was the sole straightforward person in the office, and a chat with her might have brought him down a bit, earthed him. The sleep he'd had the night before didn't seem to have done him much good. His head felt cloudy and distanced from what was going on. At 2 p.m. he decided to skip lunch, but went out for a walk anyway to try to clear his head. He wandered without paying attention to where he was going, and looked up suddenly to find himself in a deserted back street that he'd never seen before. Which was odd, because he knew the area quite well. The street could have been anywhere, in any town. On a map, it would have been just a straight little line, of no relevance to anything around it. At the far end was a newspaper kiosk. He walked up to it, but there was nobody there, despite the fact that it was evidently open for business. On the counter was a single newspaper. It was Welcome. Looking up and down the street, Paul picked it up. It seemed to be a different edition to the one he'd seen before, and a somewhat strange one. The columns of names petered out halfway down the second page. The rest of the pages were just blank. What on earth was the point of a mostly blank newspaper? He looked at the second page again, then, with a yelp, dropped the paper and walked quickly away. The columns on the second page had just grown longer. By the time he got back to the office, he regretted not keeping the paper, though he knew it would probably just have been an Evening Standard by then. He sat at his desk and tried to work, but a date kept running through his mind over and over, blanking out most other thoughts. Monday, September 9th, 1957. The only thoughts it left room for were ones he didn't want. A hand on Jenny's thigh, her arm around the waist of a man he'd never seen, whose face he couldn't picture, a smile he never saw these days, and crumpled sheets. He kept looking up, expecting Whitehead to be standing behind him, but there was only the wall, with a calendar left by the previous occupant. It showed scenes of European capitals by night. Lists of names marched through his head, and he typed to the pattern of their syllables. But they didn't fit the lines, and when he read what he'd typed, nothing made sense except the rhythm. It sounded like the rhythm of a train. He deleted it all and stumbled out to get a coffee, past Whitehead's office, where he and Adam and Edgerton stood in a huddle. They didn't look at him as he passed. He was invisible. He was fading. He was being left behind. By 5 p.m., all he'd managed to do was put 5 pages of gibberish on the screen, green type on black with blue underlining that swirled into purple before his eyes. He saved it and turned the machine off. People looked up as he walked out of the office. This was early, even for him. Emerging, blinking into the light, he set off towards the tube. The winter afternoon was giving way to a storm, and the dark clouds grew blue-black behind the buildings. Somewhere a child was crying, a hitching wail that spiraled up into the sky. Tell it like it is, Paul thought. Tell it like it is. On the platform deep in the earth, he leaned against the wall and rubbed his forehead with the back of his hand. Despite the perspiration on his forehead, he felt very cool, and everything he saw seemed very clear. A middle-aged black man walked past slowly, with a boxed computer under his arm, a Christmas present for his son, who was holding his other hand. Both were quiet and smiling at the end of a perfect day. A train rocketed into the station, and Paul ducked to look in the windows as they flashed past, a smear of yellow flickers smudged with torsos and arms. As the train slowed, he moved towards it, ready to fight for a place, but no one else seemed interested. They were all looking elsewhere. Doors opened in front of him, and he stepped into the warmth alone. The train pulled out of the light and into the waiting dark, and as he rocked to the rhythm of the names, it came as no surprise to realize that the bodies hung around him were just that, empty shells. The lights were no longer on. There was nobody home. And with that realization, there came no fear at all. Then he turned and saw the woman sitting there, looking straight at him. There was an empty seat beside her, just as there never was in the mornings. He knew that she'd been born on the 9th of September, and that she'd be there forever for him. And he knew that when he talked, she'd listen, and she'd be looking at his lips. The doors opened again, onto a deserted platform he'd never seen before, with a destination board that was blank. He let them close without a thought. It was a last chance he didn't want. The next 1,000 years could get along without him. He threaded his way towards her, watching the dawning of her smile. "Welcome," she said. Michael Marano, Burden. Michael Marano's widely acclaimed first novel, Dawn Song, a story of AIDS, politics, succubi, and a war in hell between Belial and Leviathan, received both the International Horror Guild Award and the Bram Stoker Award. His short fiction has appeared in the anthologies Peter S. Beagle's Immortal Unicorn, Chiaroscuro, A Treatment of Light and Shade in Words, The Bedlam Reports, Memoirs from Padded Cells, and Queer Fear. From 1990, under his own name and under his nom de guerre Mad Professor Mike, Marano has reviewed horror movies in print and on the nationally syndicated public radio program Movie Magazine, produced at Western Public Radio in San Francisco and heard in 140 American markets. His punk heavy metal style of criticism has been described as combining the best of cahiers du cinéma with the spirit of pro wrestling. He is now at work on his second novel. Several incidents moved Marano to write Burden, not the least of which was the death of his best friend. As he explains, "Back in the mid-1980s, I was out with a group of gay friends who, over drinks, told incredibly grim and tasteless AIDS jokes that they explained away as just gallows humor. I asked if they were all being careful, if they were practicing safe sex, and they assured me they were. They're all dead now. While living in the San Francisco Bay Area in the early 1990s, I would go to the Castro district and find myself unable to breathe because of the heavy and all-pervasive absence of the newly dead. And just a while ago, I was watching a documentary about the early days of the AIDS epidemic, when an interviewee said something to the effect of, 'I'm sad my friends are gone because no one is around to remember me if I die.' I wanted to ask him, what about your obligation to remember them?" With night come the sounds. You hear them as you walk beneath halogen street lamps that give light the color of brandy, as October air touched with frost becomes warm, heavy as breath. Your step is muffled as if you walk on a wool blanket. The sounds come, as they have come before, while dusk deepens and stars spread across the dull suburban sky, while lamplight and the flickering blue of TV screens fill the windows of the houses you pass. Stiff leather creaks, booted feet step, chains hung from jackets clank, keys dangling from out of pockets jangle. You are alone, surrounded by sound, trying to walk away from it. The summer heat falls upon your back, your neck, and your hands, which a moment before tingled with cold. You smell the scents of the city you left long ago, the humid, dirty air, the musk of leather and the skin of the men who wear it, cigarettes and a blend of aftershaves sweetened by sweat. Under the brandy light, you feel more than see stars eclipsed by gray city sky. Darkness huddles the street. Night folds upon night before you. The suburban street fades as the stars have faded. The brandy light is gone. The shadows breathe. They mill and they whisper. You walk among them. They have no form. Out of the ebony nothingness, from behind the curtain of night, Tony steps before you, as if he has stepped from around the corner of a building that is not there. You stop, held by Tony's stare. You knew he would come, but not as he has. Tony is shrunken and ashen, no longer able to fill his leather jacket as he had in life. The weight of chains on the jacket make it hang slackly. Tight jeans that had once glorified his manhood sag loosely, as if worn by a boy who has yet to grow into them. Above his black t-shirt, his neck is thin as an old woman's. Tendons show through the skin of his throat. His face is gaunt, skull-like as a death camp survivor. You see in Tony's eyes an awful, lonely fear, a pleading that fixes your sight and settles in an icy pool near your heart. He steps toward you. You feel the shadows behind you become heavier, many eyes on your back. The sounds of chains and keys and boots and heavy belt buckles grow louder, closer, more distinct. The shadows breathe, they mill, and they whisper. Tony reaches for you. His ill-fitting jacket falls from his shoulder. Part of you insists that this cannot be. His hand is on your shoulder, cold through your wool coat in the midst of this invading heat. The cold of his hand walks through your flesh to the cold in your heart. The air is warm in your lungs. Tony's lips move as a child's move while reading. No words come. There is only the chorus of metal and leather as the shadows behind you shuffle. You hear his distant voice as the lights of a passing car burn Tony out of the night. The crunch of tires smothers the sounds around you. The shadows at your back become wind. You feel living eyes upon you. Two children stare from the car's backseat window. As they pass, you realize you are cowering, your body hunched. Stars fade into being. You feel them look down upon you, uncaring, as you straighten yourself. Autumn wind comes, driving away the scents you have been breathing, replacing them with those of dead leaves, bitter smoke from fireplaces, the salt smell of the harbor. Yet as you reach your apartment, you smell, just faintly, the scent of a leather jacket, of sweat-tinged aftershave, as if you wear them yourself. In darkness that is your own, sitting in a domicile that has never been a home to you, you think of Tony's eyes, how you would have longed for them to have held anger, accusation, the righteous fury of betrayal. Not the awful desperation they did hold. Dawn finds you awake, still sitting as birds begin to sing. You become aware, as you never have been before, of the beat of your heart and the flow of blood in your veins. Veins bulge under the rubber tube around your arm. The woman wears surgical gloves. She looks at your forearm, not your face, as she tells you, "You might want to look away if you're squeamish." Bashful. You don't look away as the needle goes in and blood arcs into the test tube. Someone once told you that blood is truly blue and only turns red when exposed to air. A clatter as jeans with a heavy belt buckle fall to the floor. Come on, don't be shy. The test tube fills. The blood looks black. The boy had been like Tony. A cocky, muscular Italian kid who knew he was beautiful. You once knew the boy's name, but you cannot, or choose not, to remember it now. The woman whispers, "Okay," and pulls the needle out. You had met the boy in the park, which that night was so very much like the park in the city where men would walk together in pairs and threes to hidden places behind trees and bushes. Summer heat, summer sweat, summer air combining into an intoxicating liquor periodically spiked with amyl nitrate. A warm red drop on your forearm, wiped away with cotton and cool alcohol. Rubber-gloved hands apply a bandage. You had felt a longing when you saw the boy, beyond the sexual. You had wanted to be near the boy so that you could say goodbye to Tony through him. For Tony had simply left, gone back to his family in Buffalo to die among people he could not stand to be near while in the prime of his life. The woman labels the test tube with a number and puts it in a rack of others like it. She takes off her gloves and puts them in a red plastic container marked biohazard. At least you tell yourself that is why you let things go so fast with the boy. "We should have the results of your test in about 6 weeks," she says. A testimonial to the shittiness of this town, that all such blood work must be sent out of state in monthly batches. Dangerously fast. And even if the initial results are positive, there is a possibility it could be a false positive. Foolishly fast. She hands you a slip of piss-yellow paper. It is a carbon copy of the label on your sample. This is your test number. Call at the end of next month and give the receptionist the number. He'll tell you if the results are in, and you can come in for consultation. Had you wanted this? You walk the ugly green tiles of the health department toward the faint daylight at the end of the hall. You are nameless here, a number. It is for your own protection to be nameless. Your anonymity is a shield. You leave the health department through a soot-covered glass door. Had you wanted to be reckless? Had you wanted this worry gnawing inside you? The river, such as it is, flows by in an eroding canal of poured concrete. It is only a few feet deep, and you think of the college kid last year who had tried to commit suicide by jumping off the bridge you are now passing. He had landed in silt up to his knees, trapped, his upper chest and head above the water. You hate this small and ugly city full of small and ugly-minded people. You hate the shitty suburb where your cheap apartment is. You came here to live this life because you were afraid to live a life that would kill you. You fled the city when you crossed off your fifth friend in as many weeks from your address book, when you looked through that cheap booklet of gray vinyl and saw listing after listing that you had blotted out with marker, when you realized that an inky smear in someone else's address book could be your only epitaph. You fled because you knew the temptation to continue the life the city offered you would be too great if you had stayed. Was the boy an atonement, a punishment you inflicted upon yourself so you could make amends for the life and the people you abandoned? Faceless pedestrians shuffle past. Part of you is aroused by memories of the boy. Even now, as your arm throbs where your blood has been drawn, you long for that moment when, for the first time in years, you had enjoyed sex free of the constraints of latex. Part of you whispers that it is worth dying for such sex, that the enjoyment of such sex is part of your identity. You have a right to what you enjoy, no matter the consequences. Later, in the indigo and umber of autumn twilight, you are frightened that you are capable of such thoughts. With night come the sounds of chains, boots, keys, and buckles. You hear them in darkness. You hear them in solitude. Your radio, tuned to a banal talk show, fades to silence. Your drafty apartment becomes sweltering. Dusty air rising from the barely functional radiator is replaced by muggy summer air. You feel the calling of the city in your crotch. Just as long ago, in the life you abandoned, there had been the constant calling to the streets, to limbs and bodies, to thrusting hips and the taste of men. Always the calling. You sit in darkness, trying to ignore the calling, even as you remember, and as you feel again what it had once done to you. One late May, in your other life, you had worked in a bookstore near Columbia, taking second-hand textbooks from college brats eager to be rid of them. You felt the daylight fade, felt the coming of night like a rising fever. True summer had come early that year, announcing itself as an arousal spreading through you like the fire of brandy and the tingling thrill of poppers. Working the late shift, which you had taken because it allowed you to sleep in, became intolerable. A whiny Long Island girl, so much like your whiny sisters back home, demanded to know why she was not getting more money back for a book that was not on order for the next semester. You stood from the counter and left, embracing the fever, not caring that your fat and stupid boss saw you leave. As you walked through the door, heat rose from your body to join the heat of the city. You felt yourself shimmer, felt the need to discharge the welcome fever with sex and the feel of hard-muscled flesh. In the room you rented, you stripped off your ridiculous shirt with a collar, your narrow tie, your khakis. You clothed yourself in the identity you'd earned by coming to the city, pulling on the jeans and the black leather armor that kept at bay the life of sniveling mediocrity your parents had wanted you to embrace. Chains were your epaulettes, a blue kerchief in your back pocket, your standard. You walked down the hall to Tony's room. You didn't knock. You never knocked. Tony was lifting weights. Sweat glistened on his body as he did military presses. He saw you in the mirror before him and smiled at your reflection, grunting as he pressed the barbell over his head. He gave you that smart-assed Italian grin. Liking that you were watching, he did one more press, straining, the cords of his back and shoulders visible through his olive skin like cables. He rested the barbell on his broad chest, then set it on the floor. He walked toward you and pulled you close. With the door still open, with Tony's sweat-stained cutoffs filling the room with the musk of his crotch, the two of you fucked, not caring who passed in the hallway. Afterward, you both went to the streets, to Washington Square, your steps falling in with the chimes of chains and the bass of heavy boot steps, to cruise for more bodies, more satisfaction. The night made you both drunk. Now, in this night. Now, in the alone. The sounds come, calling you to a night 15 years gone, in a city hundreds of miles away. You feel the fever again. It pulls you to the window. You pull the frayed curtains aside and see dead men cruising each other. Two lines of men in jeans and leather jackets make an alley of themselves. Other men mill and pace within this alley. They are emaciated, desiccated, yet they move with swaggers, with cocky masculinity. One among them is not sick, but flushed with health, glowing with sexuality and strength. It is the boy. You grip the curtains. Your breath hits the glass, which is cold in the midst of this summer heat. The glass fogs over. You see the boy through the glass as if the fog is not there. He grabs one of the walking dead men. They embrace and kiss. The dead man's leather jacket falls to the ground as they grope each other. You wipe away the fog. And wipe away the alley of dead men that has imposed itself over the street outside your door. It vanishes behind the trail of your hand. Where men walked, now leaves move in scuttling streams, driven by cold winds off the harbor. You listen to your heart. Your pulse slows as you peer across the street to one of your neighbors' houses. Through the window of the other house, you see a flickering television screen that seems the size of a postage stamp from where you stand. Someone walks before the screen and stops. They turn and look at you, and with a start, you drop the curtain. You turn and see Tony. He is a deeper gray than the shadows of your bedroom. You see only yourself in the mirror behind Tony. He steps toward you and softly, lightly grabs hold of your threadbare sweater. "We needed you," he says in an intonation you feel as well as hear, fluttering upon your face and throat like moth wings. Before you can think or speak or move, he steps around you to the curtains at your back. You turn as he walks. The curtains wave as he passes through them without parting them. Banal talk radio fills the air. Drafts displace the false summer, and you realize how alone you have been these last 15 years. I'm okay. You tell yourself this as the weeks go by, as you wait for your test results. You have been tested before, and you had been okay then. You had been nervous, then, while you waited for your blood to be shipped to some lab in the Midwest, waiting for your anonymous number to return to you with news of whether you would live through the next decade. I'm okay. You say this out loud as you work your ridiculous job as the assistant administrator of a janitorial service, sending cleaning crews during the daylight hours to office buildings that have only a 40% rate of occupancy. Graft runs this shitty small city, and kickbacks are plentiful as construction companies continue to build up what is grandiosely called the downtown district. You sit at your desk between making calls, as dust settles in unused rooms for which you are responsible yet will never see. You wonder what the crews think as they enter these offices to clean only the detritus these useless buildings shed. I'm okay. You work alone. No one hears you mutter to yourself. Even the old and rickety building in which you work is mostly empty. It is lunch hour. No one walks the halls. You think of when you got the results of your first test, how you were so nervous you vomited in the alley behind the health department. The healthcare official smiled and said, "You're negative. You're fine. Nothing to worry about." Nothing to worry about. She had no idea. You thought of the number of men you'd been with, the men you'd been with who'd died, or were now dying, or who had disappeared, slinking away to die in hometowns they had despised. Since that day, you had practiced safe sex. Except for that night with the boy. I'm okay. And in daylight, the sounds come to you. You are alone in your office, hearing the clank of chains, the jangle of keys. Your heart stops in your breast. You tell yourself it is a janitor, a huge ring of keys to empty rooms in his hand. You tell yourself this, and you almost believe it. Until Bobby steps into the doorway of your office. He looks as he did in the beginning throes of his sickness, when you last saw him and pretended you did not know him. As you and Tony and your cruising buddies walked past him as he worked the corner of 53rd and 2nd, already a ghost of himself, already sick, one of the walking dead, peddling the poisoned fruit of his cock, ass, and mouth. You walked past him, part of a living wall of leather, denim, and muscle, as you and your buddies searched the city for one of the few bathhouses not yet closed by the health department. You had all felt so lucky, so invincible, so immortal, blissfully ignorant that some of those who were part of the living wall of denim and leather you moved within carried death inside them, that their hearts were busy pumping a disease through their bodies that would kill them cell by cell. Bobby worked his corner, skinny as a cur. You saw him, and you knew each other. You saw him, and you saw the fear and the shame in his eyes that he had been recognized. Your friends all looked at him. These were the early days of the plague, when one could still take comfort in the lie that only the biggest sluts and the stupidest cruisers got infected, that only junkies got infected, that some form of Calvinist election was what doomed people on the scene, that only those stupid enough to fuck the angel of death would be taken by the plague. You yourself had fucked Bobby. Just 8 months before. Someone, to this day you do not know who, snorted as you and the wall you were part of passed Bobby, going down to the subway that would take you toward St. Mark's Place. Then Tony spoke loudly enough for Bobby to hear. Kid should be wearing a fucking executioner's hood. Now Bobby stands before you, sick, shivering, desperate, junky pale in his leather and chains. "I needed you, man," he says. He points to his sunken chest. "Even like this, I fucking needed you." You stand, yet say nothing. You have no words. Bobby turns on his heel and looks at you as if you are shit he has just stepped in. He walks down the hall, chains jangling fainter and fainter. You walk to the door and see him at the end of the hall. The boy is waiting for him there. They lock arms and go down the rickety wooden stairway. As you enter the hall, the sounds of their footfalls on the steps and of Bobby's chains are gone. You stumble back into your office and see the lights of your phone blinking, summoning you to send men to locked and empty rooms that will never be occupied. You think of the rooms of the city, now empty of the life you once led. Weeks pass. With the sounds and the visitations, the weeks pass. Sick and dying men litter your home, incontinent in their denim and leather. Each night, at 3, you see Tony die. He quivers in what looks like nightmare-laden sleep, quivers in a way that makes you think of a cat you saw die in the road when you were small. We needed you. The words become a chant. Echoing through your mind, your world. You do not escape the words. At work you cannot function. The sounds of chains in the hall become a cacophony. You take sick leave. You do not know, do not care who has replaced you at your desk. You walk through leaves that crunch underfoot, over soil hardened with frost, surrounded by the step of boots on concrete. You sit watching a silent television as buckles and keys clatter around you with the constancy of waves breaking on a beach. We needed you. The words become the fabric of night. Lack of sleep makes you nearly mad. You think of killing the boy. You think of tracking him down like some righteous movie hero and beating answers from him that will explain everything that is happening to you, that will provide you with a way to exorcise this torment. A few hours' respite from the sounds restores enough balance for you to realize how absurd these thoughts are. No easy answers will come to you. Yet you look for the boy anyway, to find what answers you can. In the gray of November daylight, when all this shitty town seems the color of smoke, you go to the park where you met the boy. No one is there. It is too cold and windy. You find nothing there but litter and whispering dead leaves. You go to a bar a few blocks away, a crappy little blue-collar place that specializes in serving the disowned faggot offspring of this dying industrial town. A kid named Alan is at the bar, smoking expensive clove cigarettes. He is a watcher, not a cruiser. He has listened to you intently as you told him stories about the city back in the days when the idea of men fucking each other while wearing rubbers was the most absurd thing imaginable. Alan listened to you intently as you told him about the occasional bout of gonorrhea or syphilis you got when you were his age, and how a trip or two to the free clinic made these bouts less bothersome than a cold. Alan is a sensitive kid, a poor little rich boy romantic with big brown eyes like a deer. You do not like him, but you like how he listens to you very much. He broke up with his longtime lover in a series of annoyingly public incidents, and is now a barfly and a gossip, sitting here for days, watching other lives as he convinces himself of the tragic nature of his own. You ask Alan about the boy. Alan thinks for a moment, absently peeling the label off his bottle of beer with his thumb. "Yeah, I know who you mean. He left town," he says with a shrug. "When? A couple of weeks ago? What's his name?" Alan frowns, now looking intently at the work his thumb is doing. "Frank, I think." Frank. The name rings true. "Where'd he go?" "Back to Cranston." "He's from there?" "Yeah." Alan, young enough to be your kid, does not know what this means. Alan, who had been 5 years old when you were seeing your friends crawl back to their hometowns to die, cannot see that Frank went back to Cranston as the first step to his grave. Alan is from this city. He has never gone away to another place, never been more than 15 miles from where you sit right now. He does not know what it means when a fag returns to his hometown. Now Alan looks at you. Why are you looking for him? He cocks his head slightly, fixing his big brown eyes on you, giving you what he must think passes for a meaningful look. He knows that you know he has been dumped. He thinks you are asking about someone you are stuck on. Now, in his stupid Pollyanna worldview, two lonely people have the chance to not be lonely anymore. In another life, you would have fucked the little brown-eyed dreamer and dumped him to teach him a lesson, for the sport of it. You leave the bar, feeling his gaze on your back like fleas crawling on your skin. In the gray daylight, you walk into a congregation of dead men. They have been waiting for you, expecting you after they have given you this respite. You realize they have left you alone long enough for you to discover what you have about the boy. Now you must rejoin them to take up your burden once again. You stifle your sadness and your fear as they shuffle in a bank of fog-colored bodies around you. They say nothing, but the sounds of their chains and keys is a layered chorus of heavy chimes around you. Tony is beside you, his mouth quivering, not trying to speak, not trying to whisper. His lips tremble out of some spastic disintegration of the nerves of his face. Out of the corner of your eye, you see among the dead men a living face, keeping pace with you. You look to your left and see the boy. He smiles as you walk unthinking, within a bank of men made of fog. You know then that the young man named Frank was just a mask that this being has worn, just a mask that it wears now for you. You know that you have seen him many times before, with many different faces. You have seen him walk away with your friends into shadow places, where he quietly slipped a drop of the shadows themselves into the streams of their blood. He is the darkness of the heavy ink you have used to blot out your friends' names from your address book, the hopelessness that called your friends back to their broken homes. He has walked behind you for 15 years. Now he walks beside you, as you once again walk beside Tony. "Hey, man!" You turn to see Alan trotting to catch up with you. The dead around you stop and huddle behind you like an army waiting at your command. The thing that wears Frank's face stands beside you, your lieutenant. "What the fuck was that shit about?" he asks, now standing before you. "Giving me that fucking look and sticking me with paying for your beer? What's up with you?" Alan is performing the classic role of the don't fuck with me faggot. You have seen it many times before, and performed it before much better yourself, though you had the bulk and the strength to back it up. Alan scowls at you. He is so young, so transparent. You know his type better than he knows himself. He is doing this in the hope it will lead to a confession on your part about being hung up on Frank, that this bold and macho performance will lead to romance between you both. You hear dead voices murmur behind you, as you once heard voices murmur whenever a queen laid down a particularly vicious line of dish. You look at Alan, and he steps back. There is a look in his eyes like that of an animal frozen before an oncoming car. You feel the shadow that wears Frank's face slip its arm around your shoulder. Alan walks back another step. "Sorry, man." He does not see them. Of this you are sure. But he does feel them, as surely as he feels the bite of the November air around you. He walks back to the bar, as you walk within your own purgatory. With night comes silence. With night, you are no longer among the dead. You no longer hear their words. The silence fills everything. You cannot sleep. When the morning comes, you will know. When the morning comes, the wait will be over. In darkness, without the accusing company of phantoms, you have never felt more alone. Monday morning in late November. The hallways of the health department are full. People walk with brisk steps, carrying mugs of coffee, newspapers, clipboards, briefcases. You wait outside the office where the woman drew your blood. There are at least 15 men there with you. A batch of test results have come back over the weekend. No one makes eye contact. The fear of revealing an inner stigma through the gaze is too strong. The possibility of any man in the room being condemned is too great. The possibility of death knowing you through the eyes of a man it has claimed is too great. The men around you are called into the office one at a time by a gesture. The door opens. The woman summons you. She is pleasant and reserved as she asks for your number, which you provide by handing her the ugly slip of paper she handed you 6 weeks ago. She checks the computer readout before her, with its long chains of numbers that you cannot fathom. She looks at you. You see what is in her eyes, and you know she has never gotten used to bestowing this news. Even as she tells you of the possibility of a false positive and the need of a further test, you know your life will be over soon. You walk past the river among the dead. They have rejoined you. They say nothing, yet you feel their anger. You feel summer heat press around you as you shuffle past the living. The first snow of the year falls around you. It is summer. It is the city. But you feel neither the summer or the city, as you are clothed in an eternal day of autumn gray. Full of anger, full of need, you part the curtain of night to accuse Alan of shirking his burden to remember you. Paul J. McAuley, Naming the Dead. When Paul J. McAuley was 20, the first short story he ever finished writing was accepted by the American magazine Worlds of If, but the magazine went bankrupt before publishing it, and he took this as a hint to concentrate on an academic career instead. He is now a full-time writer. His first novel, 400 Billion Stars, won the Philip K. Dick Memorial Award, while Fairyland was awarded the 1995 Arthur C. Clarke Award for Best SF Novel Published in Britain, and the John W. Campbell Award for Best Novel. In 1995, his short story The Temptation of Dr. Stein was presented with the British Fantasy Award, and in 1996 his novel Pasquale's Angel won the Sidewise Award for Best Long-Form Alternate History Fiction. His acclaimed The Book of Confluence trilogy is actually a very long novel comprising Child of the River, Ancients of Days, and Shrine of Stars, and his latest novel, The History of Life, was recently published by HarperCollins. Almost 5 years ago I moved to London, recalls McAuley. Naming the Dead is, in part, my belated response to that wonderful and terrible city. I began to write it for an anthology of psychic detective stories, which Stephen Jones was editing, but I'd barely completed the first draft when I got sight of Kim Newman's novel-length set of framing stories, and couldn't quite figure out how my story of a melancholic Victorian, based on someone I glimpsed through the window at a Spitalfields house, living in contemporary London, would fit in. I set it aside, came back almost exactly a year later, and finished it in a steady burst of enthusiasm. Another story about Mr. Carlyle appears in the second volume of Nicholas Royle's Time Out Book of London Short Stories, and sometime this century I hope to include him in Dr. Pretorius and the Lost Temple. "I want you to prove he killed my Emma," the woman told me. "You realize, madam, I only want to know that the police will not use anything I find as evidence. I have to know. Perhaps you should talk with someone else first. My husband divorced me. My mother and father are dead. My Emma is dead. I am alone, Mr. Carlyle." She was wrong, of course. None of us are alone, neither the living nor the dead. Even in my sanctuary there were the feeble ghosts of the silkmaker and his wife, and there was the thing clinging to my would-be client's shoulder. Her hands tightened on the straps of her handbag. She said, "I know what you are. I know what you can do. I want you to help me find my Emma." I said, in my very best soothing voice, "Perhaps you would like some more tea, Mrs. Stokes, and perhaps one of the delicious chocolate bourbon biscuits." "I am quite calm, Mr. Carlyle. I have no need of the sovereign remedy, and I think that you have eaten all the biscuits." I had to admit that Mrs. Stokes was a formidable woman. Although she was made uneasy by the steady hiss of the gas mantles, the green wallpaper, the heavy walnut furniture, and the crowded ranks of books, she tried not to show it as she sat bolt upright in the wing armchair, clutching her quilted blue handbag to her lap as if it contained her life. It was 4 o'clock on a dreary, wet November day, darkness already lying deep in the narrow streets outside, made more sepulchral by a distant glimpse of the bright neon of the curry houses and Bangladeshi video shops of Brick Lane. The coal fire gave out a withering heat, but Mrs. Stokes had kept on her gabardine raincoat. She lived alone, but she took trouble over her appearance out of habit, her lined face softened with pancake and blusher, her thin lips reddened with autumn maple lipstick, the white helmet of her hair stiffened by a new perm. When she leaned forward, she gave off an acrid little cloud compounded of the scent of face powder and arpege. The thing at her shoulder glared at me with a mixture of spite and fear. It was her own ghost, but it had the heart-shaped face of her dead daughter, whose photograph lay on the walnut table between us. She had spent much money and more energy finding me. I knew I was her lost hope. I am the lost hope of all who manage to find me. Mrs. Stokes, although she was divorced, she would never give up the Mrs., picked up the photograph. "He killed her, Mr. Carlyle," she said. "I know that he did. He cut off her face. That was how she was found, naked, without a face, like his other victims. But he wouldn't confess." She said this quite dispassionately. Her eyes were hard and bright. She was long past crying. Years past. Emma had run away to London and been killed 12 years ago. Her body had been dumped in wasteland behind King's Cross. A year later, Robert Summers had been caught in a burnt-out lock-up close by, wearing the face of his victim and doing something so unspeakable to her body that 2 of the 3 policemen who made the arrest took early retirement after the trial. He was found sane, was sent down for the one murder. There was no evidence, blood, DNA, fingerprints, fiber, to tie him to the other 6 murders, nothing but the method of killing, the strangulation and partial flaying of the victims. His brief made a good case that he was a copycat killer. He had no previous criminal record, had held the same job as an inventory clerk in one of the big Oxford Street department stores for 15 years. He got the usual tariff, reduced for good behavior. He spent his last year in an open prison, had been on the streets for 3 weeks. Emma Stokes' mother had started to look for someone like me as soon as she knew that Summers would be released. She had sold the house her husband had been forced to give her after the divorce. She had rented a room in Dalston, amongst the sound systems and Turkish restaurants. Money meant nothing to her. She wanted nothing except to know that he had done it, to purge any of Emma's ghosts, if they still remained. I could cure her at once, of course, but I would not. I needed the money. Still, I felt sorry for her. I tried to explain again that anything I found could not be used in court. There were still a few old-fashioned policemen who were sympathetic, but the system had changed. In any event, I said, it is unlikely that any of Emma's ghosts will remember anything useful, something I can give the police so they can find some piece of tangible evidence. Ghosts rarely do remember what happened when they were cast off. That doesn't matter, Mr. Carlyle. I have no faith in the police. I knew a flat in one of the point blocks off Kingsland Road, not far from where she was renting a room, where you could hire a gun for £50 an hour, no questions asked. But I doubted that she wanted revenge. And it was none of my business anyway. My business was with the dead. I told her my terms. She had done her research. She had the money, and the other things. She handed over the money without a qualm, but it took a visible effort for her to give up the rest. "You will find her," she said. "I will get in contact with you when it is over." She started to tell me the number of the pay telephone in the rooming house, but I said, "I do not use the telephone, Mrs. Stokes, but be assured that I will be in contact with you when it is over, not before. It might take some time." "I have been waiting 12 years, Mr. Carlyle." On the way out, she asked the question most of my clients have not dared to ask. "Why do you live like this?" She said it with a trace of her old, prim, suburban judgmentalism. I said, "You will not need to come here again. I don't mind it, but it makes what you do seem like an act. I hope it is not, Mr. Carlyle. I have put my Emma in your hands." I went to King's Cross first, but there was nothing of Emma Stokes there, nor of anything of the other victims. There were plenty of other ghosts, of course, mostly scraps of spent lust mingled with sparks of rage from the clients of the whores who still work the station, despite the security cameras and the extra police patrols. I dispatched them all, and afterwards became aware of an old woman watching me amongst the weeds on the far side of a tangle of rusting tracks. Her long black dress and shawl looked to be Victorian, and I made a note to investigate once the case was over. Long-lived ghosts are rare, even in London. I thought that I knew them all, and I have a particular affinity for Victorian ghosts. Later, when I asked the librarian about her, he smiled faintly and said, "There are many of us you do not know about, Carlyle. The living cannot know all the names of the dead." "But you know who she was." "As a matter of fact, I do not. But I could make inquiries." "Not now." "Because you wish me to observe this murderer of young girls. How poorly you must think of me, Carlyle, for you always force me to associate with these unsavory characters." "You don't have to do it." I had the things Mrs. Stokes had given me in the pockets of my trenchcoat. The librarian knew that they were there. His eyes, faint stars in his pale face, kept straying towards them. "It is a living," he said. "Where is he?" I told him, and he said, "Ah, the tea gardens and the new river. I spent many a happy afternoon there in the bosky meadows." There were no tea gardens there now. They had been built over long ago, and built over again with the interlocked decks of the Marquis estate. Robert Summers had been given a one-bedroom flat there. I had watched him for most of the afternoon as he sat hunched on one of the benches in the triangular green in Islington at the junction of Upper Street and Essex Road, had waited outside the nearby branch Sainsbury's while he spent an hour buying half a carrier bag's worth of groceries. A scrawny, harmless man, unshaven, his iron-grey hair sticking up in a cowlick over a bland, unlined face. He wore a new black suit and a dirty white shirt. People knew to give him a wide berth as he shuffled along. But no ghosts clung to him. Perhaps he had lost them in prison to someone more powerful. Most ghosts are unfaithful, short-lived things. The librarian was one of the more persistent ghosts, the death shell of a man who had died in the mid-19th century. He was, like many ghosts, vague about the person who had cast him off. He had not been a librarian, but something to do with the book trade, perhaps a bookseller or a bookbinder or a printer. He had taken up semi-permanent residence in the reading room of the British Library, which was where I had come to consult with him, pretending to read a trade union history while conducting a whispered conversation. No one took any notice. A lot of the scholars and journalists who worked on the curved ranks of cubicles talked to themselves. It was raining, and the rain pattered on the high ceiling overhead. I said, "What will you do when this place is closed?" "There are plenty of other accommodations. Or perhaps I will choose to pass over at last. The 20th century is becoming tiresome, and I do not look forward to the millennium. Now, the stuff, if you please, and I will be gone as quickly as Puck or Ariel." I took out the things Mrs. Stokes had given me, and laid them on the reading desk. A square of blue nylon cut from one of Emma's old sheets, an old lipstick dried up, a pair of plain white Marks and Spencer knickers, a photograph formally posed. The librarian lowered his face to them, as greedy as an addict. He sighed and said, "Yes, it is so strong, so good," and then faded, the stars of his eyes going lost of all. As I gathered up the material, the electric bell rang. It was closing time. Like the librarian, I find the late 20th century tiresome. Because of my dress and the furnishings of my house, most people assume that I affect a late Victorian style to express this distaste, but that is not the case. It is simply a style I have never outgrown, and it was the time in which my family first gained influence over the dead. We had a long and honorable history as sin-eaters and scryers, but it was grandfather who began the trade in what is now known, inaccurately, as the paranormal. It was he who codified a systematic approach to the matter of the dead. I am the last of my line. My mother and father died when our house was destroyed by an ill-advised experiment, and when I had recovered I moved from Edinburgh to London and bought a house in Spitalfields. It was a Georgian house in poor repair, and I have done nothing since to modernize it, or, like some of my neighbours, to restore it to its original state. I have several times resisted visits from well-meaning members of the self-styled Historical Society who give conducted tours of their restored houses dressed in Georgian costume, but my black suit, paisley waistcoat, Homburg, walking stick, and fob watch are not a costume. There is no electricity and no telephone, but those things are not necessary. As light attracts moth, so electricity attracts too many partial ghosts, and I do not need the distraction. I have gas mantles and coal fires in the winter, and anyone who wants to find me will eventually do so, or they will discover in the process of trying to find me that they do not, after all, need my help. But the most important thing is that it is a quiet house, a quiet place, and well protected. How difficult that is to find in any large city. All who died here died natural deaths. They led content and happy lives. When I found it, there were no ghosts thrown off by hate or fear, by ecstasy or enlightenment. Ghosts of the original owners, a Huguenot silk-maker and his wife, sometimes drift through the rooms, and the ghost of the cobbler who lived and worked in the basement for more than 50 years can sometimes be heard, but they are all weak and harmless fragments, no more of a nuisance than the mice which rustle behind the walnut paneling. A few imps of delirium left by the hippies who squatted there in the early 70s were easy to disperse, and other ghosts are kept at bay by soul-catchers at doors and windows, and regular asperging with rosemary, moly, and rue. Such places are increasingly rare as ghosts multiply. Fewer people seem inclined to a quiet death, and the jostle of the city's population fills its streets with malevolent ghosts cast off in moments of intense anger or fear. Traffic intersections are crowded with the remnants of motorists' frustrations. I am unable to visit hospitals or to travel on the underground or pass near casinos. Although they do not know it, gamblers are quite right to use fresh decks of cards with each session, for the ghosts which cling to used cards strongly affect the laws of chance. Many churches are still peaceful, as are certain graveyards. After all, very few die in either place, and those mourning the dead do not shed ghosts, for mourning is an emotional state akin to exhaustion, not a state of heightened awareness. The long dead, such as the librarian, find the press of ghosts as tiresome as I. And of course, for them, certain ghosts are dangerous. There are lions and tigers and bears loose in the world. More of them, it seems, every year, as if the millennium on whose brink we tremble will after all be the threshold of the pit. London is crowded with ghosts, imps, and other revenants, but the truly long-lived manifestations are dwindling. They are being eaten by those of their kind which require the energy of others to sustain them. But that was not the immediate threat which manifested itself as two men who materialized on either side of me as I was making my way through the crowded Spitalfields market, the Sunday after Mrs. Stokes had visited me. I had bought walnut bread at one stall, organic potatoes and cabbage at another, and a water-stained edition of Hick's Death and Eternal Life, which promised to be amusing. It was difficult to disengage as the two men took me by the elbows and steered me into a corner by one of the gates. "We've been looking for you," the smaller one said. He was sweating despite the cold, a slight, sandy-haired man with a narrow moustache, wearing an immaculate London fog raincoat. There were imps clinging to his thinning hair, spiky black things that chittered like bats. He said, "You are a hard man to find." "I am glad to hear it," I said. "My house is protected." "But you aren't protected," the smaller man said, and told his companion, "Show him what I mean." The larger man opened his leather jacket to show me the jointed metal truncheon tucked into the inside pocket. "This is in the nature of a warning," the smaller man said. "You have an infestation," I said. "Who is it that marked you?" "Don't play games. I was warned about you, and I don't believe in all that shit, all right?" The imps were whispering in his ears, and he said his piece defiantly, but his eyes glittered. He knew that he was trapped, although he did not understand how. "Then you are in great danger, my friend." "You be quiet. Roddy here has a lot of toys, and he likes using them. We could go back to your house, and he'll give you a free trial." "I do not think I could allow you to find my house. I expect that you have been looking for it all morning, and you have not found it. Nor will you. Give me the message and leave." The sandy-haired man handed me an envelope. "This will explain everything. You are threatening the interests of a powerful man, Mr. Carlyle." "And who would he be?" The imps chittered. The man said, "No names, no pack drill." "Ah, one of those." "You just stop, all right? Remember Edinburgh." "What do you know about—" But the little man was already walking away, head down, the big man at his back, towards the black 500 Series BMW parked on the double yellow lines just outside the gate. I watched as they got into the back of the car. Someone was waiting inside, but I saw only a shadow before the door closed and the car drove off. There was a speck of an imp in the seal of the envelope, and I crushed it by reflex. It was designed to do but one thing, squeal that the envelope had been opened, and I gave it no chance to do that. It could have told me nothing more than its existence already told me, that the man who had sent the message knew something about the matter of the dead. Inside, the message was crude and shocking. I did not look at it again, but called upon an old friend. We met early the next morning near Smithfield Market, in one of the public houses which are licensed to open at 6:30 a.m. Superintendent Rolls looked at the photograph that had been inside the envelope and said that it was part of the crime scene documentation. "I'll look into how it was leaked," he said. He was a tall, slender, upright man, with close-cropped white hair and a military bearing, and one of the most honest men I have ever met. He was working on his second pint of bitter while I ate the excellent full English breakfast, the pinnacle of the cuisine of this wretched country which I have adopted, which the public-house served. It is not where the photograph came from which is important. I described Mrs. Stokes' commission, the two men who had delivered the envelope, and my suspicion that this was the work of a would-be necromancer who believed that he had some use for the murderer, Robert Summers. "There's an incident room already set up," Inspector Rolls said. "Perhaps you can come in and look at the books, see if you can spot these bad boys. But that's all I can let you do. It's out of my hands, Carlyle." "You know that they will not be amongst your mugshots." "No, I suppose not. She was your client. What was she doing there?" "She had rented the room. I believe that she had sold her house." "Keep away from Summers. We're watching him. Your client is dead. You don't have that job any more." The librarian was watching Summers. I said, "I do not need to go near him." "Do you think he killed her?" "You look pale," Rolls said. "Paler than usual, although I see that your appetite is as healthy as ever. You think this necromancer chap might actually be dangerous?" "Only if he is more ignorant than usual. It is not the thought of him which makes me uncomfortable, despite this excellent repast, but the proximity of the market." Rolls smiled. "The ghosts of cows?" I used the lost of the blood pudding, they served two kinds there, white and black, to wipe up the lost of the egg yolk. Animals leave no ghosts. It is not the meat market, but the public executions that were held here. Mary Tudor had 200 martyrs burned. Before that, heretics and witches were roasted, burned, or boiled alive. Traces remain even after all these years. Effluvia from the crowd rather than the ghosts the poor tormented victims cast off at the death. Still, it is not as bad as the public transport system. "You're too sensitive for the city, lad." Rolls looked at the Polaroid again. "It has your artist's mark, but whoever did it didn't know much about skinning. Summers used a proper flensing knife, and he has had practice using it. Unfortunately, he used a different knife each time, which is why the forensic boffins couldn't pin the full slate to him. But this wasn't done with a flensing knife. We think this was done with the same combat knife that the murderer used to cut her throat. We found the weapon, no prints of course, and it could have been bought in any one of 100 shops. We're canvassing them, but I doubt if we'll get anywhere. This is a professional hit." It was meant as a message, to me. Summers is more than he seems. "You stay away. We can handle it." "He has no ghosts. He murdered at least 15 girls, and he has no ghosts at all." "Is that strange? He was in prison a long time." Rolls was a practical man. He had grasped many of the nuances of the matter of the dead instinctively. "Not strange, but it is unusual, given the interest in him." Rolls drained his pint. "Perhaps this chap who put the heavies on you took Summers' ghosts." "Then why is Summers still of interest? You drink too much, Robert."
"And you have a healthy appetite. I have to see my chief in a couple of hours, a bloodless Ph.D. in sociology who did about 6 hours on the beat before getting a desk job. He's 15 years younger than me. He talks like a company executive, quotas and efficiency and targets. I'll retire next year. They'll probably put a computer in to replace me. This isn't like the old days, Carlyle."
As I am all too unfortunately aware. As we parted, he added,
"I hope that it's just a walking stick these days. If some eager young bobby thinks to take a whook, he'll do you for carrying a concealed weapon."
It was not the last warning I was to receive that day. My house is, as I have said, protected. There are not many streets at the heart of Old Spitalfields, a brief grid with the market on one side and the exotic glamour of Brick Lane on the other. But for anyone searching for my house with malice in their hearts, they can become impossibly tangled. But my next warning did not knock upon my door. Instead, it came roaring and gurgling out of the slate sink in the kitchen, which took up the basement where the cobbler had once worked. The noise shook the whole house, but I was already coming down the stairs with a candle. I had felt the wind of its approach. The waterspout had formed a thick column of water that shook and shivered as it spun around and around. It glowed with a faint greenish light. It stank horribly. A face formed on its shivering surface, the kind of face you might imagine seeing on the trunk of a tree where a branch has been torn away, or the kind of face which rises towards you out of the scintilla you make when you press your fingertips against your closed eyelids. An approximation of a face. It had no eyes, but I knew it could see me as it whirled around. It made a horrid gargling sound when it spoke. It spoke in Latin, and I knew at once what it was. The oldest of all the ghosts of London. At once I made obeisance. He had never been a person, and that made him more terrible and powerful than any ordinary ghost. He was something like the effluvia which had made me uncomfortable near Smithfield Market, the accumulated bloodlust of the tens of thousands of men and women who had come to watch the executions for sport. Like that, but far more powerful and focused, for he had been formed and reinforced by the sacrificial ceremonies of those who had worshipped at the Temple of Mithras, founded by Ulpius Silvanus, a veteran of the Il Legio Augusta during the Roman occupation of Britain. Archaeologists found a relief sculpture of a god killing a bull, a sculpture of a river god, and other remains in the middle of the Walbrook, the long-buried tributary around which the Romans had built their original settlement, but only I knew precisely where the temple had stood and the nature of the rituals. There had been sacrifice of bulls, but also human sacrifice. The victims had been sealed in the belly of a brazen bull, and fires lit beneath it. The thing which manifested itself through the drain of my kitchen sink was the remnant of the river god which worship and sacrifice had created. You might say that it was the echo of a collective mania so strong it had lasted for 2,000 years. It spoke only in Latin, but because of my long apprenticeship to my father, I was not only fluent in Latin, but knew, unlike all living scholars of that dead language, how to pronounce it correctly. I even knew that Mithras had a Spanish accent. Ulpius Silvanus, like many of the legionaries who had occupied Britain, had come from the Mediterranean shore of Spain. "You will not disturb the murderer," Mithras said. "You will leave all alone, and all will be well." "Why is that? What is your interest?" "I speak for all the dead." "Then I am honored that you should visit me." I took a stake from the meat safe and threw it into the whirling, unstable column of water. It vanished at once, shredding into pulp and blood. It was to have been my supper, but I felt that propitiation of the old god was more important. I had only ever seen Mithras once before, on an ill-advised expedition beneath London with the young engineer and Dr. Pretorius, and that had been long ago, in my salad days. Mithras said, "The sacrifice is acceptable. You may ask a question." Once, dozens of bulls had been slaughtered in a single day in his honor. Men drunk on the thick red wine called bull's blood had run through the streets ahead of the animals before they had been sacrificed. The men who had fallen to the bulls had been as much sacrifices to Mithras as those roasted inside the brazen bull. Mithras had been very powerful. He had protected the Roman settlement from ancient indigenous ghosts of the wild lands outside the stockade walls. He survived only because he had once been so powerful. He was an echo, a revenant, but not without influence. I wondered how long it had been since someone had given him tribute.
"One question," he said again. "Ask."
Is Robert Summers owned by a living man?
"There is no such person as Robert Summers."
Then what is he?
"You have asked your question. It is answered. Ask no more. Seek no more. You have some protection here, but I can remove it all if I wished."
"Where is the librarian? Bring him here, and I will speak with him."
The speed of the revolving column of water increased. Greasy droplets dashed against my face. The whirling water made a high wailing sound, and out of it Mithras said, "He no longer exists."
"Did Summers kill him, or the man who has taken control of him?"
"Ask no more. Remember, you live here upon my sufferance."
With respect, that is not quite true. This place lies to the east of the walls of your city.
Some of my dead lie nearby. It is enough.
I remembered then that a Roman cemetery had been discovered 400 years ago in the fields to the east of the priory of St. Mary Spittle. I opened my mouth to ask one more question, but the face dissolved or spread out across the glowing surface of the unstable column of water. The force which held the water together vanished. I stepped back and dropped the candle as the flood spun out in a splattering arc across the kitchen. I was alone in darkness. I could not let the mystery lie. Although my client was dead and the contract dissolved, it was clear that taking Mrs. Stokes's money had put me in danger. Oh, not yet, but if I let it go, then the amateur who was meddling with the ghosts of Robert Summers would do something stupid. Better to stop it now, whatever Mithras said, than wait until it got worse. And besides, I had always liked the librarian. As I mopped the flood of stinking drain water from the old linoleum, I thought of a ghost who might be able to help me. I finished the work and carefully sprinkled dried rue and wild garlic on the last of the water before pouring it down the drain. It would not keep out the river god, of course, but it would stop imps and other sprites from following his path. I made no other precautions. It would not do to attract attention. I ate lunch at one of the fine Bangladeshi restaurants in Brick Lane, and then set off north. I could not ride in public transport because I needed to keep my mind clear, and taxis were worse repositories of shed moments of anger than buses. It was cold, a sharp, dry cold, and the sky was clear, except for a few high strands of cirrus darkening in the east. It took an hour to walk to the rooming house where Mrs. Stokes had been murdered. I was happy to be alone with my thoughts. At one point I passed a mosque under construction, and wondered what ghosts it would add to the city, but for the most part I thought hard about what must be done. Mrs. Stokes had rented a room in one of the houses in the Victorian terraces behind Ridley Road Market. They had been poor things when they had been thrown up to help accommodate the increasing population of factory labourers, and they had not lasted well. There were 3 lidless dustbins and a broken pram amongst the dead weeds in the mean little garden, and a bored young constable stood in front of the door, which had been sealed with blue and white crime scene tape. The circus which accompanied any murder, and I do not mean the police, the forensic team, the ambulance, and the crowd of morbid onlookers, had passed on. But something lingered. I had bought a slab of cheesecake in the 24-hour Jewish bakery, and I walked to the end of the road and ate it while I waited. The streetlights came on, and the sky beyond them darkened. It was cold, and I wished that I had bought some coffee with the cheesecake. But at last I caught a faint scent of face powder and arpege, and without turning around, I knew that she had come to me. The ghost of Mrs. Stokes was remarkably composed, but from my brief meeting with her when she had been alive, I had expected nothing less. I had been counting on it, in fact. She knew that she was dead, although, like all ghosts, she did not remember dying. I remembered the photograph I had been given, and thought that a mercy. When the traffic had thinned out, she found the rushing cars a terrible distraction, as if each promised to bear her away to paradise. I walked along Ball's Pond Road. She was at my back, talking about her Emma. I think that she had become fused or mixed with the thing which had been at her back when she had come to see me, or perhaps this was the same ghost, strengthened by the death of the woman who had thrown it off. It would not matter soon. All that did matter was that it would do as I asked. I will see her again, my Emma, just as she was. Yes, you will see her again. I could have removed the ghost at Mrs. Stokes's back when she had first come to see me. She would have lost her obsession and gone away. It was something I could have done with most of my clients, but I had needed the money. Now I thought that it was fortunate that I had no scruples, for otherwise I would not have known what kind of creature Robert Summers was, and of the man who had an interest in him, until too late. But I knew that it would still be difficult to stop them. I tried to tell the ghost, but she babbled happily that it did not matter. I know what I must do, and I know I can do it. I can do it for my Emma. I know I can. And I will take her to the arms of Jesus, Mr. Carlyle. I will find the way. And how strange everything looks. Some things so bright, the rest so dark. I had a television once which showed pictures like this. The thing controlling its picture had broken. It was all light or all dark. I had to take it back to the shop, and there was quite an argument over replacing it, although I was fully within my rights. Is this how it looks to you, Mr. Carlyle? Sometimes. No wonder you live the way you do. I know now why you have no electricity. I think I can see electricity now. Every car is a scrolled outline of electric wires, like the filaments in a light bulb. No, she did not really understand. She seemed much younger. I think that she was assuming the form in which she remembered her daughter, but I did not dare look around to see. The big black BMW was parked on double yellow lines on Essex Road, by the stairs which led to the first-floor deck of the block of flats. Its motor was idling, a white plume of exhaust waved in the air from its tailpipe, but I could not see who was inside because the windows were tinted. Mrs. Stokes knew that her Emma was not inside the car. I nearly lost her as she went gadding away towards Summers' flat, light and limber as a young girl. It was all I could do to restrain her as I went puffing up the stairs, but the swirling graffiti helped divert her attention. At the top were the two men who had accosted me in Spitalfields Market. I had expected nothing less. "You're not wanted here," the sandy-haired one said sharply. "You clear off, Grandad." His boldness was a mask. I could smell his fear. His imps were a ruff of sharply angled black bodies tangled around his head, squeaking with fury. "My business is with your master," I said. "I believe that he is in Robert Summers' flat. Stand aside, sir." I was afraid, of course, but determined to see this through. It occurred to me that Mrs. Stokes' obsession had transferred to me. The sandy-haired man raised a hand. He wore black leather gloves. I unlatched my cane and whipped it up. The cover flew off, revealing the short, double-edged blade. The sandy-haired man barked a brief laugh and took a step backwards. "Who do you think you are, Zorro? Put it away or you'll get hurt." "Will you stand aside?" "Get him!" the sandy-haired man said. His hand was inside his London fog raincoat, and I knew that he had a revolver, but he did not want to use it because it would immediately attract attention. The big man stepped forward, his hands working, and I pointed the blade at his face so that he went cross-eyed as he tried to focus on it, then whipped it down and drew a line on the dirty rippled concrete of the walkway. The man's eyes followed and stayed there, and something in him relaxed. It was a small trick, but effective. He would stare at the line I had scratched into the concrete until I released him. He would not be able to move his eyes from it at all, even if all the women he most desired paraded naked in front of him. Already he was trying to break free. I could see sweat gathering on his forehead, and tears swelling in his unblinking eyes, but I knew that he could not. The sandy-haired man drew his revolver with a convulsive movement when I pointed my sword at him. "You stay there," he said. "Just keep still or you'll regret it." I was tired of his threats. I dismissed his retinue of chattering imps, and he batted wildly at the air around his head and looked at me as if for the first time. His mouth opened, but there was nothing to put words into it. "Wait by the car," I suggested. He nodded violently. "Yes, that's what I should do. He wants to see you, and I'll go and wait in the car." After he had gone, I went past the big man, who strained and failed to lift his eyes, to the door of Robert Summers' flat. It had been painted pale blue a long time ago. Someone had sprayed a crude graffito of male genitalia on it in black touch-up paint. Someone else, or perhaps it had been the graffiti artist, had tried to kick in its lower panel, which was chipped and splintered around 3 smashed dents. It was ajar, and light spilled around it. As I raised my hand to push it open, a voice from inside said, "You are welcome to enter, Ghost Eater, but know that you do so of your own free will." There was a short corridor with a kitchen on one side and a bathroom on the other. Both were unspeakably filthy. The light came from the room at the end, which was lit by the pitiless glare of an unshaded 100-watt bulb. There were no carpets, only stained and cracked chipboard. The wallpaper, pink and silver stripes, had been sprayed with scribbled tags and obscenities. It smelt of urine and unwashed bodies and mouldy dampness. It smelt of despair. It was the most evil place I had ever been in. If not for the ghost of Mrs. Stokes clinging to my back, I would have turned around and fled to the safety of my house, never to come out again. Robert Summers stood in the middle of the room, his hands laced before his crotch. He did not acknowledge my entrance. He was as still as the man I had charmed. The harsh light shone off the bald patch on the crown of his head. He wore his expensive black suit. There was something wrong with his face. It was more wrinkled than I remembered, and seemed to have slipped, so that its bottom part rested on the collar of his stained white shirt. Then I realized what it was. A mask made from the skinned face of Mrs. Stokes. Behind me, a man said, "You should not have come here, Mr. Carlyle." I turned. A man of medium height, his face masked by a trimmed beard and mirrored sunglasses, sat on a plastic chair of the kind sold as cheap patio furniture. He wore an impeccably tailored chalk-striped suit, a Turnbull and Asser shirt, oxblood loafers. His shirt cuffs were fastened by onyx studs. There was a 10,000-pound oyster Rolex on his right wrist, and several heavy gold bracelets on his left. A circle had been drawn around him on the warped chipboard. Even before I saw the black lamb dead in a corner, I knew that the circle had been drawn with blood. "Oh, I am well protected," the man said. He had a cultivated voice, salted with an Eastern European accent, Lithuanian perhaps, or Slovak. Although he was immaculately dressed and manicured, there was something indescribably filthy about him, as if an invisibly thin film of excrement covered him. I held out my hand. "I am pleased to meet you, sir." For a moment I thought that he was about to stand up, but then he flattened his palms on the flimsy arms of the plastic chair, and relaxed and smiled. "You know that I will not leave the circle." "I do not know you." The man's smile broadened. He placed the tips of his forefingers to the end of his neat beard. "Ah, it is not so easy to learn my name. Yet I believe you know mine. then I have the advantage. I see that you have a companion. Your creature did not eat all of her. Eat? Ah, I see. No, he does not do what you do. You have made a grave mistake, Mr. Carlyle. You really should not have come here. Why did you come here? Mrs. Stokes is my client. The poor thing which clings to you is not your client. It is merely all that is left of her. I thought it better to say nothing. I could have walked out of the room. Mrs. Stokes would stay, of course. In a way, she would become united with her daughter again, and so I would have fulfilled the conditions of my contract. Even now she was yearning towards summers, as someone in the desert will stretch towards a handful of cool water. But if I let her go and left the room, I knew that I could not stay in London. Perhaps there would be no place in the world which would be safe. The man said, I shall tell you why you are here. You came because you believe that you are the self-appointed spiritual guardian of the city. You believe that things must be always as they are, not as they should be. You hate change as much as the ghosts you fondly believe are your charges. You came here because you are a fool who believes his own boasts. You are nothing but a tricked-out ghost-eater who makes a living duping the bereaved. I am here because it is long past time for change. There are new things loose in the world, wonderful things. I said unwillingly, lions and tigers and bears. Yes, fierce wild creatures created by the unique pressures at the end of this century. It is not your century, Mr. Carlyle. You do not belong here. I said, Summers is your creature. I found him. The man could not resist boasting. It was his fatal flaw. It was the fatal flaw of all his kind. He said, he was never really alive. A shell of a man, a bundle of habits. His work was trivial and meaningless. He had no personal life. On weekends he would sit on the edge of the sagging bed in his greasy bedsit, staring at the patch of sky visible beyond the chimney pots, and hoping for escape. That was his strongest desire, and at last it turned inward. He vanished into himself. He became as empty as his bedsit, and a new tenant arrived. It is lonely, is it not? That is why it kills. It has no human weakness, Mr. Carlyle. It kills because that is what it is. That is its power. He said this in such a gloating way that I felt physically ill. But I knew that he was wrong. If it killed only for the sake of killing, it did not need to wear the faces of its victims. And I knew then that the man did not fully understand his creature. He said, What will you do, Mr. Carlyle? Run away? But where will you run to? Try and hide? But your hiding place will not last forever. Join me? But I do not need your help. Try and run me through with that pig sticker of yours. Go on. I know that you want to. I want to, but I will not. You are protected. But I will give you what you want. And I released the ghost of Mrs. Stokes. She had been straining so hard to be released that it was a relief to let her go. She went with a joyful noise, as straight as an arrow. I do not think that the man saw her. I do not think that he could see ghosts. He was sensitive to their presence, but that is not unusual. He was not interested in the matter of the dead, but only in power. The problem is not that the people do not believe, but that they believe in the wrong things, in numerology, spiritualism, tarot, crystals, and so on. As Lewis's devil remarked in the Screwtape Letters, the first step to damnation is to replace God with some other belief. The man's weakness was that he believed in his own power, but it is easy enough to find enough of the matter of the dead to dabble. The old necromancers were vain enough to write down their knowledge, and their encryption systems are no match for modern computers. But knowledge and vain self-belief are not enough. If the man did not see the poor woman's ghost, the Summers creature did. Its head snapped up, and it yawned, showing stained false teeth, and gulped her down. For a moment, nothing happened. The man clapped his clean pink palms together in soft applause. Then Summers tipped back his head and howled, and I knew that Mrs. Stokes had found her daughter. It was all she wanted. All that she had left behind was a single desire, hot and strong and vibrant. As sharp as a knife through cloth, she had cut through the ghosts the Summers creature had bound about itself, the ragged garment it had woven as a disguise or an attempt to become human. Now it burst apart. It was as if a magnesium flare had been exploded in a cave full of bats. For a moment, the room was full of ghosts and other revenants. Behind me, the man screamed and screamed, but I hardly heard him. The light bulb blew in a flurry of brief sparks. Ghosts flew around me in the darkness. I like to think that I glimpsed Mrs. Stokes and her daughter, but I cannot be sure. There were so many. And at the core of their whirling flight was the thing which had bound them, shaggy and black. It was not something new, but something very old. I believe that it may have been prehistoric, some remainder of a shamanistic dream or ritual. How badly it wanted to be human! That is why it had killed, assembling a persona from fragments of the dead. I dispatched it, and the ghosts fled in every direction. There is not much left to tell. The man had buried his face in his hands. Blood leaked between his fingers. I could smell the stench of his voided bladder and bowels. I left him sitting within his protective circle, and walked home alone. In the next few days I learned from the newspapers of an increase in murders, suicides, and other acts of violence. A man threw himself amongst the lions in Regent's Park Zoo. A woman set herself alight and jumped from Hungerford Bridge. Another woman was found chewing on the stringy corpse of one of the ravens of the Tower of London. It would pass, but I knew that things were changed. There were new and terrible things awake in the world, and not all of them belonged in the realm of the dead. For a very long time I had lived as if things had not changed, as if this great and terrible century was nothing more than a dream from which I would at last awake, free of the burden of my past, my own ghosts. I knew now that no one could free me but myself. It was time to take up my own life and walk freely in the city, amongst the living and the dead. F. Paul Wilson, Aftershock. F. Paul Wilson is the award-winning, best-selling author of more than 20 novels and dozens of short stories. Over 6 million copies of his books are in print in the U.S., and his work has been translated into 24 foreign languages. He has also written for the stage, screen, and interactive media. Most recently, he brought back his popular Repairman Jack character in the novels Legacies and Conspiracies. Currently, he lives at the Jersey Shore with his wife Mary, where he is working on a new Repairman Jack novel and haunting eBay for weird clocks and Daddy Warbucks memorabilia. As Wilson recalls about the following Bram Stoker award-winning novella, Aftershock owes its existence to Peter Crowther, who requested a ghost story, somewhere in the 5,000-word neighborhood, for an anthology he was editing. While hunting up a way to put a different spin on such a hoary theme, I came across an article about a support group for survivors of lightning strikes. Survivors? Could there be that many? Turned out there are, most of them along Florida's Lightning Alley, some who've been struck multiple times. Suddenly, I had a story. Aftershock tied up late and at nearly 3 times the word count Peter could handle, so I never sent it to him. Instead, Shauna McCarthy took it for Realms of Fantasy. But it will always be Peter's story.
"Please, Signor,"
the corporal says in fairly decent English, shouting over the rising wind,
"you are not permitted up there."
I look down at him. I'm well aware of that, but I'm all right. Really, get back inside before you get hurt. The patterned stone floor of the Piazza San Marco beckons 300 feet below as he clings to one of the belfry columns and leans out just far enough to make eye contact with me up here on the uppermost ledge. His hat is off, but his black shirt identifies him as one of the local carabinieri. Hopefully a couple of his fellows have a good grip on his belt. I can tell he's used up most of his courage getting this far. He's not ready to risk joining me up here. Can't say as I blame him. One little slip, and he's a goner. I've developed a talent for reading faces, especially eyes, and his wide black pupils tell me how much he wants to go on living. I envy that. Less than an hour ago, I was just another Venice tourist. I strolled through the crowded plaza, scattering the pigeon horde like ashes until I reached the Campanile entrance. I stood on the line for the elevator like everyone else, and paid my 8,000 line for a ride to the top. The Campanile di San Marco, by far the tallest structure in Venice, and one of the newest. The original collapsed shortly after the turn of the century, but they replaced it almost immediately with this massive brick phallus the color of vodka sauce. Thoughtful of them to add an elevator to the new one. I would have hated climbing all those hundreds of steps to the top. The belfry doubles as an observation deck. 4 column-bordered openings facing each point of the compass, screened with wire mesh to keep 2 ardent photographers from tumbling out. The space was packed with tourists when I arrived. French, English, Swiss, Americans, even Italians. Briefly, I treated myself to the view, the 5 scalloped cupolas of San Marco Basilica almost directly below, the sienna mosaic of tiled roofs beyond, and the glittering, hungry Adriatic Sea encircling it all. But I didn't linger. I had work to do. The north side was the least crowded, so I chose that for my exit. I pulled out a set of heavy wire clippers and began making myself a doorway in the mesh. I knew I wouldn't get too far before somebody noticed, and sure enough, I soon heard cries of alarm behind me. A couple of guys tried to interfere, but I bared my teeth and hissed at them in my best impression of a maniac until they backed off. Let the police handle the madman with the wire cutter. I worked frantically and squeezed through onto the first ledge, then used the mesh to climb to the second. That was hairy. I damn near slipped off. Once there, I edged my way around until I found a sturdy wire running vertically along one of the corners. I stopped and used the wire cutters to remove a 3-foot section which I left on the ledge. Then I continued on until I reached a large marble sculpture of a griffin-like creature set into the brick on the south side. I climbed the sculpture to reach the 3rd and highest ledge. And so, here I am, my back pressed against the green-tiled pinnacle as it angles to a point another 30 feet above me. The gold-plated statue of some cross-wielding saint, St. Mark probably, pirouettes on the apex. A lightning rod juts above him. And in the piazza below, I see the gathering gawkers. They look like pigeons, while the pigeons scurrying around them look like ants. Beyond them, in the Grand Canal, black gondolas rock at their moorings like hearses after a mass murder. The young national policeman pleads with me. "Come down! We can talk! Please do not jump!" Almost sounds as if he really cares. "Don't worry," I say, tugging at the rope I've looped around the pinnacle and tied to my belt. "I've no intention of jumping." "Look!" He points southwest to the black clouds charging up the coast of the mainland. "A storm is coming." I see it. It's a beauty.
But you will be struck by lightning.
I know, I tell him. That's why I'm here. The look in his eyes tells me he thought from the start I was crazy, but not this crazy. I don't blame him. He doesn't know what I've learned during the past few months. The first lesson began thousands of miles away, on a stormy Tuesday evening in Memorial Hospital emergency room in Lakeland, Florida. I'd just arrived for the second shift and was idly listening to the staff chatter around me as I washed up. "Oh, Christ," said one of the nurses. "It's her again. I don't believe it." "Hey, you're right," said another. "Who says lightning doesn't strike twice?" "Twice, hell," said a third voice I recognized as Kelly Rands, the department's head nurse. "It's this gal's third." Curious, I dried off and stepped into the hallway. Lightning strike victims are no big deal around here, especially in the summer. But 3 times? I saw Rand, apple-shaped and middle-aged, with hair a shade of red that does not exist in the human genome, and asked if I'd heard her right. "Yes, sirree," she said. She held up a little metal box with a slim aerial wavering from one end, and look what she had with her. I took the box. "Strike Zone, trademark, early warning lightning alert," ran in red letters across its face. "I'd say she deserves a refund," Rand said. "How is she?" "Been through X-ray and nothing's broken. Small third-degree burn on her left heel. Dr. Ross took care of that. Still a little out of it, though." "Where'd they put her?" 6. Still holding the lightning detector, I stepped into cubicle 6 and found a slim blonde, her hair still damp and stringy from the rain, semi-conscious on the gurney, an IV running into her right arm. A nurse's aide was recording her vitals. I checked the chart when she was done. Kim McCormick, age 38, found disrobed and unconscious under a tree bordering the 9th fairway at a local golf course. The personal info had been gleaned from a New Jersey driver's license. No known local address. A goateed EMS tech stuck his head into the cubicle. "She awake yet, Doc?" I shook my head. "All right, do me a favor, will you? When she comes to and asks about her golf clubs, tell her they was gone when we got there." "What?" "Her clubs. We never saw them. I mean, she was on a golf course, and sure as shit she's going to be saying we stole them. People are always accusing us of robbing them or something." "It says here she was naked when you found her." "Not completely. She had on, like, sneakers, a bra, and, panties, but that was it." He winked and gave me a thumbs up to let me know he'd liked what he'd seen. "Where were her clothes?" "Stuffed into some sort of gym bag beside her." He pointed to a vinyl bag under the gurney. "There it is. Her clothes was in there. Got her on. Just tell her about the clubs, okay, Doc?" "It's okay," said a soft voice behind me. I turned and saw the victim looking our way. "I didn't have any clubs." "Super," the tech said. "You heard her." And he was gone. "How do you feel?" I said, approaching the gurney. Kim McCormick gazed at me through cerulean irises, dreamy and half-obscured by her heavy eyelids. Her smile revealed white, slightly crooked teeth. "Wonderful." Clearly she was still not completely out of her post-strike daze. "I hear this is the 3rd time you've been struck by lightning. How in the—" She was shaking her head. "It's the 8th. I grinned at the put-on. "Right. It's true." My first thought was that she was either lying or crazy, but she didn't seem to care if I believed her. And in those half-glazed eyes, I saw a secret pain, a deep remorse, a hauntingly familiar loss. The same look I saw in my bathroom mirror every morning. "If that's true," I said, holding up her lightning detector, "you should find one of these that really works." "Oh, that works just fine," she said. "Then why—" "It's the only way I can be with my little boy." I tried to speak, but couldn't find a word to say. Stunned, I watched her roll over and go to sleep. No way I could let her go without learning what she'd meant by that, so I kept looking in on her during my shift, waiting for her to wake up. After suturing the 20-centimeter gash a kid from the local supermarket had opened in his thigh when his box cutter slipped, I checked room 6 again and found it empty. The desk told me she'd paid by credit card and taken off in a cab, lightning detector and all. I spent the next week hunting her, starting with her Jersey address. I left messages on the answering machine there, but they were never returned. Finally, after badgering the various taxi companies in town, I tracked Kim McCormick to a travel lodge out on 98. I sat in my car in the motel parking lot one afternoon, gathering courage to knock on her door and wondering at this bizarre urge. I'm not the obsessive type, but I knew her words would haunt me until I'd learned what they meant. It's the only way I can be with my little boy. Taking a deep breath, I made myself move. August heat and humidity gave me a wet slap as I stepped out and headed for her door. Nickel clouds hung low, and a wind-driven Walmart flyer wrapped itself around my leg like a horny mutt. I kicked it away. She answered my knock almost immediately, but I could tell from her expression she didn't know me. To tell the truth, with her hair dried and combed, and color in her cheeks, I barely recognized her. She wore dark blue shorts and a white Lacoste, sans bra, I noticed. I hadn't appreciated before how attractive she was. Yes? Ms. McCormick, I'm Dr. Glyer. We met at the emergency room after you were— Oh, yes, I remember you now. She gave me a crooked grin that I found utterly charming. This a house call? In a way. I felt awkward standing on the threshold. I was wondering about your foot. She stepped back into the room, but didn't ask me in. Still hurts, she said. I noticed the bandage on her left heel as she slipped her feet into a pair of backless shoes, but I get around okay in clogs. I scanned the room. A laptop sat on the nightstand, screensaver fish gliding across its screen. The bed was unmade, 2 Chinese food containers in the wastebasket, a Wendy's bag next to the TV on the dresser. The Weather Channel was on, showing a map of Florida with a bright red rectangle superimposed on its midsection. The words "Severe Thunderstorm Warning" crawled along the bottom of the screen. Glad to hear it, I said. Listen, I'd like to talk to you about what you said when you were in the ER. Sorry? She said, cocking her head toward me. I didn't catch that. I said I'd like to ask you about something you said when you were in the ER. What was that? She said it absently as she hurried about the room, stuffing sundry items into her gym bag, one of which I recognized as her lightning detector. Something about being with your little boy. That got her. She stopped and looked at me. I said that? I nodded. It's the only way I can be with my little boy, to be exact. She sighed. I shouldn't have said that. I was still off my head from the shock, I guess. Forget it. I can't. It's haunted me. She stepped closer, staring into my eyes. Why should that haunt you? Long story. That's why I was wondering if we might sit down somewhere and maybe some other time, she said. I'm just on my way out. Where? Maybe we can go together and talk on the way. You can't go where I'm going, she said, slipping past me and closing the door behind her. She flashed me a bright, excited smile as she turned away. I'm off to see my little boy. I watched her get into a white Mercedes-Benz with Jersey plates. As she pulled away, I hurried to my car and followed. Her haste, the approaching storm, the lightning detector, I had a bad feeling about this. I didn't bother hanging back. I doubted she knew what kind of car I was driving, or would be checking for anyone following her. She turned off 98 onto a 2-lane blacktop that ran straight as the proverbial arrow toward the western horizon. A lot of Florida roads are like that. Why? Because they can be. The state is basically a giant sandbar, flat as a flounder's belly and barely above sea level. Roads here don't have to wind around hills and valleys. so they're laid out as the shortest distance between 2 points. Ahead, the sky was growing rapidly more threatening, the gray clouds darkening. Lightning flashed in their echemotic bellies. The light had dimmed to late dusk level by the time she turned off the blacktop and bounced northward along a sandy road. She stopped her car about 50 yards from a small rise where a majestic Nelson pine towered over the surrounding scrub. She got out with her gym bag in hand and hurried toward the tree in a limping trot. Wind whipped her shorts around her bare legs, twisted her hair across her face. A bolt of lightning cracked the sky far to my left, and thunder rumbled past a few seconds later. I gaped in disbelief as she pulled off her shirt and shorts, stuffed them into the bag, and seated herself on the far side of the trunk. "She's crazy," I said aloud as I gunned the engine. I pulled past her car and stopped as close to the tree as the road would allow. Amid more lightning and thunder, I jumped out and dashed up the rise. "Kim!" I shouted. "This is insane! Get away from there!" She started at the sound of my voice, looked up, and threw her free arm across her breasts. Her other hand gripped the lightning detector, its red warning light blinking madly. "Leave me alone! I know what I'm doing!" "You'll be killed!" I picked up her gym bag and held it out to her. "Please, get back in your car!" Her face contorted with fury as she slapped the bag from my hand, then covered her breasts again. "Get out of here! You don't understand, and you'll ruin everything!" Her voice rose to a scream. "Go away!" I backed off, unsure of what to do. I debated grabbing her and wrestling her to safety, but did I have the right? As crazy as this seemed, Kim McCormick was a grown woman, and very determined to be here. A daylight-bright flash, followed instantly by a deafening crash of thunder and a torrent of cold rain, decided it. I ducked back toward my car. "Keep your windows closed," I heard Kim shout behind me, "and don't touch any metal!" Drenched, I huddled on the front seat and did just that. The storm roared in with maniacal fury, lashing the car with gale-force winds and rain so heavy I felt as if I'd parked under a waterfall. I couldn't see Kim, couldn't even see the big Nelson pine. I hated the thought of her getting soaked and risking electrocution out there in the lightning-strobed darkness, but what could I do? Mostly, I resented feeling helpless. I fought the urge to throw the car into gear and leave Kim McCormick to her fate. I had to stay, needed to stay. I felt tenuously bound to this peculiar woman by something unseen, unspoken. The lightning and thunder finally abated as the storm chugged off to the east. When the rain had eased to a steady downpour, I lowered the window and squinted at the pine, afraid of what I'd see. Kim was still huddled against the trunk, looking miserable, hair a rat-tail tangle, knees drawn up, head down, but seemingly none the worse for the terrible risk she'd taken. I stepped out and tried not to stare at her glistening, pale skin as I approached. She glanced up at me. The bright excitement of an hour ago had fled her eyes, leaving a hollow look. I reached into her bag and pulled out her shirt. I held it out to her. "Now can we talk?" Kim pointed to a pink scar that puckered her right palm. "That's from the first time I was hit," she said. I'd followed her back to her motel, waited while she took a quick shower, then brought her here to Cajun Heat, my favorite restaurant. She'd seemed pretty down when we were seated, but a couple of red stripes and an appetizer of steamed spiced shrimp had perked her up some. "That one was an accident," she said. "I was visiting my sister in West Texas last year. She and her husband and I had been fishing on White River Lake when it started to get stormy. We came ashore, and I was standing on the dock helping unload the boat. It hadn't even started raining yet, but somehow I took a direct hit." She rubbed the scar. "I had a fishing rod in my hand, my palm against the reel. That's all I remember. Karen and Bill were knocked off their feet, but they told me later they saw me fly 20 feet through the air. I broke my forearm when I landed. My heart had stopped. They had to give me CPR. You were lucky. Yeah, maybe. She stared at her palm with a rueful smile. Her wet hair was pulled back and fastened with an elastic band, making her look younger than her 38 years. Karen still jokes about how she thinks Bill was maybe a little too enthusiastic with the mouth-to-mouth. I said, "So the first strike was accidental. After what I saw today, I gather the next 7 were anything but. Dare I ask why?" Kim continued staring at her palm. "You already think I'm nuts. I don't want you thinking I'm a complete psycho. Try me." "Hmm?" She glanced up. "Sorry, I'm a little hard of hearing, especially when there's background noise." I said, "Try me." She looked me in the eye, then let out a deep sigh. "Immediately after that first strike, I saw my son, Timmy. I could see the lake and the dock and the boat, but they were faint and ghostly. I was standing right where I'd been when I got hit, but I could see my body sprawled behind me. Karen and Bill were running toward it, but slowly, like they were swimming through molasses, and they too looked faint, translucent. Timmy, though? He looked perfectly real and solid, but he was far away, hovering over the water, waving to me. He looked healthy, like he'd never been sick, but he was so far away. He kept beckoning me closer, but I couldn't move. Then he faded away. The pieces fell into place, and there it was, staring me in the face. Somehow I'd sensed it. Now I knew. When did he die? She blinked in surprise, then looked away. Almost 3 years ago. Her eyes brimmed with tears, but none spilled over. 2 years, 11 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days, to be exact. You had a very vivid No, she said firmly, shaking her head. He was there. You can't appreciate how real he was if you didn't see him. I'm a hard-headed realist, Dr. Glyer, and call me Joe. Okay, fine. But let's get something straight, Dr. Joe. I'm no new-agey hollowhead into touchy-feely spirituality. I was an investment banker, and a damn good one. Wharton MBA, Salomon Brothers, the whole 9 yards. I dealt with the reality of cold, hard cash and down-and-dirty bottom lines every day. As far as the afterlife was concerned, I was right up there with the big-time skeptics. To me, life began when you were born, you lived out your years, then you died. That was it. Game over, no replay. But not anymore. This is real. I don't know what happened or how it happened, but for an all too brief time after that lightning strike, I saw Timmy, and he saw me, and that changed everything. She closed her eyes. I thought I was getting over losing him, but... No, I thought, as her voice trailed off. You never get over it. But I said nothing. Anyway, at first I tried to duplicate the effect by shocking myself with my house current, but that didn't work. I concluded I'd need the millions of volts only lightning can provide to see Timmy again. So I went back to Texas and hung around that dock during 6 storms, but I couldn't buy another hit. Are you trying to die? I said. Is that it? She tossed me a withering look. I have a Ruger 9mm automatic back at my motel room. When I want to die, I'll use that. I am not suicidal. Then what else do you call flirting with death like you did today? And you've been hit 8 times? The fact that you're still alive is amazing. You've had a fantastic run of luck, but you've got to know that sooner or later it's going to run out. The waitress arrived then, and we dropped into silence as she set steaming plates of jambalaya before us. You don't know much about lightning, do you? Kim said when we were alone again. I've treated my share of, but do you know that it's usually not fatal? That better than 9 out of 10 victims survive? Truthfully, I hadn't known the survival rate was that high. Well, you're closing in on number 10. She shrugged, just a number. The first shock on that dock in Texas should have killed me. The usual bolt carries a current of 10,000 amps at 100 million volts. Makes the electric chair look like a AAA battery. Of course, the charge only lasts a tiny fraction of a second, but that first one was enough to put me into cardiac arrest. If Karen and Bill hadn't known CPR, we wouldn't be having this conversation. She dug into her jambalaya and chewed for a few seconds. Good, isn't it? I said. She nodded. Delicious. But she said it with no great conviction, and I got the feeling that eating was something Kim McCormick did simply to keep from feeling hungry. But where was I? She said. Oh, yes. After failing to get hit a second time in Texas, I started studying up on lightning. We still don't understand it completely, but what we do know is fascinating. Do you realize that worldwide, every second of every minute of every day, there are almost 1,000 lightning flashes? Most are cloud to cloud or cloud to air. Only 15% hit the ground. Those are the ones I'm interested in. This was the most animated I'd seen her. I leaned across the table, drawn by her enthusiasm. But tell me, I said, you're from Jersey. You were first struck in Texas. What are you doing here? It's where the lightning is. The National Weather Service keeps track of lightning, something called flash density ratings. According to their records, Central Florida is the lightning capital of the country, maybe the world. You've got this broad strip of hot, low-lying land between two huge, cooler bodies of water. Take atmospheric instability due to wide temperature gradients, add tons of moisture, and voila, Thunderstorm Alley. Seems you've been pretty successful around here, if you can call getting hit by lightning success. She smiled. I do. I started up around the Orlando area because of all the lakes. Being out in a boat during a storm is the best way to get hit, but I started thinking it was too risky, too easy to get knocked overboard and drown, or take a direct hit from a positive giant. A what? A positive giant. They originate at the very top of the storm cell, maybe 50,000 feet up, and they can strike 30 miles ahead of the storm. You've heard of people getting struck down by a so-called bolt from the blue? That's a positive giant. I don't want to get hit by one of those because they're so much more powerful than a regular bolt, almost always fatal. She pointed her fork at me. See? Told you I'm not suicidal. I believe you. Good. Anyway, I settled on golf courses as my best bet. The landscapers take down a lot of the little trees, but tend to leave the really big ones between the fairways. She showed me a pink half-dollar-size scar on her right elbow. That's an exit burn from the strike at Ventura Country Club. She parted her hair to reveal a quarter-size scar on her right parietal scalp. This one's an entry at Hunters Creek Golf Club. I could show you more, but not in public. I've got other scars you can't see, like a mild seizure disorder, for instance. I take Dilantin for that. And I've lost some of my hearing. I was losing my appetite. This poor deranged woman. And did you see, Timmy? She smiled. Her eyes fairly glowed. Yes, every single time. Kim McCormick was delusional. Had to be. And yet she was so convincing. But then that's the power of a delusion. But what if it wasn't a delusion? What if she really... I couldn't let myself go there. One of these times, I said, you're right, I suppose, and I'm prepared for it. I've got a solid will, how I'm to be cremated, where my ashes will go, and a list of all the charities that'll share my assets. But I stack the deck in my favor when I go out. That's why I get under a tree. Odds are against taking a direct hit that way. You get a secondary jolt, a flash that jumps from the primary strike point. And so far that's worked just fine for my purposes. Plus I keep low to the ground to reduce my chance of being thrown too far. But why do you undress? I figure wet skin attracts a charge better than wet fabric. I shook my head. How long are you going to keep this up? Until I get closer to him. He seems nearer here than he was in Texas, but he's still too far away. Too far for what? I need to see his eyes, hear his voice, read his lips. Why? What are you looking for? A lost look, tinged with terrible sorrow, fluttered across her features. Her voice was barely audible. "Forgiveness." I stared at her. "Don't ask," she whispered before I could speak. "Subject closed." She shook herself and gave me a forced smile. "Let's talk about something else. Anything but the weather." I stand alone on a rotted wharf, engulfed in fog. The stagnant pond before me carries a vaguely septic stench. No sound, no movement. I wait. Soon I hear the creak of wood, the gentle lap of a polished hull gliding through still water. A dark shape appears with the distinctive curved bow of a gondola. It noses toward me through the fog, but as it nears, I notice something unusual about the hull. It's classic glossy black, like all gondolas, but the seating area is closed over. I realize with a start that the hull is a coffin, a child's coffin, and bright red blood is oozing from under the lid. I shout to the gondolier. He's gaunt, the traditional strapped shirt hanging loose on his bony frame. His face is hidden by his broad straw hat until he lifts his head and stares at me. I scream when I see the scar running across his left eye. He grins and begins pulling his floating sarcophagus away, back into the fog. I jump into the foul water and swim after him, stroking frantically as I try to catch up, but the gondola is too fast, and the fog swallows it again, leaving me alone and lost in the water. I swim in circles, my arms growing weaker and weaker. Finally, they refuse to respond, dangling limply at my sides as I slip beneath the surface. Water rushes into my nose and throat, choking me. I awoke, gagging and shaking, dangling half on, half off my bed. It took me a long time to shake off the after effects of the nightmare. I hadn't had one like that in years. I knew why it had returned tonight, my afternoon with Kim McCormick. Over the next few days, I realized that Kim had invaded my life. I kept thinking of her alone in that motel room, eating fast food, her eyes glued to the Weather Channel as she tracked the next storm, planned her next brush with death. The image haunted me at night, followed me through the day. I found myself keeping the Weather Channel on at home and ducking off to check it out on the doctor's lounge TV whenever I had a spare moment. I guess my preoccupation became noticeable because Jay Ravner, head of the emergency department, pulled me aside and asked me if anything was wrong. Jay could never understand why a board-certified cardiologist like myself wanted to work as an emergency room doc. He was delighted to have access to someone with my training, but he was always telling me how much more money I could make as a staff cardiologist. Today, though, he was talking about enthusiasm, giving me a pep talk about how we were a team and we all had to be players. He went on about how I hardly spoke to anyone on good days and how lately I'd barely been there. Probably true. No, undoubtedly true. I don't particularly care for anyone on the staff, or in the whole damn state for that matter. I don't care to make chit-chat. I come in, do my job, damn efficiently too, and then I go home. I live alone. I read, watch TV, videos, go to the movies, all alone. I prefer it that way. I know I'm depressed, but imagine what I'd be like without the 40 milligrams of Prozac I take every day. I wasn't always this way, but it's my current reality, and that's how I choose to deal with it. Fuck you, Jay. I said none of this, however. I merely nodded and made concurring noises, then let Jay move on, satisfied that he'd done his duty. But the episode made me realize that Kim McCormick had upset the delicate equilibrium I'd established, and I'd have to do something about her. Just as she had researched lightning, I decided to research Kim McCormick. Her driver's license had listed a Princeton address. I began calling the New Jersey medical centers in her area, looking for a patient named Timothy McCormick. When I struck out there, I moved to Philadelphia. I hit pay dirt at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Being a doctor made it possible. Physicians and medical records departments are pretty tight-lipped about patient information when it comes to lawyers, insurance companies, even relatives. But when it's one doctor to another... I asked Timothy McCormick's attending to call me about him. After having me paged through the hospital switchboard, Richard Andrews, M.D., pediatric oncologist, knew he was talking to a fellow physician and was ready to open up. I told him I was treating Kim McCormick for depression that I knew stemmed from the death of her child, but she would give me no details. Could he help? I remember it like it was yesterday. He told me in a staccato rattle. Sad case. Osteosarcoma, started in his right femur. Pretty well advanced, mets to the lung and beyond by the time it was diagnosed. He deteriorated rapidly, but we managed to stabilize him. Even though he was on respiratory assist, his mother wanted him home in his own room. She was loaded and equipped a mini intensive care unit at home with around-the-clock skilled nursing. What could we say? We let her take him. And he died there, I gather? Yeah. We thought we had all the bases covered. One thing we didn't foresee was a power failure. Hospitals have backup generators. Her house didn't. I closed my eyes and suppressed a groan. I didn't have to imagine what awful moments those must have been. The horror of utter helplessness, of watching her child die before her eyes and not being able to do a thing about it. And the guilt afterwards. Oh, Lord, the crushing weight of self-doubt and self-damnation would be enough to make anyone delusional. I thanked Dr. Andrews, told him what a great help he'd been, and struggled through the rest of my shift. Usually I can grab a nap after 2 a.m. Not this time. I sat up, staring at the Weather Channel, watching with growing unease as the radar tracked a violent storm moving this way from Tampa. I called Kim McCormick's motel room, but she didn't answer. Did she guess it was me and knew I'd try to convince her to stay in? Or was she already out? As the clock crawled toward 6 a.m., I stood with keys in hand inside the glass door to the doctor's parking lot and watched the western sky come alive with lightning, felt the door shiver in resonance with the growing thunder. So much lightning, and it was still miles off. If Kim was out there... Who was I kidding? Of course she was out there. And I couldn't leave until my relief arrived. I prayed he'd show up early, but if anything, the storm would delay him. Jerry Ross arrived up at 6:05, just ahead of a pair of ambulances, and I dashed for my car. The storm was hitting its stride as I raced along 98. I turned off onto what I thought was the right road, fishtailing as I gunned along, searching for that Nelson pine. I almost missed it in the downpour, and damn near ditched the car as I slammed on the brakes when I spotted it. I backed up to the access road and kicked up wet gravel as I headed for the tree. The sight of her Mercedes offered some relief, and I let out a deep breath when I spotted the pale form huddled against the trunk. I barely knew this strange, troubled woman, and yet somehow she'd become very important to me. I skidded to a stop and ran up the rise to where she sat, looking like a drowned rat. Halfway there, the air around me flashed noon bright, and the immediate crash of thunder nearly knocked me off my feet, but Kim remained unscathed. "Not again!" she cried, not bothering to cover her breasts this time. She waved me off. "Get out of here! You can't keep doing this!" I dropped to my knees beside her and tried not to stare. I couldn't help but notice that they were very nice breasts, not too big, not too little, just right, with deep brown nipples jutting in the chill rain. "I can do anything I damn well please. Now go away!" I'd been here only seconds, but already my clothes were soaked through. I leaned closer, shouting over the deafening thunder. "I know what happened! About Timmy, bringing him home, the power failure, but you can't go on punishing yourself." She gave me a cold blue stare. "How do you— Doesn't matter. I just know. Tell me, was there a storm when the power went off?" She nodded, still staring. The red blinker on her lightning detector was going berserk. "Don't you see how it's all tied together?" I cried. "It's guilt and obsession. You need medication, Kim. I can help." I've been on medication, she snapped. Prozac, Paxil, Zoloft, Effexor, Tofrano, you name it. Nothing worked. I'm not imagining this, doctor. Timmy is there. I can feel him. Because you want him there! More lightning. So close I heard it sizzle. Damn you! She gritted through clenched teeth during the ensuing thunderclap. I didn't hear those words, but I could read her lips. She closed her eyes a second, as if counting to 10, then looked at me again. Do you have any children? I didn't hesitate. No. Well, if you did, you'd understand when I say you know them. I know Timmy, and I know he's there. And since you've never had a child, then you can't understand what it's like to lose one. Her eyes were filling, her voice trembling. You'll do anything, risk everything to have them back, even for an instant. So don't tell me I need medication. I need my little boy. But I do understand, I said softly, feeling my own pain grow, wanting to stop myself before I went further, but sensing it was already too late. I stopped as my skin burst to life with a tingling, crawling sensation, and my body became a burning beehive with all its panicked residents trying to flee at once through the top of my head. I had a flash of Kim with strands of her wet hair standing out from her head and undulating like live snakes, and then I was at ground zero at Hiroshima. An instant whiteout, and then the staticky blizzard wanes, leaving me kneeling by the tree, with Kim sprawled prone before me, flaming pine needles floating around me like lazy fireflies, and a man tumbling ever so slowly down the slope to my right. With a start, I realize he's me, but the whole scene is translucent. I can see through the tree trunk, and pale, drained of color, almost as if it's etched in glass, except for the tiny figure standing far across the marsh, a blotch of bright spring color in this polar landscape. A little girl, her dark brown hair divided into 2 ponytails tied with bright green ribbon, and she's wearing a yellow dress, her favorite yellow dress. It's Beth. Oh, Christ, it can only be Beth. But she's so far away. A desperate cry of longing leaps to my lips as I reach for her, but I can make no sound, and the world fades to black, my Beth with it. I sat up, groggy and confused, my right shoulder alive with pain, and looked around. Lightning still flashed, thunder still bellowed, rain still gushed in torrents from above, but somehow the whole world seemed changed. What had happened just now? Could that have been my little Beth? Really, Beth? No, not possible. And yet... Kim's still white form caught my eye. She lay by the trunk. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't go for it, so I crawled to her. She was still breathing, thank God. Then she moaned and moved her legs. I tried to lift her, but my muscles were jelly. So I cradled her in my arms, shielding her as best I could from the rain, and waited for my strength to return, my mind filled with wonder at what I had seen. Could I believe it had been real? Did I dare? Still somewhat dazed, I sat on Kim's motel bed, a towel around my waist, my clothes draped over the lampshades to dry. When she'd come to, we staggered to my car, and I drove us here. The room looked exactly as before, except a Hardee's bag had replaced the Wendy's. Kim emerged from the bathroom wearing a flowered sundress, drying her hair with a towel. She was bouncing back faster than I was. Practice, maybe. She looked pale but elated. I knew she must have seen her boy again. I felt numb. Oh, God, she said, and leaned closer. Look at that burn. I glanced at the large blister atop my left shoulder. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Oh, Joe, I'm so sorry you caught that flash, too. I feel terrible. Don't, I said. Not as if you didn't warn me. Still, let me get some of the cream they gave me for my heel. I'll make you— I saw someone, I blurted. She froze, staring at me, her eyes bright and wide.
Did you? Did you really? You saw Timmy? Didn't I tell you?
It wasn't your son, I said. She frowned.
Then who?
Remember by the tree just before we got hit when you asked me if I had any children? I said no because I don't. At least not anymore. But I did.
Did?
Kim said, staring at me. A beautiful, beautiful daughter. The most wonderful little girl in the world.
Oh, dear God. You too?
My throat had thickened to the point where I could only nod. She stumbled to the bed and sat next to me. The thin mattress sagged deeply under our combined weight.
You're sure it was her?
Again I nodded.
I didn't see her. And you didn't see Timmy?
I shook my head, trying to remember. Finally I could speak. Only Beth.
How old was she?
8.
Timmy was only 5. Was it?
Her own throat seemed to clog as she placed her hand on my arm.
Did she have cancer too?
No, I said, and the memory began to hammer against the walls of the cell where I'd bricked it up. She was murdered, right in front of me. I held up my left arm to show her the 7-inch scar running up from the underside of my wrist. This was all I got, but Beth died, and I couldn't save her. Kim made a choking noise, and I felt her fingers dig into my arm, her nails like claws.
No!
Her voice was muffled because she'd jammed the damp towel over her mouth.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! You poor... Oh, God, how...
I heard a sound so full of pain it transfixed me for an instant, until I realized it had come from me.
No, I can't. Please don't ask. I can't. I can't. I can't. How could I talk about what I couldn't even think about?
I knew if I freed those memories, even for a single moment, I'd never cage them again. They'd rampage through my being as they'd done before, devouring me alive from the inside out. I buried my face against Kim's neck. She cradled me in her arms and rocked me like a baby. "What about Timmy's father?" I said, biting into my Egg McMuffin. "Does he know about all this?" After clinging to Kim for I don't know how long, I'd finally pulled myself together. We were hungry, but my clothes were still wet. So she took my car and made a breakfast run to Mickey D's. I sat on the bed. Kim took the room's one upholstered chair. The coffee was warming my insides, the caffeine pulling me part way out of my funk, but I was still well below sea level.
"He doesn't know Timmy exists," she said. "Literally. We never married. He's a good man, very bright, but I dropped him when I learned I was pregnant."
"I don't follow."
"He'd have wanted to marry me, or have some part in my baby's life. I didn't want that."
My expression must have registered how offensive I found that, because she quickly explained,
"You've got to understand how I was then. A super-career woman who could do it all, wanted it all, and strictly on her own terms. I went through the pregnancy by myself, took maternity leave at the last possible moment, figuring I'd deliver the child. I knew he was a boy by the 3rd month, and set him up with a nanny while I jumped right back into the race. I saw myself spending a sufficient amount of quality time with him as I molded him to be a mover and a shaker, just like his mother." She shook her head. "What a jerk." "And after the delivery?" I said, guessing the answer. She beamed. "When they put that little bundle into my arms, everything changed. He was a miracle, by far the finest thing I'd ever done in my life. Once I got him home, I couldn't stop holding him. And when I'd finally put him into his bassinet, I'd pull up a chair and sit there looking at him. I'd put my pinky against his palm, and his little fingers would close around it, almost like a reflex, and that's how I'd stay, just sitting and staring, listening to him breathe as he held my finger." I felt my throat tighten. I remembered watching Beth sleep when she was an infant, marveling at her pudgy cheeks, counting the tiny veins on the surfaces of her closed eyelids. "You sound like a wonderful mother,"
I was. That's no brag. It's just that it's simply not my nature to do things halfway. Everything else in my life took a back seat to Timmy. I mean, way back. It damn near killed me to end my maternity leave, but I arranged to do a lot of work from home. I wanted to be near him all the time. She blinked a few times and sniffed. I'm so glad I made the effort, because he didn't stay around very long. She rubbed a hand across her face and looked at me with reddened eyes. How long since Beth? 5 years, I said. The longing welled up in me. Sometimes I feel like I was talking to her just yesterday. Other times it seems like she's been gone forever. But don't you see? Kim said, leaning forward. She's not gone. She's still here. I shook my head. I wish I could believe that. The lightning episode was becoming less and less real with each passing minute. Despite what I'd seen, I found myself increasingly reluctant to buy into this. But you saw her, didn't you? You knew her, didn't you? Isn't seeing believing? I don't know. Sometimes believing is seeing. But each of us saw our dead child. Can we both be crazy? There's something called shared delusion. I could be— Damn it! She said, catapulting from the chair. I'm not going to let you do this! She yanked my pants from atop the lampshade and threw them at me. You can't take this from me. I won't let you or anybody else tell me— I grabbed her wrist as she stormed past me. Kim! I want to believe! Can't you see there's nothing in the world I want more? And that's what worries me. I may want it too much. I pulled her into my arms, and we stood there, clinging to each other in anguished silence. I could feel her hot breath on my bare shoulder. She lifted her face to me. Don't fight it, Joe, she said, her voice soft. Go with it. Otherwise you'll be denying yourself. I kissed her on the lips. She drew back. I didn't know where the impulse had come from, and it was a toss-up as to which of us was more surprised. We stared at each other for a few heartbeats, and then our lips were together again. We seemed to be trying to devour each other. She tugged at my towel, I pulled at her sundress, she wore nothing beneath it, and we tumbled onto the unmade bed, skin to skin, rolling and climbing all over each other, frantic mouths and hands everywhere until we finally locked together, riding out a storm of our own making. Afterwards, we clung to each other under the sheet. I stroked her back, feeling guilty because I knew it had been better for me than her. I'm sorry that was so quick, I said. I'm out of practice. Don't be sorry, she murmured, kissing my shoulder. Maybe it's all the shocks I've taken, but orgasms seem to be few and far between for me these days. I'm just glad to have someone I can feel close to. You don't know how lonely it's been, keeping this to myself, unable to share it. It's wonderful to be able to talk about it with someone who understands. I wish I did understand, I said. Why is this happening? Maybe all those volts alter the nervous system, change the brain's modes of perception. But I've never heard of anything like this. Why don't other lightning strike victims mention seeing a dead loved one? Maybe they have seen them and never mentioned it. You're the only one I've told. But maybe it has to be someone who died during a storm. Did Beth— No, I said quickly, not allowing the scene to take shape in my mind. Perfect weather. Then maybe it has to do with the fact that they both died as children, and they're still attached to their parents. They hadn't let go of us in life yet, and maybe that carries over into death. Almost sounds as if they're waiting for us, I said. Maybe they are. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and Kim snuggled closer. Later, when we went back to pick up Kim's car, we walked up to where the lightning had struck. The top of the Nelson pine was split and charred. As we stood under its branches, I relived the moment, seeing Beth again, reaching for her. I wish she'd been closer, I said. Yes. Kim turned to me. Isn't it frustrating? When I took my second hit up in Orlando, Timmy was closer than he'd been in Texas, and I thought he might move closer with each succeeding hit. But it hasn't worked that way. He stays about 50 yards away. Really? Beth seemed at least twice that. I pointed to the marshy field. She was way over there. Kim pointed north. Timmy was that way. I swiveled back and forth between where I'd seen Beth and where Kim had seen Timmy, and an idea began to take shape. Tell me, I said, which way were you facing when you saw Timmy in Texas? She closed her eyes. Let me think. The sun always rose over the end of the docks, so I guess I was facing east. Good. I took her shoulders and rotated her until she faced east. Now, show me where Timmy was in relation to the end of the dock when he appeared in Texas. She pointed northeast. I'll be damned, I said, and trotted down the slope. Where are you going? I reached into my car and plucked the compass from my dashboard. Sometimes at night, when I can't sleep, I go out for long, aimless drives and wind up God knows where. At those times, it's handy to know which direction you're headed. All right, I said, when I returned to Kim. This morning, Timmy was that way. The compass says that's a few degrees east of north. If you followed that line from here, it would run through New Jersey, wouldn't it? She nodded, her brow furrowing. Yes. But in Texas. Where in Texas? White River Lake, West Texas. Okay. You saw him in a north-northeast direction. Follow that line from West Texas, and I'll bet it takes you to Jersey. She was squeezing my upper arm with both hands and jumping up and down like a little girl. Oh, God, that's where we lived. Timmy spent his whole life in Princeton. That's also where he died, I thought. I think a trip to Princeton is in order, don't you? Oh, yes. Oh, God, yes! Her voice cranked up to light speed. Do you think that's where he is? Do you think he's still at the house? Oh, dear God, why didn't I think of that? She settled down and looked at me. And what about Beth? You saw her where? East-northeast, I said. I didn't need the compass to figure that. Where does that line go? Orlando? Kissimmee? Did you live around there? I shook my head. No, we lived in Tampa. But that's the opposite direction. What's east-northeast from here? I stared at the horizon. Italy. A week later, we were sitting in the uppermost part of Kim's Princeton home, waiting for an approaching storm to hit. She had to have been earning big bucks as an investment banker to afford this place. A 2-story Victorian, she said it was Second Empire style, with an octagonal tower set in the center of its mansard roof. One look at that tower and I knew it could be put to good use. I found a Home Depot and bought 4 8-foot sections of 1-inch steel pipe, threaded at both ends, and 3 compatible couplers. I drilled a hole near the center of the tower roof and ran a length through. I coupled the second length to its lower end and ran that through, and so on until Kim had a steel lightning target jutting 20-odd feet above her tower. The tower loft was unfurnished, so I'd carried up a couple of cushions from one of her sofas. We huddled side by side on those. The lower end of the steel pipe sat in a large galvanized bucket of water a few feet in front of us. The bucket was to catch the rain that would certainly leak through my amateur caulking job at the roof line, the water to reduce the risk of fire. I heard the first distant mutter of thunder and rubbed my hands together. Despite the intense dry heat up here, they felt cold and damp. Scared? Kim said. Terrified. My first brush with lightning had been an accident. I hadn't known what was coming. Now I did. I was shaking inside. Kim smiled and gave my arm a reassuring squeeze. So was I at first. Knowing I'm going to see Timmy helps, but still, it's the uncertainty that does it. Is it or isn't it going to hit? How about I just say I don't believe in lightning? That'll make me feel better. She laughed. Hey, whatever works. She sidled closer. But I think I know a better way to take your mind off your worries. She began kissing me, on my eyes, my cheeks, my neck, my lips, and I began undoing the buttons on her blouse. We made love on the cushions in that hot, stuffy tower, and were glazed with sweat when we finished. A flash lit one of the 8 slim windows that surrounded us, followed by a deep rumble. "Almost here," I whispered. Kim nodded absently. She seemed distant. I knew our lovemaking had once again ended too quickly for her, and I felt bad. Over the past week, I'd tried everything I knew to bring her through, but kept running into a wall I could not breach. "I wish," I began, but she placed a finger against my lips. "I have to tell you something. About Timmy. About the day he died." I knew it had been tough on her coming back here. I'd seen his room. It lay directly below this little tower. Like so many parents who've lost a child, she'd kept it just as he'd left it, with toys on the counters and drawings on the wall. I would have done that with Beth's room, but my marriage fell apart soon after her death, and the house was sold. Another child was living in Beth's room now. "You don't shush," she said. "Let me speak. I've got to tell you this. I've got to tell someone before—" "Before what?" "Before I explode. I brought Timmy home from the hospital to a room that was set up like the finest ICU. All his vital signs were monitored at the hospital by telemetry. He had round-the-clock skilled nursing to give him his chemotherapy, monitor his IVs, draw blood for tests, adjust his respirator." "Why the respirator?" I couldn't help it. The doctor in me wanted to know. "The tumor had spread to his lungs. He couldn't breathe without it. It had also spread to many of his bones, even his skull. He was in terrible pain all the time. They radiated him, filled him with poisons that made him sicker, loaded him with dope to ease the pain, and kept telling me he had a fighting chance. He didn't have a chance. I knew it, and that was why I'd brought him home, so he could be in his own room, and so I could have every minute with him. But worse, Timmy knew it too. I could see it in his eyes when they weren't glazed with opiates. He was hanging by a thread, but no one would let it break. He wanted to go." I closed my eyes, thinking, "Oh no, don't tell me this. I don't want to hear this." "It was the hardest decision of my life. More than anything else in the universe, I wanted my little boy to live, because every second of his life seemed a precious gift to me. But why was I delaying the inevitable? For him or for me? Certainly not for him, because he was simply existing. He couldn't read, couldn't even watch TV, because if he wasn't in agony, he was in the Demerol zone. That meant I was prolonging his agony for me, because I couldn't let him go. I had to let him go. As his mother, I had to do what was right for him, not for me." "You don't have to go on," I said as she paused. "I can guess the rest." Kim showed me a small, bitter smile. "No, I don't think you can." She let out a deep, shuddering sigh and bit her upper lip. "So one day, as a thunderstorm came through, I dosed a glass of orange juice with some ipecac and gave it to Timmy's nurse. 10 minutes later, while she was in the bathroom heaving up her lunch, I sneaked down to the basement and through the main breaker for the house. Then I rushed back up to the second floor to be with Timmy as he slipped away. But he wasn't slipping away. He was writhing in the bed, spasming, fighting for air. I was horrified. I felt as if my blood had turned to ice. I thought he'd go gently. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I couldn't bear it." Tears began to stream down her face. The storm was growing around us, but I was barely aware. I was focused on Kim. "I remember screaming and running back down to the basement, almost killing myself on the way and resetting the breaker. Then I raced back upstairs. But when I reached him, it was too late. My Timmy was gone, and I hadn't been there. He died alone. Alone. Because of me. I killed him." And now she was sobbing, deep, racking sounds from the pit of her soul. I took her in my arms and held her tight against me. She virtually radiated pain. At last I understood what was fueling the engine of this mad compulsion of hers. What an appalling burden to carry. "It's all right, Kim," I whispered. "What you saw were muscle spasms, all involuntary. You did the right thing. A brave thing." "Was it right?" she blurted through her sobs. "I know it wasn't brave. I lost my nerve and changed my mind.
But was it right? Did Timmy really want to go, or was it me just thinking he did? Was his suffering too much for him to bear, or too much for me? That's what I've got to know. That's why I have to see him close up and hear what he's trying to say. If I can do that just once, I swear I'll stop all this and run for a basement every time I hear a storm coming.
As if on cue, a blast of thunder shook the little tower, and I became aware again of the storm. Rain slashed the windows, and the darkened sky was alive with flashes. I stared at the steel pole a few feet before me and wanted to run. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs. This was insane, truly insane. But I forced myself to sit tight and think about something else.
It all makes sense now, I said. What?
Why we're seeing Beth and Timmy. They didn't give up their lives. Life was taken from them. Kim bunched a fist against her mouth. She closed her eyes and moaned softly. Through love in Timmy's case, I said quickly. I cupped my hand behind her neck and kissed her forehead. But not in Beth's. Kim opened her eyes.
Can't you tell me about it? Please?
She'd shared her darkest secret with me, and yet I couldn't bring myself to talk about it. I was about to refuse her when a deafening blast of thunder stopped me. I was dancing with death in this tower. What if I didn't survive? Kim should know. Suddenly, I wanted her to know. I closed my eyes and opened the gates, allowing the pent-up past to flow free. A mélange of sights, smells, sounds eddied around me, carrying me back 5 years. I steeled myself and began. It was the first time in years I'd allowed myself more than a week away from my practice. 12 whole days in Italy. We were all so excited. Angela was first-generation Italian-American, and the three of us trooped to the old country to visit her grandparents, Beth's great-grandparents. While Angela stayed in Positano, yakking in Italian to all her relatives, Beth and I dashed off for a quick 2-day jaunt to Venice. Yes, it's an overpriced tourist trap. Yes, it's the Italian equivalent of Disney World. But there's not another place in the world like it. And since the city is supposedly sinking at the rate of 2.5 inches per decade, I wanted Beth to experience it without a snorkel. From the day she was born, Beth and I shared something special. I don't think I've ever loved anyone or anything more than that little baby. When I was home, I'd feed her. When I wasn't on call, I'd get up with her at night. Most parents love their kids, but Beth and I bonded. We were soulmates. She was only 6, but I felt as if I'd known her all my life. I wanted her to be rich in spirit and experience, so I never passed up a chance to show her the wonders of the world, the natural and the man-made. Venice was a little of both. We did all the touristy stuff, a gondola ride past Marco Polo's and Casanova's houses, shopping on the Rialto Bridge, eating gelato, crossing the Bridge of Sighs from the Doge's palace into the prison. We took boats to see the glass blowers on Marano and the lace makers on Burano, snagged a table at Harry's bar, where I treated her to a Shirley Temple while I tried a Bellini. But no matter where we went or what we did, Beth kept dragging me back to Piazza San Marco so she could feed the pigeons. She was bonkers for those pigeons. Vendors wheel little carts through the piazza, selling packets of birdseed, 2,000 lire a pop. Beth must have gone through a dozen packets during our 2-day stay. Pigeons have been called rats with feathers, and that may not be far off, but these have got to be the fattest, tamest feathered rats in the world. Sprinkle a little seed into your palm, hold it out, and they'll flutter up to perch on your hand and arm to eat it. Beth loved to stand with handfuls stretched out to both sides. The birds would bunch at her feet, engulf her arms, and even perch on her head, transforming her into a giggling mass of feathers. I wasn't crazy about her being that close to so many birds. Thoughts of the avian-borne diseases like psittacosis that I'd studied in med school kept darting through my head, so I tried to limit her contact. But she got such a kick out of them, how many times could I say no? I even went so far as to let her talk me into doing her two-handed feeding trick. Soon I was inundated with feathers, holding my breath within a sea of fluttering wings. I couldn't see Beth, but I could hear her distinctive belly laugh. When I finally shook off the pigeons, I found her red-faced and doubled over with laughter. What can be better than making a child laugh? The pigeons grossed me out, but so what? I eagerly grabbed more seed and did it again. Finally, it was time to leave Venice. The only flat we could book to Naples left Marco Polo at 6:30 a.m. the next morning, and the first public water bus of the day would make a number of stops along the way and get us to the airport with only a few minutes to spare. Since I didn't want to risk missing the flight, I had the hotel concierge arrange for a private water taxi. It would pick us up at 5 a.m. at a little dock just 100 feet from our hotel. At 4:50 a.m., Beth and I were standing by our luggage at the end of Calle Larga San Marco. The tide was out and the canal smelled pretty rank. Even at this hour, it was warm enough for short sleeves. I was taken with the silence of the city, the haunted emptiness of the dark streets, Venice on the cusp of a new day, when the last revelers had called it quits and the earliest risers were just starting their morning coffee. Beth was her usual bossy little self. As soon as she'd learned to string words together, she began giving us directions like a sergeant major. She had no qualms about telling us what to wear, or what to buy in the supermarket, or a department store, or setting up seating arrangements. You sit there, Mommy, and Daddy, you sit there, and I'll sit right here in the middle. We called her the boss in private. And here in Venice, without her mother around, Boss Beth took charge of me. I loved to humor her. Put the suitcases right there, Daddy. Yours on the inside and mine on the outside, so that when the boat gets here we can put them right on. Now you stand right over here by me. I did exactly as she told me. She wanted me close, and I was glad to comply. Her voice trailed off after that, and I could see her glancing around uneasily. I wasn't fully comfortable myself, but I talked about seeing Mommy in a few hours to take her mind off our isolation. And then finally we heard it, the sputtering gurgle of an approaching taxiacque. The driver, painfully thin, a cigarette drooping from his lips, pulled into the dock, little more than a concrete step down, and asked in bad English if we were the ones going to the airport. We were, and as I handed him our 2 suitcases, I noticed the heavy droop of his left eyelid. My first thought was Bell's palsy, but then I noticed the scar that parted his eyebrow and ridged the lid below it. I also noticed that he wasn't one to make contact with his good eye, and that his taxi didn't look to be in the best shape. A warning bell sounded in my head, not a full-scale alarm, just a troubled chime, but I knew if I went looking now for another taxi, we'd almost certainly miss the plane. If only I'd heeded my instincts. Beth and I sat together in the narrow, low-ceilinged cabin amidships as the driver wound his way into the wider, better-lit Grand Canal, where we were the only craft moving. We followed that for a while, then turned off into a narrower passage. After numerous twists and turns, I was completely disoriented. Somewhere along the way, the canal-front homes had been replaced by warehouses. My apprehension was rising, and when the engine began to sputter, it soared. As the taxi bumped against the side of the canal, the driver stuck his head into the cabin and managed to convey that he was having motor trouble and needed us to come up front so he could open the engine hatch. I emerged to find him standing in front of me with his arm raised. I saw something flash dimly in his hand as he swung it at me, and I managed to get my left arm up in time to deflect it. I felt a blade slice deep into my forearm, and I cried out with the pain as I fell to the side. Beth started screaming, "Daddy! Daddy!" But that was all she managed before her voice died in a choking gurgle. I didn't know what he'd done to Beth, I just knew he'd hurt her, and no way in hell was he going to hurt her again. Bloody, agonized arm and all, I launched myself at him with an animal roar. He was light and thin and not in good shape. I took him by surprise and drove him back against the board's console, hard. He grunted, and I swear I heard his ribs crack. In blind fury, I pinned him there and kept ramming my right forearm against his face and neck and kneeing him in the groin until he went limp. Then I threw him to the deck and jumped on him a few times, driving my heels into his back to make sure he wouldn't be getting up. And then I leaped to Beth and found her drenched in blood and just about gone. He'd slit her throat. Oh, Lord, oh, God. To keep her from screaming, he'd cut my little girl open, severing one of her carotid arteries in the process. The wound gaped dark and wet. Blood was everywhere. Whimpering like a lost, frightened child, I felt around in the wound and found the feebly pumping carotid stump, tried to squeeze it shut, but it was too late. Too late. Her mouth was slack, her eyes wide and staring. I was losing her. My Beth was dying, and I couldn't do a thing to save her. I started shouting for help. I screamed until my throat was raw and my voice reduced to a ragged hiss, but the only replies were my own cries echoing off the warehouse walls. And then the blood stopped pulsing against my fingers, and I knew her little heart had stopped. CPR was no use because she had no blood left inside. It was all out here, soaking the deck and the two of us. I held her and wept, rocking her back and forth, pleading with God to give her back to me. But instead of Beth stirring, the driver moved, groaning in pain from his broken bones. In a haze of rage as red as the sun just beginning to crawl over the horizon, I rose and began kicking and stomping on the driver, reveling in the wonderful crunch of his bones beneath my soles. I shattered his limbs and hands and feet, crushed his rib cage, pulped the back of his skull, and I relished every blow. When I was satisfied he was dead, I returned to Beth. I cradled her in my arms and sobbed until the first warehouse workers arrived and found us. Kim clutched both my hands. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her mouth moved as she tried to speak, but she made no sound. The rest is something of a blur, I said. An official inquiry into the incident, 2 people were dead, so I couldn't blame the Venice authorities for that, revealed that the killer had overheard the hotel arranging our water taxi ride. He borrowed a friend's boat and beat the scheduled taxi to the pickup spot. The court determined that he was going to kill us, steal whatever valuables we'd bought or brought, and dump our bodies in the Adriatic. They suspected that Beth and I weren't his first victims. I was released, but then came the nightmare of red tape trying to return Beth's body to the States. Finally, we brought her home and buried her, but my life was changed forever by then. The world was never the same without Beth. Neither was my marriage. Angela never said so, but I know she secretly blamed me for Beth's death. So did I. Angela and I split a year later. She couldn't live with me. Who could blame her? I could barely live with myself. Still can't. But you're not to blame, Kim said. I had a chance to save Beth before we stepped onto that water taxi, but I didn't take it. And Beth paid for it. We sat in silence then, each mired in our pools of private guilt. Gradually I realized that the flashes outside were less frequent, the thunder not quite so loud. I think it's passed us by, I said. Kim glanced around, frowning in disappointment. Damn, we'll have to wait for another storm. That could be next week or next month around here. She pointed to the steel pole. Oh, look, it's wet. Fine rivulets of water were coursing down the surface of the steel. So much for my caulking skills. I'll see what I can do tomorrow. Kim got on her knees and leaned forward to touch the wet surface, and the tower seemed to explode. I had an instant's impression of a deafening buzz, accompanied by a rainbow shower of sparks within a wall of blazing light, Boiling water exploded from the galvanized bucket as multiple arcs of blue-white energy converged from the pole onto Kim's outstretched arm. Her mouth opened wide in a silent scream, while her body arched like a bow and shuddered violently, and then a searing bolt flashed from her opposite shoulder into me. The whiteout fades, as do the walls of the tower, leaving ghostly translucent after-images, and I know which way to turn. I spot the tiny figure immediately, still in her yellow dress, standing so far away, suspended above the treetops. Beth! I call her name, but there is no sound in this place. I try to move toward her, but I'm frozen in space. I need to be closer. I need to see her throat. And then her hand goes to her mouth, and her eyes widen as she points to me. What? What's the matter? I realize she's pointing behind me. I turn and see Kim's ghostly figure on the floor. So still. Too still. I came to and crawled to Kim. Her right arm was a smoking ruin, charred to the elbow, and she wasn't breathing. Panicked, I struggled upright and kneeled over her. I forced my rubbery arms to pound my fists on her chest to jolt her heart back to life. Once, twice. Then I started CPR, compressing her sternum and blowing into her mouth. 5 thrusts, 1 breath. 5 thrusts, 1 breath. "Come on, Kim!" I shouted. I was so slick with sweat that my hands kept slipping off her chest. "Breathe! You can do it! Breathe, damn it!" I saw her eyelids flutter. Her blue irises had lost their luster, but I sensed an exquisite joy in their depths as they fixed on me for a beseeching instant, the tiniest shake of her head, and then she was gone again. I realized what she'd just tried to tell me. Don't. Please don't. But it wasn't in me to kneel here and watch the life seep out of her. I lurched again into CPR, but she resisted my best efforts to bring her back. Finally, I stopped. Her skin was cooling beneath my palms. Kim was gone. I stared at her pale, peaceful face. What was happening in that other place? Had she found her Timmy and the forgiveness she craved? Was she with him now and preferring to stay there? I felt an explosive pressure building in my chest, mostly grief, but part envy. I let out an agonized groan and gathered her into my arms. I ached for her bright eyes, her crooked-toothed smile. "Poor lost Kim," I whispered, stroking her limp hair. "I hope to God you found what you were looking for." Just as with Beth, I held Kim until her body was cold and stiff. Finally, I let her go. I dressed her as best I could and stretched her out on the cushions. I called the emergency squad, then drove my car to the corner and waited until I saw them wheel her body out to the ambulance. Then I headed for the airport. I hated abandoning Kim to the medical examiner, but I knew the police would want to question me. They'd want to know what the hell we were doing up in that tower during a storm. They might even take me into custody. I couldn't allow that. I had someplace to go. I arrived in Marco Polo Airport without luggage. The terminal snuggles up to the water, and the boats wait right outside the arrival terminal. I bought a ticket for the water bus. I could barely look at the smaller, speedier water taxis, and spent the 2.5-mile trip across the Laguna Veneta, fighting off the past. I did pretty well leaving the dock and walking into the Piazza San Marco. I hurried through the teeming crowds, past the flooded basilica on the right, a Byzantine toad squatting in a tiny pond, and the Campanile towering to my left. I almost lost it when I saw a little girl feeding the pigeons, but I managed to hold on. I found a hotel in the San Polo district, bought a change of clothes, and holed up in my room, watching the TV, waiting for news of a storm. And now the storm is here. From my perch atop the Campanile di San Marco, I see it boiling across the Laguna Veneta, spearing the Lido with bolts of blue-white energy and taking dead aim for my position. The piazza below is empty now, the gawkers chased by the thunder, rain, and lightning, especially the lightning. Even the brave young carabinieri has discovered the proper relationship between discretion and valor, and ducked back inside. And me? I've cut the ground wire from the lightning rod above me. I'm roped to the tower to keep from falling, and I'm drenched with rain. I'm ready. Physically, at least. Mentally, I'm still not completely sure. I've seen Beth twice now. I should believe. I want to believe. But do I want it so desperately that I've tapped into Kim's delusion system and made it my own? I'm hoping this will be my last time. If I can see Beth up close, see her throat, know that her wound has healed in this place where she waits, it will go a long way toward healing a wound of my own. Suddenly I feel it, the tingle in my skin as the charge builds in the air around me, and then a deafening zzz as the bolt strikes the ungrounded rod above the statue of St. Mark. Millions of volts slam into me, violently jerking my body. And then I'm in that other place, that other state. I look around frantically for a splotch of yellow, and I almost cry out when I see Beth floating next to me. She's here, smiling, radiant, and so close I can almost touch her. I choke with relief as I see her throat. It's healed, the terrible grinning wound gone without a trace, as if it never happened. I smile at her, but she responds with a look of terror. She points down, and I turn to see my body tumbling from the tower. The safety rope is broken, and I'm drifting earthward like a feather. I'm going to die. Strangely, that doesn't bother me nearly as much as it should. Not in this place. Then, in the distance, I see two other figures approaching, and as they near, I recognize Kim. Then she's leading a beaming, tow-headed boy toward Beth and me. A burst of unimaginable joy engulfs me. This is so wonderful, almost too wonderful to be real. And there lies my greatest fear. Are they all, Beth, Kim, Timmy, really here? Or merely manifestations of my consuming need for this to be real? I look down and see my slowly falling body nearing the pavement. Very soon, I will know. Gene Wolfe, A Fish Story. Gene Wolfe lives in Barrington, Illinois. He fought in the Korean War and subsequently received a BSME from the University of Houston. His first book appeared in 1970, and he is the author of Peace, The Book of the New Sun, and The Book of the Long Sun, amongst other works. His latest series, The Book of the Short Sun, comprises On Blue's Waters, In Green's Jungles, and Return to the Worrell, while his most recent collection of short stories is entitled Strange Travelers. It is a pleasure to once again welcome the author back to the pages of Best New Horror with this atmospheric short. I am always embarrassed by the truth. For one thing, I am a writer of fiction, and know that coming from me it will not be believed, nor does it lend itself to neat conclusions in which the hero and heroine discover the lost silver mine. So bear with me, or read something else. This is true, and because it is not quite satisfactory. We three were on a fishing trip along a certain river in Minnesota. We had put Bruce's boat in the water that morning and made our way in a most dilatory fashion downstream, stopping for an hour or two at any spot we thought might have a muskie in it. That night we camped on shore. The next day we would make our way to the lake, where Bruce's wife and mine would meet us about 6. Rab, who had never married, would ride as far as Madison with my wife and me. We had not caught much, as I remember, But we had enough to make a decent meal, and were eating it when we saw the UFO. I do not mean that we saw a saucer-shaped mothership from a far-off galaxy full of cute green people with feelers. When I say it was a UFO, I mean merely what those 3 letters indicate. Something in the air, lights in our case, we could not identify. They hovered over us for a half-minute, drifted off to the northeast, then receded very fast and vanished. That was all there was to it. In my opinion, we witnessed a natural phenomenon of some sort, or had seen some type of aircraft. But, of course, we started talking about them, and Roswell, and all that, and after a while Bruce suggested we tell ghost stories. "We've all had some supernatural experience," Bruce said. And Rab said, "No." "Oh, of course you have." Bruce winked at me. "I didn't mean that nothing like this has ever happened to me," Rab said. "Just that I don't want to talk about it." I looked at him then. It was not easy to read his face in the firelight, but I thought he seemed frightened. It took about half an hour to get the story out of him. Here it is. I make no comment because I have none to make. I do not know what it means, if it means anything. "I've always hated ghosts and all that sort of thing," Rab began, "because I had an aunt who was a spiritualist. She used to read tea leaves and bring her Ouija board when she came to dinner and hold seances, and so on and so forth. When I was a little boy, it scared me silly. I had nightmares, really terrible nightmares, and used to wake up screaming. All that ended when I was 13 or 14, and since then I've despised the whole stupid business. Pretty soon one of you is going to ask if I've ever seen a ghost, so I'll answer that right now. No. Never. Well, you don't want my life history. Let's just say that I grew up, and after a while my mother and father weren't around anymore, or married to each other either. My sister was living in England. She's moved to Greece, but I still hear from her at Christmas. One day I got home from work, and there was a message from Dane County Hospital on my machine. Aunt Elspeth was dying, and if I wanted to see her one last time, I had better get over there. I didn't want to. I had disliked her all my life, and I was pretty sure the feeling was mutual. But I thought of her alone in one of those high, narrow beds, dying and knowing that nobody cared that she was dying. So I went. It was the most miserable 4 or 5 hours I've ever spent. She looked like hell, and even though they had her in an oxygen tent, she couldn't breathe. She kept taking these great gasping breaths. Rab demonstrated. And in between breaths, she talked. She talked about my grandparents' house, which I've never seen, and how it had been there when she and Mom were kids. Not just about them and my grandparents, but the neighbors, the dogs and cats they'd owned, and everything. The furniture, the linoleum on the kitchen floor, everything. After a while, I realized that she was still talking even when she wasn't talking. Do you know what I mean? She would be taking one of those horrible breaths, and I'd still hear her voice inside my head. It was getting pretty late, and I thought I'd better go. But there was something I wanted to say to her first. I told you how much I hate ghosts and all that kind of crazy talk. Anyway, I cut her off while she was telling about how she and my mother used to help my grandmother can tomatoes, and I said, "Aunt Elspeth, I'd like you to promise me something. I want your word of honor on it. Will you do that? Will you give it to me?" She didn't say anything, but she nodded. "I want you to promise me that when you're gone, if there's any possible way for you to speak to me or send me a message, make any kind of signal of any sort, to say that there's another life after the life we know here, another existence on the other side of the grave, you won't do it. Will you give me your solemn promise about that, Aunt Elspeth? Please? And mean it?" She didn't say anything more after that, just lay there and glared at me. I wanted to go, and I tried to a couple of times, but I couldn't make myself do it. There she was, about the only person still left from my childhood, and she was dying. Would probably die that night, they had said. So I sat there instead, and I wanted to take her hand, but I couldn't because of the oxygen tent, and she kept on glaring at me and making those horrible sounds trying to breathe, and neither of us said anything. It must have been for about an hour. I guess I shut my eyes. I know I didn't want to look at her, and leaned back in the chair. And then, all of a sudden, the noises stopped. I leaned forward and turned on the little light at the head of her bed, and she wasn't trying to breathe anymore. She was still glaring as if she wanted to run me through a grinder, but when I got up and took a step toward the door, her eyes didn't move. So I knew she was dead, and I ought to call the nurse or something, but I didn't. Rab fell silent at that point, and Bruce said, "What did you do?" I just went out of the room, and out of the intensive care wing, and out into the corridor. It was a pretty long corridor, and I had to walk, maybe 100 steps before I came to the waiting room. It was late by then, and there was only one person in it, and that one person was me. Rab gave us a chance to say something, but neither of us did. I don't mean I went in. I didn't. I just stood out in the corridor and looked inside, and there I was, sitting in there. I had on a black turtleneck and a whiskey-colored suede sports jacket. I remember that because I've never owned those clothes. It was my face behind my glasses, though. It was even my haircut. I was reading Reader's Digest and didn't see me. But I saw myself, and I must have stood there for 5 minutes, just staring at him. Then a nurse pushed past me and said, "You can go in and see your aunt now, Mr. Salmon." He put down his magazine and stood up and said, "Call me Rab." And she smiled and said, "You can see your Aunt Elspeth now, Rab." I stepped out of the way, and the nurse and I went past me and down the corridor toward the intensive care wing. I watched till they had gone through the big double doors, and I couldn't see them anymore. Then I went into the waiting room and picked up that copy of the Reader's Digest that I had laid down and slipped it into my pocket and went home and went to bed. I still have it, but I've never gotten up the nerve to read it. Rab sighed. That's my story. I don't imagine that yours will be true. I know both of you too well for that. But mine is. When you woke up in the morning, was your aunt still dead? Bruce wanted to know. Rab said, "Yes, of course. The hospital called me at work." That bothered me, and I said, "When you started telling us about this, you said that there was a message from the hospital on your answering machine when you got home from the office. So the hospital didn't have your number there, presumably at least." Rab nodded. I suppose he gave it to them. Nobody said much after that, and pretty soon we undressed and got into our sleeping bags. When we had been asleep for 2 or 3 hours, Rab screamed. It brought me bolt upright, and Bruce too. I sat up just in time to see Rab scream again. Then he blinked and looked around and said, "Somebody yelled. Did you hear it?" Bruce was a great deal wiser than I. He said, "It was an animal, Rab. Maybe an owl. Go back to sleep." Rab lay back down, and so did I, but I did not go back to sleep. I lay awake, looking at the clouds, the moon, and the stars, and thinking about that midnight hospital waiting room in which the man who stood outside sat reading a magazine, wondering just how much power the recently dead may have to twist our reality and their own. There actually was something shrieking up on the bluff, but I cannot say with any confidence what it was. A wildcat, perhaps, or a cougar. David Case, Jimmy. David Case's first collection, The Cell, 3 Tales of Horror, appeared in 1969. It was followed by the novels Fen Griffin, A Chilling Tale, Wolfe Tracks, and The Third Grave, which appeared from Arkham House. More recently, a new collection entitled Brotherly Love and Other Tales of Faith and Knowledge was published by Pumpkin Books. Outside the horror genre, Case has written more than 300 books under at least 17 pseudonyms, ranging from porn to westerns. Two of his short stories, Fen Griffin and the classic werewolf thriller The Hunter, were filmed as And Now the Screaming Starts, 1973, and Scream of the Wolf, 1974, respectively. Meanwhile, his first western, Plum Drillin', which was originally set to be a movie starring the late Steve McQueen, has recently been reoptioned. I wrote an original, longer version of Jimmy while living on a lake in Texas, reveals Case. I had no particular idea about what to write, and had always thought that by beginning with Once Upon a Time, a story would follow. Sure enough, it did. I sent it to a useless agent who said it could not be published as the theme would offend the feminists. I put the manuscript away and forgot about it. Sometime later, back in London again, I recalled it, couldn't find the manuscript, and wrote the shorter version from memory. Later, I found the original and discovered that the two versions are quite different. 1. Once upon a time, the last dinosaur came stomping through the primeval mire, erect and alert and seeking its kind. It hooted forlornly and bellowed dismally, its tiny brain confused, for it could not know it was the very last in the whole wide world, and its instinct cried out for a mate, the primal urge to reproduce in full control. It was a flesh-eater, and there was plenty to eat, although the slow, clumsy plant-eaters had long since vanished, and from time to time the last dinosaur snatched up a small, soft, scurrying animal and gulped it down, eating from fierce habit as the opportunity arose. Eating was subsidiary and incidental to its hopeless quest, nor did it know the furry creatures it devoured were largely responsible for its plight, having a taste for dinosaur eggs. The last dinosaur lived a long, long time, never knowing quite what he lusted for, and never having bred. His corrupting body made a massive feast for the newly emerged warm-blooded things, and they survived and evolved through the eons, and in time came mankind, sprung from their loins and genes. Now, something else unique walked the land, and it was the first of its kind. 2. Some millions of years later, there was a town not far from where the last dinosaur had died, a small mountain village called Bleekerville, with one main street, which was also the highway running through. There was no home delivery of mail in Bleekerville, and everyone got their mail at the post office, which was on the main street, and where Ben Marvin, as the only employee, was postmaster. Ben was bald and belligerent and hated being a civil servant. He seldom got a letter himself, and never sent one, and he resented those who corresponded faithfully for causing him work. Ben would much rather have been on strike, like the Canadians and the Limeys always were, or even better, getting paid overtime to clear up the mess the strike had caused. But still, he functioned efficiently, and the mail came in and went out. 2 letters, both handwritten, had been dispatched from that post office some 15 years apart, and both had reached their destination. Dear Dr. Franken, I was reading in a magazine about how you can fix a woman who cannot bear children. Our own doctor gives this magazine to me, so I know it is genuine and not like things you read in newspapers on Sundays. I am wondering if you can cure me. Homer and me have tried very hard, but there is no baby, and we are both sad and want a child. A boy is better, but a girl is all right, and we would not complain. Our farm is prosperous, and the bank says we can take out a second mortgage, and if you can help us, we will give anything. I am 42 and Homer is 45, but we are healthy and hope it is not too late. I will wait to hear from you if there is something you can do. Yours truly, Ethel Potter. Dear Daddy, I hope you won't be terribly disappointed, but I have decided to take a summer job instead of coming home when school gets out. I answered an ad in the paper and was asked to come for an interview, and I was really surprised to be offered the position. I'll be working for a doctor in Bleekerville. You probably won't know where that is, but it's not too far from college, and it's a lovely little town in the mountains, with a lake not far away and really brilliant colors in the trees at this time of year. I'm not quite sure what my duties will entail. Just a sort of Girl Friday, I guess. I'm sure not qualified for anything more. Maybe, boast, brag, the doctor just wants a pretty girl to glamorize his office. But he seems like a nice old guy, and the pay is really good, and I get room and board as well. It seems a shame to pass up such an opportunity, and also to save enough from my wages so I won't be a financial burden on you, although I know you've never objected to that. I'm quite excited about starting work, whatever it turns out to be. It makes me feel real grown-up to have a job. Don't be too awfully disappointed, Daddy. I'll send you more details as soon as I'm settled in, and in the meanwhile you can write me at the post office box number above. Any news from the globe-trotting artist? Ha-ha. All for now. Love, Rebecca. What connection could these two letters, sent from the same post office 15 years apart, possibly have? 3. Choice Lovelady pulled the patrol car up in front of the Wormwood house, under the trees, and sat behind the wheel for a while with the motor running, wondering if he should turn the car around and drive back to town without stopping. He was feeling guilty. Choice was the chief of police, and figured he ought to know right from wrong. Well, he did come to that, but it didn't signify if you did the wrong thing anyhow. It sure made him feel like a hypocrite when he had to arrest some guy for a minor offense, though. The fact that Dick Wormwood was his friend and his deputy to boot made it worse. Choice could send Wormwood off on some police business at any time, knowing how long it would take and that the coast would be clear, and it seemed an act of corruption as well as perfidy. Choice guessed it was always wrong to have an affair with a married woman, but it wasn't so bad with the wife of a stranger, although he didn't suppose the stranger would feel that way about it when you came right down to it. He almost drove off. But then Hilda Wormwood came to the door, all smiling and happy to see him, and it was too late. What Dick didn't know wouldn't hurt him, Choice reasoned, and it sure would as hell hurt Hilda if he didn't stop. He sighed and turned the ignition off and got out of the cruiser. He was tall and lean and handsome, but he wore his pants low on his hips and his hat low on his brow, and he walked with his torso arched, just as if he was a redneck sheriff with a beer belly. He didn't know why he did that. Choice was an educated man, but he just couldn't figure it out, and guessed it was part of the image. Hilda, auburn-haired and buxom, offered him a cup of coffee, but they both knew it was only a formality, and when he declined, she led him straight to the bedroom. "How long do we have?" she asked breathlessly. Sometimes his visits were slam-bam. "I sent Dick down to the county seat," Choice replied, with a twinge of shame. "Oh, that's all right then," she said enthusiastically, and, being shameless herself, she began to remove her clothing immediately. After a moment, Choice followed suit, and his reluctance and guilt began to recede under a surge of desire. But he knew it would be there, lurking just below the surface, ready to bubble up again when it was over. Choice lay back in Wormwood's marital bed, satisfied and waiting patiently for a sense of shame to creep over him in the aftermath. Hilda snuggled against him in contentment. He wondered if she ever felt any guilt about it, and had even asked her once, but she'd told him that her husband, his friend and deputy, never satisfied her, and seemed to believe that justified adultery completely. Her auburn head was cuddled to his shoulder, and he turned to whisper in her ear, but he couldn't find the words to tell her he intended to end their relationship, and his lips moved soundlessly. Hilda thought it a nibble of affection and purred, making it all the harder. Next time, he told himself. He was looking towards the window through a halo of her heavy hair. The window, shaded by overhanging boughs, was a pale oblong in the wall. Joyce blinked and frowned and stiffened. For a terrible moment, he had thought there was a face at that window, peering in intently. Some rural voyeur, or worse, Dick Wormwood come home unexpectedly. But when he looked again, there was no one there, and it hadn't looked much like a face at that, just sort of face-shaped. Joyce guessed it had been a trick of the light and shadow. Then, for a fanciful moment, he wondered if it had been his conscience looking in. The idea disturbed him, and although Hilda hinted about an encore, he left soon after that. 4. Her name was Molly Carlyle, but her father thought it was Ratbag, for, in his indignation and being lumbered with the child, and drunk with it, he had written that name on her birth certificate form. Luckily, her mother, more kindly and sober, crossed it out and named her Molly. But she was a dutiful and obedient wife, and never dared tell her husband what she had done, so Molly's father had always assumed that her legal name was Ratbag, and that she only told people it was Molly for obvious reasons. When he was drunk, he resented the fact that she had renounced the name by which she had been christened. Even the doctor who had delivered her called her Molly, and it galled her father grievously. He often became abusive. That was one of the reasons why Molly had run away from home. Now she used no name at all, and had destroyed her identification documents, fearing she might be found out as a runaway minor and sent back home. She was 16 and attractive, and had been on the road for several weeks now, misbehaving when she got the chance. Slim and lithe, if somewhat unwashed, she was walking down the dusty highway backwards, ready to hitchhike if a car came along, but not much caring. It was a fine day and beautiful in the mountains, and she was content to walk for a while. When she saw a car approaching, she started to hook her thumb up. Then she saw it was a police car, and she thought, oh hell, and stepped off the road into the trees, hoping she had not been seen. She moved back a ways, ready to run if the car stopped, but it went on past. It was Choice Lovelady on his way back from Hilda Wormwood's, and, intent on his own guilt, he hadn't seen the guilty little girl at all. Not so very long ago, compared to the age of the dinosaurs, this had been an untamed land, and a mountain man named Joshua Crow had set his traps and sold his pelts and lived in a shack with a squaw. One of his traps was meant for bear. There weren't many bear around in his day, but he set the trap anyhow, not knowing what else to do with it. In due course, Crow died of natural causes, and his squaw moved away, but the bear trap remained. It was still there, heavily rusted and covered by moss and humus, and it was still coiled to spring, like some cold-blooded creature waiting with reptilian patience, jaws agape, for a passing meal. It wasn't far back from the highway, although there had been no highway when Crow had placed it there. Into this brutal and aging device stepped Molly Carlyle as she moved back to avoid the law. The action was delayed, as if the springs, dormant through the years, had forgotten their function. The rust yielded with a grinding sound that caused the girl to look down in alarm. A layer of earth crumbled. Then the trap exploded with savage speed, and the jaws snapped closed on Molly's slender ankle. In awkward, slow motion, she sat down, not knowing what had happened. She felt around, brushing loose earth away to discover the rusted clamp that held her. The pain climbed up her leg, but it wasn't as bad as she would have supposed. She guessed it would get worse. She could feel the bones shifting and knew that her ankle had been broken, and the blood seeped out slowly. Her blood was exactly the same color as the rust, and in shock she found that remarkable. She couldn't pry the trap open. She was twisted in an awkward position and couldn't get much leverage, nor was she very strong. She didn't panic and looked around for a broken branch or limb or an elongated stone she could use as a wedge, but all she found was a brittle stick that snapped immediately. She tugged at the trap, but it was secure on a length of twisted chain, and it hurt too much to try to pull it free. She started to panic a bit then. What if no one came along and found her? How long could a girl live without food and water and shelter? She began to shout, nor even caring if a cop should find her now. Even the comforts of her father's room and board were better than being in a bear trap. Her thoughts moved in strange patterns. She had always been kind to animals and protested against blood sports and the killing of baby seals. This was a strange reward. But she couldn't blame the bears. She even thought about suing whoever had set that trap and getting handsome compensation, and she relished that revenge. But it didn't solve her problem. She struggled to free herself, paused to scream, struggled some more. She clenched her teeth and jerked back violently, and the teeth just dug in deeper, and the broken bones drew apart. Half her screams were deliberate cries for help, and half were of pure agony. When the bushes parted and a face looked out, Molly gave a cry of relief. Then she made a different sound when she saw it was not someone come to rescue her, and that it wasn't quite human. 5. Unlike a man who thought he had named his daughter Ratbag, John Baltimore had always been a good father, and he and Rebecca had grown even closer since her mother left. Baltimore had been a good husband, too, but that hadn't prevented his wife from going off to, as she put it, seek her own identity. John presumed it was some sort of midlife crisis which he didn't understand. He hadn't even objected much. Jenny Baltimore had packed her bags and her art supplies and gone off to Europe to become a famous artist or a bohemian or whatever. It had given him a bitter amusement, since he had paid for her classes at art school and knew full well she had no talent at all. Jenny had been gone for 2 years now. Her letters were infrequent, and he couldn't say he missed her much. She never asked him for money, and he supposed she was living in sin with some passionate patron of the arts. What, he wondered, would she find more glamorous, living in luxury with an Italian count, or in paupery in a Parisian garret? It was hard to say. Jenny was Jenny. She'd insisted the family car was a Volkswagen. Now, at least, John drove a Cadillac. But if he didn't miss Jenny noticeably, he missed Rebecca a great deal. He hadn't heard from her in quite a while now, and his last letter had been returned by the post office, marked "Gone away, no forwarding address." John hoped she had not gone off to find herself. He was getting worried. At college he had wrestled with some success, and he was still fit and athletic, looking much sterner a man than he was. Abandoned by his spouse, he was supposed available and vulnerable, and several of his wife's good friends, both married and not, had made investigative approaches. John had declined courteously, and they thought him heartbroken. But in fact he was reasonably content with his bachelor life, although at times growing restless when he thought about Rebecca. John was a man who reacted rather than initiated, and he was waiting for something to cause a reaction, although he didn't know it. Rebecca's framed photograph was beside the telephone, as if he wanted to make a connection. He looked at it often. She was slim and sun-tanned and golden. She would make some lucky man a good wife, he knew. She would make him a proud grandfather. But why had she stopped writing? Why hadn't she phoned? Brooding over that, he would pace about the house as randomly as an Englishman looking for a queue to join. Ethel Porter stood on the steps of the farmhouse and looked across the fields and trembled slightly. Her faded gingham dress fluttered in the breeze. Her old face was deeply lined, and her eyes were haunted. She had not been quite right in the head for some time now, but she realized that, so it couldn't be too serious. She wanted to call out, but she could hear the tractor in the north field, and she was afraid that Homer would hear her if she called out aloud, so she only whispered it. "Jimmy." She was going to have to confess to Homer when he came in, and she wasn't looking forward to that at all. He was a good husband, and he never the once beat her, even though she felt she deserved it for failing him as a wife. He might beat her over this, though, and it would be justified. Homer had warned her so many times, stressing it as to a child, but it didn't seem natural to her to live the way they did, and always to remember to lock the door of the special room. It hadn't always been necessary. They had always kept the tragedy a secret, but it was less than a year since all that caution and door-locking had begun, since the last time he had been taken for treatment, and it was might strange treatment that made things worse. How could she be expected to remember things like doors and locks? He had never run away before. Ethel had let him out without telling Homer, and he'd come right back home. Well, he was a teenager. Might be it was normal. "Jimmy," she called, not loudly. The blonde girl who could not remember who she was lay in bed and puzzled over it. She must be in a hospital room, she thought. She knew she was heavy with child, but she could not remember that having happened either, and she felt certain she had never been promiscuous. How strange it all was. How ironic, too. Her father had expected her to marry and have children, and now she was soon to make him a grandfather. She recalled that clear as a bell. But she couldn't remember her father's name either. It was as if she suffered from some selective amnesia. Strangest of all, she felt rather contented. She would have expected to be panicky and distraught, but she was calm and placid. The doctor was a kindly man who came in frequently. Strange there were no nurses, though. She tried to search down through the flat calm of her mind and remember things. Sometimes she almost did. But then the kindly doctor would stop by with his soothing medication, and it would all fade away again. She lay back, one hand on her rounded belly, perfectly comfortable. She was trying to remember the doctor's name, and her own name, and her father's name. She didn't think about her mother at all, and would have found that remarkable had it occurred to her. Molly Carlyle lay back too, but she wasn't at all comfortable with her foot locked in a bear trap and something very scary coming towards her. It came slowly. Molly screamed and screamed. 6. As it happened, it was a lawman who heard Molly's cries, but it wasn't Choice Lovelady. It was Dick Wormwood on his way back from the county seat, where he'd been sent on an errand he thought frivolous. It was pure chance he was there. He had pulled the patrol car to the side of the road so he would have both hands free to fill his battered briar pipe. But really, he had stopped to consider something, and the pipe and tobacco was only an excuse to stop. Wormwood was considering whether he should continue straight into town or stop at his house. There was no reason not to stop. Choice wouldn't know he was goofing off on duty, and he would welcome a glass of beer at his own fireside. The only thing was, Hilda might get to acting kittenish. He loved her and all, but she was always after him for sex, nagging and whining and complaining. He hadn't realized she was oversexed when he'd asked her to marry him. But then maybe he had been more vigorous and venial in their courting days as well. Now they had been man and wife so long, it wasn't seemly to couple like crazed weasels day and night. Once a week suited him just fine, preferably on Saturday night. Still, Hilda hadn't been quite so demanding of late, and he guessed he would risk it. Then he heard the screams. Lost in concentration and puffing on his pipe, the unexpected sounds didn't register at once. He was thinking that a man needed his breakfast cooked, and a woman deserved a new bonnet 2 or 3 times a year, and lawfully wedded folks hadn't ought to need all that hanky-panky. Then he cocked his head and listened, frowning. Wormwood often forgot he was a lawman. But he remembered it now, and figured it was his duty to investigate. He got out of the car, his pipe still clenched in his teeth, and moved into the trees. He called out. There was an answering scream and a scurrying in the bushes. A figure loomed up, twisting, vague in the shadows. There was something odd about the way it moved. Wormwood gaped, and it never dawned on him to draw his gun. He stepped forward, and the indistinct figure crashed through the undergrowth, all loose and lanky and spinning. Wormwood was more puzzled than alarmed. What in hell was going on? He moved after the fleeing figure, but made no attempt to pursue it or command it to halt. Looking after it, he had walked right up to the girl on the ground before he was aware of her. He looked down as she screamed yet again. Wormwood was a gentleman, although a lawman. When he saw the condition of the young girl in the trap, he turned ashen. "Ah, jeez," he said. There was only one doctor in general practice in Bleekerville, although there was a clinic with a resident intern that the doctor considered a whippersnapper. Doc Tuttle was gray and aging, and had once been infamous for his moribund bedside manner. But that had been a decade ago, and he was more considerate now. He had examined a lumberjack, those 10 years past, and had bluntly informed the man he had but 6 months to live. The lumberjack had gaped at him. "Why would you tell a man a thing like that, Doc?" the man had said. "Why, because it's true," Tuttle replied. "Yeah, but that ain't no cause to tell me, Doc. That is surely not right," the lumberjack protested. He was genuinely affronted. Doc Tuttle, quite enjoying it, said, "Well, now that you know, you can get your affairs in order, you see." It seemed quite reasonable to him. But not to the lumberjack, whose name was Bill Grimm, and who said, "I got no affairs." Doc Tuttle spread his hands out, not understanding Grimm's attitude. Grimm glared. It was like a chicken talking to a sheep. "I only got 6 months, huh?" Grimm muttered. Then he said, "Well, happens that I might outlive you, come to that, Doc." He stood up, knocking his chair over, and marched out of the consulting room, and a few minutes later he marched right back in, without an appointment, but with a double-barreled shotgun, which he aimed with determination at Doc Tuttle's startled head. "You got 6 minutes to live, Doc," the lumberjack diagnosed. Doc Tuttle, too horrified to protest, stared into the big, smooth barrels, and thought he was about to die. "Best to see about getting your affairs in order, Doc," Grimm suggested. But Tuttle just sat there and looked back and forth between the shotgun and the clock on the wall, and 6 minutes, seeming eternal, crept by. Then Grimm grunted and lowered the gun. "Now you know how it feels, Doc, and might be you have learned a lesson," he said, and left. The event had a profound effect on Doc Tuttle, and his bedside manner became far more mild and ambivalent. That had been 10 years ago, and as it happened, Bill Grimm was still alive, and so was the doctor, and it was to Tuttle's surgery that Dick Wormwood brought Molly Carlyle from her ordeal. A tight-faced farmer stood in front of a big oak door and removed his frayed straw hat. Then he put it back on again, indecisively, as if not sure whether deference and respect was called for. With the hat on, he knocked on the door loudly, and after a minute a man in a white coat opened it.
"Ah, Homer, it will not be long now. Soon you will be—"
the man in white began. Then he noticed the farmer's expression and frowned. He was an imposing figure, and now, before he spoke, the farmer snatched his hat off again. "You have not been a friend to us," he said. The statement was evidently an exordium, but the farmer fell silent, and after a time, and with a sigh, the other man spoke.
"There were miscalculations, which I regret, as I have often told you," he said patiently. Our hope is that the flaws will not be passed on to the next generation." "Ah, Homer, pray it is so. Think, man, to time-warp evolution, to cause with your genes the creation of—"
He stopped abruptly as the farmer continued to stare balefully at him. It was obvious the man had something to say and didn't want to say it.
"Is it Ethel?"
asked the man in white softly, feeling responsible for her condition. The farmer bowed his head.
"She has left the door open,"
he said. Nothing more needed to be said. They looked at each other, and the farmer looked worried, and the man in the white coat, who knew a lot more about it than did the farmer, looked a lot more worried. John Baltimore was also worried. He had not been happy when Rebecca wrote that she was taking a summer job and wouldn't be coming home for the school break, but he accepted it and had no wish to interfere in her life. When, later, she wrote that she had decided to suspend her education for a year, he accepted that as well, and even looked on the bright side, knowing she was working and living in a small town where the near occasion of sin would be slight, no problem with drugs or promiscuity, such as plagued modern youth. Not that he could imagine Rebecca ever being like that. She had always been a sweet, wholesome, old-fashioned girl, and never expressed the least desire to become a famous artist. Her letters from Bleekerville had been frequent and cheerful. She was well satisfied with her job, if somewhat mystified at being paid so handsomely for doing so little. Yet they were vague, too. She neglected to answer his casual questions, and had never thought to send him a telephone number, or the name of the doctor for whom she worked, and her return address remained a post-office box, that most neutral of things. But then her letters had arrived less often, and became increasingly vague and disjointed and rambling, and now he had had no word from her in months, and his own letter had been returned, and it was cause for concern. John had phoned her college, and it had confirmed that she had not returned, which he had expected, but he also learned that she had made no arrangements to suspend her education. She had simply not arrived when the new term began, which had annoyed the administrators, and was not at all like Rebecca, a thoughtful girl who seldom acted on impulse. John had been fretting, and didn't know quite what to do about it. Possibilities sprang to mind, that she was living with a man out of wedlock, and, ashamed, had fallen silent, or that some adventurous trait inherited from her wandering mother had surfaced, and that, too, she found too shameful to express. But in any event, it was so out of character for Rebecca to stay out of touch, knowing he would be worried and had no way to contact her, that he felt it must be something more, that there must be some logical reason for her lack of communication. Several times he had been on the point of driving to Bleekerville, but he had always resisted the urge, not wanting to show up like an eat-your-peas parent or a shotgun wedding organizer. So he waited, and he read her letters over and over, and he looked at her picture and at the telephone, and he waited for something to which he could react. 7. It was the first time that Dick Wormwood had ever drawn his gun in the course of his duty, and then it was only to use the barrel to pry open the rusted bear trap, so it wasn't relevant. The girl was stunned and silent, sobbing without sound, and staring at Wormwood in a sort of wary gratitude. Her clothing had been torn to shreds, and her flesh showed through, bloody. Wormwood thought it looked as if she'd been savaged by an animal, but he didn't look too closely, embarrassed by her exposure. A cop wasn't like a doctor, he figured, and had no mandate to peer at private parts. He carried her to the patrol car and drove straight to Doc Tuttle's without even using the radio, his pipe still clenched in his teeth, forgotten and cold, the stem chewed half through. Wormwood left the girl in Tuttle's surgery and phoned the chief of police while Tuttle was examining her. Choice came in before the examination was over, looking a lot more official than he usually did. They stood in the doctor's office, amidst the book-lined walls, two tall men looking out of place in that setting. Wormwood gave him the details, and Choice looked grim. "What a thing! Lucky I happened along. Wasn't far from my house, matter of fact," Wormwood added, feeling guilty because he'd been going home for a beer and hoping Choice didn't think to ask why he'd been there. But Choice had his own guilt feelings about his deputy's house, although they were subdued now by outrage at such a criminal act. Things like that didn't happen in Bleekerville, within his jurisdiction. You didn't want to hear about them there in a doctor's office. "What a thing," Wormwood said again. There the poor kid was, her leg in a bear trap, broken, and some guy comes along fixing to rape her. Did he? Wormwood, uncomfortable with such subjects, blushed slightly. "Don't know. She didn't say, Choice. Didn't say nothing, come to that. Guess she was in a state of shock, and who can blame her?" "You get a look at the bastard, Dick?" "Just a glimpse. He must have heard me coming and hightailed it out of there. He was just ducking into the trees when I come upon it. Lanky fellow, loose-jointed, kind of herky-jerky, you know." He levered his elbows and forearms in demonstration. Choice figured he should be writing these things down, but he didn't have his notebook. "Didn't recognize him then," he said. "Why, no. If I had— No, it's just that I was thinking, what if it was some local fella? Geez, how are we going to look at some guy we've known all our lives? We got to arrest him for a thing like this." "Yeah. Well, he was unknown to me, glimpse that I got. Likely a stranger passing through, huh? I'd wager on that. Make it easier we catch him." You happen to see what he was wearing, Dick? What kind of clothing he had on? Like, maybe he was wearing a suit and tie, some city fella?" "Well, now, that is odd, Choice. Looked to me as he was wearing, well, pajamas," Wormwood mumbled. It sounded daft to him, and Choice blinked. "I'll say it's odd. A guy bent on rape doesn't wear pajamas like he was going to a normal bed. Maybe we got some real loony here." "Could be I was mistaken." Choice peered at his friend and deputy and husband of his mistress, knowing him well. "Don't suppose you had time to get off a warning shot, huh?" Wormwood, to whom it had not occurred, looked sheepish, but he saw no castigation in Choice's gaze. "No time for that," he muttered, and old Doc Tuttle came in, wiping his hands. Tuttle was looking puzzled and relieved, and maybe a bit excited at having been presented with such an egregious consultation. "Well, she's going to be all right," he stated. "Her ankle is broken, but that was caused by the trap. She wasn't raped. I'd say that Dick arrived just in time to prevent it." Wormwood, embarrassed about the gun, was pleased to hear that. "Her other wounds—" Doc started. "There was plenty of blood," Wormwood put in. "Were superficial," Tuttle continued. "It doesn't give me the impression her attacker meant to savage her. It's more like he had very long fingernails and just sort of scratched her incidentally in the throes of passion and tearing at her clothing." Choice and Wormwood digested that fact, two men who often had their own backs clawed painfully by the same enthusiastic lady. "Well, I've cleaned her up and dressed the wounds. Just scratches, really, as I said. I'd best phone the clinic and arrange a room for her to recover." "Okay to talk to her, Doc?" Choice asked, not relishing the prospect at all. "I'd think so.
She's disturbed, of course, and confused, but lucid.
Choice went through to the surgery, and Tuttle went to the telephone, and Wormwood just stood where he was. Now that it was over and she was safe, Molly Carlyle felt as if it had been a nightmare she'd awakened from, with a sense of total unreality. Even while the attack had been taking place, she had felt as much outraged as scared. Now she felt more soiled than injured. Abused, but she was used to that. She even felt scandalized. How could anyone do such a thing? And come to that, what had that thing been? All she wanted now was a comfortable bed and some peace, and she wasn't too happy when the chief of police came in and stood over her. He had his hat in his hand and looked friendly and concerned, just like any visitor at a hospital bed. When he asked her name, she thought about it and decided not to tell him. Choice, who could not begin to imagine how a young lady must feel after such a hideous ordeal, didn't press it.
"I just couldn't believe it," she said. "I thought he had come to help me, and he—"
She grimaced. Choice saw she was pretty and had lilac eyes. "Can you describe him, miss?"
"He was strange.
Well, I'd say so. But
never saw a thing like it. Like he was wearing a Halloween mask, except it wasn't a mask. I don't know. His face looked like it was forked out of a lump of sulfur. He had incandescent eyes."
Choice was struck by the description, but didn't grasp it. He had an image of an Oriental with a bad case of acne. "This man," he began.
"Well, that's what was so strange," she said. "Maybe it wasn't a man."
"Huh? Did an animal—"
"No, not an animal," she whispered. "But maybe not quite human, either."
Choice guessed the girl was in deeper shock than she seemed, and placed no credit in her statement. He figured to let her rest and then talk to her again at the clinic. She wasn't making sense now. But then he suddenly remembered the face that may or may not have been looking into Hilda Wormwood's bedroom. Very distinctly, vertebra by vertebra, Choice felt ice crawl up his spine. 8. There was a local newspaper, the Bleekerville Eagle, but it only came out once a week, on Fridays, so Art Slotnick, who was the only reporter, was thankful the girl had been attacked on Thursday. Slotnick was a scrawny, pale-eyed man with a big Adam's apple that went up and down his neck like a toy monkey on a stick. He wore a battered fedora pushed back on his brow, and his necktie at half-mast. Slotnick had proper newsman's instincts, and when he heard about the girl, it was like manna from heaven. It was bizarre, and it was horrific. A simple rape would not have been fascinating, but the gruesome details of this assault were just to his taste. The fact that she had been caught in a trap, and a bear trap to boot, and that a man, hearing her cries for help, had attempted to rape her instead of freeing her, was the stuff of a reporter's dreams. The girl was even young and pretty as a bonus. Of course, it would have been even better if he had succeeded in raping her, but a man couldn't have everything, and Slotnick could hardly blame Dick Wormwood for interfering. The affair was cruel and callous and brutal, nectar and ambrosia to Slotnick. The fact that her description of her attacker was so weird didn't strike him as very meaningful, though, and he decided to play that angle down. It was only natural that such a man would be abnormal-looking, and, too, Slotnick was inclined to believe he had worn a mask. The Eagle was a tabloid in format, but not in content, not sold at supermarket checkout counters, and the details were lurid enough without sensationalism. Slotnick debated phoning the wire services, but decided to wait and enjoy an exclusive scoop in the Eagle. Molly lay in bed in a private room at the clinic with a cast on her leg, and all in all she felt pretty good. The pain wasn't too bad, and the wounds on her face and torso little more than scratches. They itched more than they hurt. It was the first time she'd had a bed and regular meals in weeks, and she didn't even have to wash the dishes afterwards, and she liked the fuss that was being made over her. She talked willingly to Slotnick, and would have granted all the interviews asked of her, although she refused to give her name and was leery that her father might see her picture published. The mystery of remaining nameless charmed her. It was a revenge on her father in a way. The attack in itself hadn't been any great trauma. She had lost her maidenhood long ago, and anyhow the rape had not come to fulfillment. What did trouble her, though, was remembering what he had looked like and wondering what he had been. She thought of her assailant as he, for he obviously was male, but she wasn't at all sure he was a man. She recalled him in detail, most of all his enthusiasm. Another girl lay in a similar bed and couldn't remember any details at all. Sometimes memory seemed about to rise to the surface, but then the doctor, who seemed distracted and distressed today, gave her relaxing medication, and her memory submerged again and no longer seemed important. There was never much crime in Bleekerville, and Choice wasn't sure this had been much of a crime either. The girl still refused to give him her name, and if it hadn't been for the scratches and the fact that Wormwood had seen her attacker, Choice would have been inclined to think she was making it up, or at least embellishing it. Some guy had found her, and no doubt he was bent on rape, but it was only attempted rape, not so easy to prove, along with a case of assault. The man was probably not local, for rapists were not common in Bleekerville, and he had most likely moved on, and if he tried it again, some other cop could deal with it. In fact, Choice was moralist enough to feel embarrassed by having such a thing as rape, even aborted rape, in his jurisdiction. Choice and Wormwood had returned to the place before dark and poked around for clues, both feeling silly. They weren't Indian trackers. What did they hope to find? Actually, to his surprise, Choice did find a scrap of cotton on a thorn bush, and it did look like pajama material, at which both men shrugged and made no deductions. They took the rusted trap away, but didn't consider dusting it for fingerprints, since the guy hadn't tried to free her. Wormwood went home, and Choice returned to town, passing the Potter farm as it was growing dark, and on the porch of that farm an old woman kept her vigil and shivered as it got colder, and worried that her son would catch a chill wearing only his pajamas. Loose-limbed, elastic, mute, flawed, a figure loped through the forest, head turning on a neck that twisted more than a neck was meant to. He was tired and hungry, and knew where food and warmth were available, but its hunger was not yet compelling. It was less than human, but more, too, with senses and instincts not yet evolved in man, and in the gathering dusk it came down from the hills behind the clinic, nostrils flaring, lips dragged back in a grimace, drawn to the mate that had been denied him. The clinic was a single-story building backing into the woods. He knew what window to go to. Molly was mildly sedated, and no sound alerted her. She just happened to turn towards the window as a face loomed up. Her mouth dropped open. His mouth was open. They seemed to be screaming silently at one another through the glass. Then Molly screamed aloud. The face at the window ducked away as the gray-haired nurse came in. She listened as Molly babbled, then went to the window and looked out, seeing no intruder. "You were dreaming, child," she said. Molly was half inclined to believe that as well. But the impression was solid enough. On later reflection, Molly thought he had looked just like a deprived child pressing his nose to the window of a candy store. She no longer felt so relaxed. The Bleekerville Eagle had a small circulation, nearly all locals interested in church socials and what was playing at the cinema, and who had been arrested for being drunk during the week. A few copies were mailed each week to people who had moved away and wanted to keep track of the dull news from home. One copy was sent, however, to a man who had never been in Bleekerville. He had written to the local Chamber of Commerce, which was only a desk at the back of the hardware store, enclosing a blank check and asking for a subscription to be arranged. This was John Baltimore, who, without much hope for it, thought there was always a chance that, in such a small community, his daughter might be mentioned, although he couldn't imagine why. He had been receiving the Eagle for some weeks now, and usually skimmed it casually. He was suitably shocked when he read Slotnick's account of the attack. John didn't connect it with Rebecca right away, just thought such a vicious assault remarkable in a rural town she had told him was so dull and routine. He saw that the victim's name was not given, nor was there a picture. But that was understandable, protecting the identity of a young girl so brutally attacked. But Rebecca was a young girl, and he hadn't heard from her in ages, and he sat hard-faced and thoughtful, crumbling the newspaper. It seemed most unlikely that it had been Rebecca, but it wasn't an overlong journey to Bleekerville. Baltimore made up his mind to drive there, and did so. 9. The man in the white coat had lived nearby for 15 years and had never taken the Eagle, nor any other newspaper, although he subscribed to a number of scientific journals. But when the farmer who was his nearest neighbor, and Moore, brought him a copy, he read Slotnick's report with a certain interest. He learned nothing from it. It was precisely the behavior he would have predicted, and it was a shame she had left the door unlocked. He was a disappointed man, but felt no guilt. Sacrifices had to be made in the cause of science, and nature itself was a history of failures and false starts and dead ends. Through all time, creatures had evolved, been found lacking, and become extinct. A man would be vain indeed to believe he could get it right the first time, when nature seldom had. And now nature had made its biggest blunder by experimenting with the big brain, a trial that threatened its own sovereignty. Man controlled the elements and held his own fate in human hands, and evolution had ground to a halt as civilization spread. The strongest no longer bred more prolifically. A frail man was able to mate as easily as a healthy one. Females were no longer dragged by their hair to a lair. With Cro-Magnon, mankind had evolved as far as the race needed to progress, and now survival of the fittest was no longer applicable. A catalyst was needed to spark a surge from stagnancy. To time-warp evolution, he had told the farmer, who dimly understood. And, having failed, like nature, he would try again. There was a coffee-stained copy of the Eagle on the zinc counter of the Good News Cafe just west of town, and Rocco Spetches looked at it as he sipped his beer from the bottle. He was a big, bearded man wearing a black leather jacket with buckskin thongs, and he had a motorcycle parked outside. He found the report titillating, and, on the whole, he approved of rape. Rocco was drinking slowly. He only had enough money for the one beer, and he was hoping some wimp would come in, and, intimidated by him, another. When Rocco growled, wimps went for their wallets. When he heard a car pull into the lot, he glanced out at the grimy window, and his hopes soared. The car was a Cadillac, which meant money, and the guy getting out was wearing a suit and tie, which indicated he was fair game. The man came in and sat at the counter, and when he ordered a coffee instead of beer, Rocco grinned evilly and slid closer.
"Say, buddy," he growled.
The man turned, all mild and polite and inoffensive, but when Rocco saw that his face was hard and his belly was flat and shoulders were wide, he thought better of it. He mumbled, "Nothing," and moved away. John Baltimore drank his coffee and left. 10. There were only 2 cells at the Bleekerville jail, and they had seldom housed more than weekend drunkards and the odd wife-beater, and they had certainly never housed anything that wasn't human. Choice was reflecting on that as he returned from the clinic where he'd talked to the girl again, without enlightenment, and had been told by Rose, the nurse, about the face at the window, which was most likely just a nightmare. He figured the girl liked being the center of attention and was playing up to it. Or maybe she really had had a disturbing dream, which was understandable if there was any truth at all to her story. Choice passed the empty cells and went into his office. It looked like a jail in a cowboy film, with a locked gun rack on the wall and wanted posters as decor. But the gun rack only held hunting rifles, and Choice wasn't a sheriff or a marshal. Dick Wormwood hadn't come in yet, but he wasn't late. Choice sat at his desk, and a moment later there was a knock on the door, which wasn't closed, and a muscular, middle-aged man stepped in. He was a stranger, and Choice supposed he was a motorist looking for directions, or broken down in need of a mechanic. He didn't look at all like a rapist, and he was quite human. "I'm John Baltimore, Chief," he said, and looked to see if the name meant anything to Choice. It evidently didn't. The man looked sort of contrite, as if maybe he had run out of gas through inattention or run over a cat. "Yeah?" Choice said. "My daughter is, or was, working here in town, but I haven't heard from her in a while, and He paused, not wanting to say he had come looking for her deliberately, as if she were wayward or wanton. "I was in the area, and thought well, hell, the truth is I read about this girl who was attacked, and it worried me. Her name wouldn't be Rebecca." "Well, matter of fact, she won't give her name," Choice said. "Got a description?" Baltimore wondered why he hadn't thought to bring her photograph. He said, "Blonde, 19, about 5'7". Choice thought for a moment, because girls changed the color of their hair a lot. Then he said, "Nah, this kid can't be much more'n 16, got dark hair, runaway, I imagine." Baltimore felt relieved, but not a lot, since he hadn't thought it would be his daughter, and he still didn't know where she was. "I stopped by the clinic, actually, but the woman on the desk wouldn't let me see her without getting permission from you, Chief. I believe she thought I was a reporter, which offended me a bit." Choice smiled. He hadn't liked Slotnick's newspaper report, and had told Rose not to admit any strangers, and he was glad she hadn't, as a matter of authority, although it would have done no harm. "Maybe you can help me, though," Baltimore said. "She was working for a doctor. Rebecca Baltimore, college student, but she took a year off. Name don't ring a bell. You sure you got the right town, mister? There's only the one doc here, Doc Tuttle, and there's been no girl working for him. There's the clinic, but she wasn't working there either." Choice shrugged. He figured the guy's daughter was avoiding him for some reason, and had lied about her whereabouts, although the man looked all right to Choice. Baltimore stood there for a moment. He hadn't gotten permission to see the girl, but there was no point in it now. Why on earth had Rebecca made up such an elaborate deception? He doubted that was possible, but why would the chief of police lie? He thanked Choice and went out, passing Dick Wormwood, who had arrived exactly on time and shared Choice's skepticism when told of the face at the clinic window, although not of that face at his own bedroom window, to be sure. Baltimore stood at the counter for some time before Ben Marvin, who was not busy, took notice of him. But then Ben saw that this was a powerful-looking fellow, and curbed his annoyance at being troubled. "Yeah, I remember her all right," Ben admitted, "but the rent on her box ran out. She didn't leave a forwarding address, and she didn't cancel the box, neither. People ain't considerate that way. Fee runs out, I gotta plug up the keyhole. Plenty of trouble." On a whim, Baltimore rented a box for 3 months, which he never intended to use and would not cancel. On his way out, he looked in the phone book on the counter and got Dr. Tuttle's address. It was the longest of long shots, but what else did he have to go on? The cop could have been wrong. He was there and felt he should do something. He wasn't going to feel like just driving back home, either, and he booked a room at the Lumberman's Inn, which was just adequate, and at the desk of which he got directions to Doc Tuttle's. Doc Tuttle was in a grumpy mood, still quite pleased at having been the first to examine the poor plundered girl, but annoyed at Slotnick for not mentioning his name in the paper. You didn't often get a chance to practice in such unique circumstances, and it was a shame Slotnick had not seen fit to accredit him. He guessed most of the locals would know, but still a man liked to see his name in the newspaper, and it would have been a good thing to have folks reminded he was still in practice. Lots of his former patients had abandoned him as he got older, going directly to the clinic, or if it wasn't an emergency, driving into the city. He didn't have a single appointment booked for the rest of the day, and that added greatly to his grumpiness. When a stranger walked into his reception room, Tuttle was pleased, but then eyed the man warily, seeing he was big and stern-looking, and hoping he did not have to diagnose a terminal illness. But it developed the stranger was not ailing. "Don't expect I've got the right doctor."
"Only doctor you'll get here,"
Tuttle snapped, offended and misunderstanding, supposing he did not look professional enough or young enough to suit the well-dressed fellow who probably was suffering from an ingrown toenail and maybe gout. "No, I meant, my daughter was employed by—"
"Not by me."
"So I understand, doctor. But Rebecca Baltimore took a summer job in Bleekerville but stayed on, working for a local doctor."
"Never worked for me. Never had her for a patient, either. I treated a girl the other day, name of which I never learned, though."
"The girl who was caught in a trap and attacked?"
"Why, yes, that is so,"
Tuttle said, pleased that a stranger should know about his involvement, and looking more kindly on the man. He took out a cigarette case and lighted one. Doc Tuttle never smoked in solitude, but often did in company, to let folks know what he thought about the Surgeon General. "Well, that's incidental. She wasn't my daughter. But—" John Baltimore hesitated, feeling he was becoming paranoid. Why should the chief of police lie? But he wanted to verify it. "What did this girl look like, by the way?"
"Oh, she was scratched up, broken. Oh, I see. Small girl, maybe 16, dark hair."
Baltimore gestured sideways. "Obviously there has been a mix-up, some confusion. Isn't there another doctor in practice? Maybe not in town, but near enough to use the local post office?"
"Nope. I'm what you get in Bleekerville."
The man looked a bit disturbed, and the doctor smoked ostentatiously, squinting. He was speculating on whether this talk of a girl might only be an icebreaker, if the stranger was suffering from some embarrassing condition, a venereal disease or maybe piles, and was leading up to it in a roundabout way. But if so, he chickened out. "Well, thank you for your time, doctor," he said, and nodded and left. Tuttle was disappointed. In lieu of a patient to treat, he would just as soon have someone to talk to. Doc Tuttle's surgery was in his home, a big old white wooden house with a veranda, and John Baltimore stood on that veranda and wondered what to do now. He had come to a dead end. Although he'd always trusted Rebecca, he had to be suspicious now. Had she ever worked in Bleekerville at all? Her letters had been postmarked from there, and his own letters, until the last one, had been received, yet she had never responded immediately, and his numerous questions had for the most part gone unanswered. Had she only been there long enough to rent the post office box and arranged for someone else to send hers on and reroute his own? Some local girl she had met in college, perhaps? By why, for God's sake? Had she followed her mother to Europe? Well, she wasn't a liar, but a white lie was different. Knowing how much the truth would disturb him, Rebecca might have arranged the deception for the kindest of motives. Then, whomsoever was handling her mail had left town, stopped for some reason, and the box rent had run out without Rebecca knowing it. It would explain it, and he chewed over the logics. Her own letters would have been returned to her in due course, but she might be traveling around a great deal, unaware they had not reached her father, and were following her through the labyrinth of the international post. He nodded a bit. It fell into place. He considered talking to the postmaster again to see if he recalled returning any mail from her box to Europe. Foreign transactions would no doubt be memorable in Bleekerville. But then he realized that Rebecca's letters to him would have been enclosed in an outer envelope addressed to whoever sent them on, person or agent. Again, it seemed a dead end, but on the whole he quite liked the explanation. It proved her silence accidental, and her deception for his own peace of mind. Eventually she would find out that they had lost contact, and no doubt write to him directly, confessing apologetically or weaving some new fabric of misdirection, also for his benefit. Baltimore wanted to believe this. If she had gone off in her mother's footsteps, well, maybe it was in her blood. And it was a hell of a lot better than other alternatives as to her whereabouts. Baltimore felt almost content, and thought he might not even spend the night in town, but head back home and continue his vigil by the phone and the letterbox. Then Doc Tuttle came out of the house. He had been looking out the front window in hopes of seeing approaching patients, or maybe a traffic accident with casualties. Not that he hoped for that, but if it happened, someone had to tend to the injured, and he was the only doctor in town. But when he saw John Baltimore standing on his veranda, he suddenly remembered that technically he was not the only doctor. He supposed it had no bearing, but his waiting room was empty, and he moved from the window to the screen door and stepped out. The door creaked, and Baltimore turned, feeling silly for standing on another man's front porch as he patterned his personal thoughts.
"Saw you were still here," Tuttle said. "I don't know if it matters, and like I said, I'm the only doctor here, leastwise, well, there is Dr. Franken."
Baltimore had been told by the chief of police, and confirmed it in the phone book, and then Tuttle had claimed the same singular status, and now he was changing his tune. Was this some Byzantine conspiracy about to be revealed? Had Rebecca begged their silence? His face tightened, but Tuttle, in his innocence, didn't notice.
"But he isn't in practice. Not a real doctor either, come to that. Not a GP or a surgeon, I mean to say. More of a research scientist, and likely retired now. Folks don't think of a man being a proper doctor if he don't treat their aches and pains and set their bones."
Tuttle seemed to approve of that attitude.
"But still he has the label of doctor, so it might be he is the man you want."
Baltimore felt guilty and paranoid again for his instant assumption of conspiracy. He was not as interested in this new detail as he would have been a few minutes ago, for he had convinced himself that his theory was right and that Rebecca was in Europe, and safe. But still, he had only supposed she was employed by a medical practitioner, and she had never claimed that. Rebecca had no qualifications in the field of medicine, and it seemed possible she was, or had been, working for this Franken. Hadn't one of her earlier letters mentioned that he was an Austrian or German? Would he have need of a girl Friday, would you know? Someone to handle his correspondence, maybe? Keep records or do odd jobs?
"Doubt it,"
Tuttle said.
"Can't say, though. I only met the man once, and seen him half a dozen times in town, and like I say, he's probably retired. Although it's funny he should settle in this area, knowing no one, unless he's a recluse. I've wondered about that, and fact is, I had something to do with him coming here, although not his staying on. Got no brief for the man, though, seeing as he once stole one of my patients."
Tuttle knew that sometimes he tended to talk too much, and he paused now. But the man seemed willing to listen, even eager.
"Old Ethel Potter. This would be near enough 20 years ago, 15 at least, but she wasn't young then either."
Tuttle paused again, considering the ethics of the matter. It wasn't correct to discuss a patient with a layman, certainly, but she'd not been his patient for a long time, and besides, they weren't talking in his consulting room. They were standing on his veranda, just like any two civilians in discourse.
"She couldn't get with child,"
he said, further soothing his conscience by avoiding professional terms.
"I was unable to do anything for her and told her straight out, but she kept nagging me, whining about how she had failed her husband by not bearing sons to work the farm. She'd come in twice a week, regular. I suggested she go to see a specialist, but she and Homer weren't much for traveling."
Baltimore leaned back on the railing, wondering where all this was leading, but waiting patiently enough. A breeze was ruffling the lawn as a background to the doctor's droning voice, moving just as slowly.
"Well, sir, as it happened, I was looking through some of the publications that the big drug companies are always clogging a doctor's postbox up with, and I found this report on a genetic breakthrough. Some article, I can't recall, don't imagine I understood it. But this Franken, Emil Franken, was reckoned to be a leading authority, and I gave Ethel the magazine, more to get rid of her one day than anything else. I didn't see Ethel for a while. Then, damnedest thing, who shows up but this Franken fella, asking how to get to the Potter farm?"
It seemed remarkable to Tuttle, and he gave it a moment to sink in.
Might be it was an act of charity, might be it comes off his income tax. He needs a deduction, who knows? And sure enough, old Ethel gets herself in the family way.
This was even more singular, and Tuttle paused again, firing another defiant cigarette. His confidant looked suitably impressed, if not greatly so. He was half turned away, but that could mean he was presenting his ear to hear every word.
"All smug and blooming, she has just got to let me know. She's bursting to rub it in, and I guess she lost faith in me since I hadn't made her fertile. And for whatever reason, this Dr. Franken buys the old Cleaver place and stays on, all to himself in that big old house. Still there, far as I know."
Tuttle could see that by this time his visitor was rapidly losing interest, although he was still polite enough, and he couldn't really blame him. All this had been a generation ago. Why am I rambling on like this? He wondered, but he continued anyway.
"My memory might not be so keen these days, but I can't recall that I ever did see that child. Wasn't called to attend the birth. I'd remember that. Likely they took Ethel to some big hospital somewhere, research center maybe, but I didn't set eyes on her for some time and can't say about the offspring. She'd been real coy and smug when she first got pregnant. Then she was gone, and next time I saw her, it was in the street. She turned away. Avoided me ever since. I imagine there was a complication, and it took the wind out of her sails, being as she was too old to bear and should have let nature take its course. Old Homer, that's your husband, never seemed friendly again either. Not unfriendly, you know, but preoccupied. I guess he wanted a child more'n she. There was trouble, and he got to feeling guilty. Well, my guess is that the child was born not right. Could be it died, could be it was put in a home for the retarded. Never was told, never asked. I got no obligation to a child I never delivered."
By now Baltimore was paying scant attention, and the doctor knew he'd jabbered away long enough and fell silent. But when Baltimore made no comment, Tuttle felt he had to conclude, if only to justify the build-up.
"Never heard of anyone working for Franken."
"Well, thank you again, Doctor, But Tuttle didn't stop.
"But you could check with him. He isn't in the phone book. Might be an unlisted number, but his place is easy enough to find. I suppose you got a car? You drive out east, only the one road. First place you pass is the Wormwoods on the right. Might not notice that, though, being set back in the trees. Dick Wormwood is the deputy, but that don't matter. Past there, you come to some dirt tracks leading up to the lake. There's some summer homes up there, pretty place. They are on the right, like Wormwood's. Next, it's on your left. You'll come to the lane that leads up to the Potter's farm. She's the one I was going on about. And right past there?"
He sounded triumphant.
is the Cleaver place, Franken's place now."
He sighed down his cigarette and stopped. Baltimore, innately courteous, waited for a moment, not long enough for Tuttle to get started again. Then he thanked the doctor once again and went down the steps. His wide, sloping wrestler's shoulders drooped and his head was lowered, and all in all his attitude was not like that of a man departing a doctor's surgery following a favorable diagnosis. He was feeling depressed and didn't know why. He had another lead to follow now, and, too, he had built up a theory more comforting than most, yet his mood was bleak. He had left his car at the lumberman's inn and walked to Tuttle's, and now he walked back along the main street, passing the post office, but not stopping. In the parking lot of the inn, he stood beside his Cadillac and pondered. He could drive out east and call on Franken, or drive out west and go home. He could go into the lounge and get drunk, too, but he wasn't much of a drinking man. His attention had been wavering when Tuttle gave him directions, but now he found that he remembered them, and that seemed to decide the issue, his own memory being like an external fact to which he could react. He got in the car and drove off slowly, which was just as well. As it was, he nearly ran over a red-headed girl on a bicycle. 11. Lucy Marshall kept pushing Steve's hands away, but as soon as he sighed and stopped trying to touch her up, she snuggled up to him again. Her flirtation was frustrating the youth greatly, and, inexperienced himself, he didn't know where it would lead. He didn't know Lucy very well either. Her family had a rustic cabin by the lake, but they lived in the city most of the time, so he only met Lucy occasionally, and hoped that, being a big city girl, she would prove promiscuous. She certainly looked the part in her tiny shorts and tight t-shirt, but her attitudes were ambiguous, both come-atable and innocent at the same time. Lucy wasn't really a tease, or at least did not mean to be, nor realize that she was. A child on the threshold of becoming a young lady, her body bouncy and nubile, but her emotions lagging somewhat behind. She was confused about such things, not sure what she felt or what she wanted. As soon as her parents had gone out, she had phoned young Steve to let him know she was alone at the cabin, hinting in a giggly fashion. Steve was a couple of years older and very much aware of his pubescence, although it had never been gratified. Quite naturally assuming her invitation implied some naughty fun and frolic, he had dashed straight over on his bicycle, and had been more encouraged when he saw how immodestly she was garbed. Now they were sitting on the swing on the cabin porch, with the lake all pretty and placid before them, and it seemed a perfect place for romance. But Steve was alternatively being tantalized and turned down, tempted and then rebuked, and he was becoming as confused as she was. She wanted the boy to do exciting things to her, yet she didn't want to get carried away. Steve was only a casual boyfriend, if that, and she was worried about her reputation and her chastity. The cute little temptress was willing, then she was reluctant, innocently changing the pace, and it was ruining the mood for the young man, who didn't understand such things intuitively, as did the watcher in the woods. He, or it, something nearly human or someone not exactly human, stared at the courting couple, the girl's image imprinted in his yellow eyes like a cameo set in gold. One bare, horny foot pawed at the earth, and he snorted silently, responding to the girl's arousal, more aware of it than she herself. His stringy sinews tensed as he was ragingly rampant. His body urged him to advance, drawn to her magnetism, but he held back, for she was not alone, and he was frightened of males. He lingered and lurked, and seethed with need. Steve was getting nowhere, and it was getting unbearable, and when yet again she brushed his desperate hands from her breasts, he abruptly stood up, rocking the swing. Embarrassed by his erection and not wanting to give her the satisfaction of knowing how much her teasing had affected him, he jammed his hands into his side pockets and hunched over to conceal his condition. Grumbling unhappily, he told her he had to leave, and to her surprise and dismay he did so, mounting his bicycle awkwardly, thrown off balance by the weight in his groin. He called a curt goodbye and pedaled off down the dirt track towards the highway. As soon as he was gone, Lucy regretted not having been more compliant and wished he would return. She had been enjoying herself enormously, and what mild groping he had managed had excited her no end. But she was still half a child, and after a few minutes, bored with sitting there alone, she decided to take her own bicycle into town and get an ice cream cone, and maybe find some other boy with whom to flirt. The bright red bike was leaning against the side of the cabin, and, lithe and limber, she slid onto the seat. She started to pedal, presenting a delectable sight. Her plump boobs jiggled, and her slim thighs flashed, and the lower half-moons of her trim bottom showed from her shorts as she pumped away. She had a glow of estrum about her, more pronounced than she knew, but the lurker in the woods knew, and a gnarled and twisted figure stepped out into the path. It startled Lucy so much that she made a comic book sound, "Eek!" and hit the pedals hard. A clawed hand snatched and brushed her hip. Then she was beyond him and pedaling for all she was worth. She was veering about crazily. She could hear footsteps pounding after her as the thing loped in pursuit. Her ponytail was streaming out behind her, and one horny hand hooked at it like a commuter reaching for a strap. But then the distance between them increased. When she risked a glance back, she saw that terrible thing had come to a panting halt, but she kept on hurtling recklessly down the wooded track, and when she came to the highway, she careened out without pause, causing a driver in a Cadillac to hit the brakes hard. She hardly noticed the car. She pedaled down the road and into the town, and she went straight to the police station. 12. The heavy car skewed when John Baltimore hit the brakes, and the girl, furiously pedaling a red bicycle, shot in front of him at an angle, tilted towards the car, momentum and gravity in fine balance. She flashed past without contact, but only by inches, and Baltimore fought against the skid, and, controlling it, pulled over to the shoulder of the road. He was white-faced and shaken. Baltimore was a man who liked kids and hoped one day to have grandchildren, and he had damned near run the girl down. It had been her fault, certainly, pelting out of the side turning directly in front of the car. But still, if he hadn't been motoring down that road heading east, it would not have nearly happened. It caused him to question his motives for being there, and deepened his sense of depression. He almost turned around. But it wasn't much further to Franken's, and when his nerves had calmed, he proceeded on, finding the place easily enough, and pulling into the front yard. The house was large, built solidly of gray stone, at odds with local architecture. It struck Baltimore as a grim place, and the huge oaken doors were damned near intimidating. Why would a man with options choose such a house unless he was a recluse? And, being a recluse, he would not offer room and board to an employee, even if he had need of one. It certainly wasn't a place Rebecca would be content with. The yard was muddy and untended, the windows shrouded by heavy curtains. The chimney looked functional, but no smoke poured out on a fairly warm day. Baltimore approached the front door, the soft mud sucking like gravity at his feet. He knocked and waited. No one came to the front door. He looked for a bell, found none, and knocked again. If there was anyone home, they weren't receiving callers, but that didn't seem unlikely. He had arrived unannounced and could have been a salesman. He wandered around to the side of the house. There was a garage at the back, also built of stone, probably predating motor cars and of some previous function. The doors were open, and there was no car within. Baltimore returned to the front door and knocked once again, then shrugged and was about to return to his car. As an afterthought, he searched his pockets and found the card he'd been given when he booked into the lumberman's inn. He scribbled his name on the back with a request that Franken phone him. There was a letter slot, for the house had been built in a more gracious age when mail was delivered with regularity, and Baltimore slid the card through that slot, where Franken, who was at home but was not receiving callers in Cadillacs, snatched it up at once and frowned when he read the name. John Baltimore was the last man on earth he wished to meet at the moment. Gargoyle. She had thought for a few moments when they asked, and for want of a better word, said it. Choice and Wormwood regarded one another, then looked back at the little redhead who'd jumped from her red bicycle and rushed in so fast she'd left the bike to fall over in the road. "Bogeyman," she added. "Goblin." Choice wondered if Lucy Marshall was jumping on the bandwagon, if she envied the attention the girl in the clinic had received. If so, she was a mighty fine actress, for she looked shaken to the core as she blurted her story out. Nor had there been any mention of gargoyles and goblins in Slotnick's newspaper reports. They had her repeat it a couple times, and she began to calm down, and on the whole they believed her. They didn't know what had chased her, but they believed it strange. "You feel up to showing us where this happened?" Choice asked gently. "No way! You ain't getting me anywhere near that thing!" she wailed. "You'll be protected, miss," Wormwood put in, uncharacteristically patting his sidearm. "Yeah?" She cocked her head and gave the impression she was chewing gum, which she wasn't. "What makes you so sure guns would kill a thing like that?" It gave them an eerie sensation. "You have someplace to stay in town, then, while we check it out?" Choice asked. She didn't specifically, but she nodded. She almost asked them to lock her up safely in a cell, but then thought better of it. Maybe that thing could bend bars, and she knew it couldn't catch her on her bicycle. "I'll be okay," she muttered. "But you cops better be careful, you know?" "We will. And, Miss Marshall, I'd be obliged if you didn't tell anyone about this until we've had time to investigate, okay?" Choice requested. "Sure," said Lucy, and she went out to blab it all over town, for it had sure been an adventure. Wormwood looked with disapproval at the round rims of her ass showing under her shorts as she walked out, and shook his head disparagingly. "Young girl dresses like that," he said. "Yeah, well," said Choice, who was something of a moralist himself, if a guilt-ridden one. "Still, how a girl dresses ain't no mandate for a rapist." "Why, that is surely so," Wormwood agreed. They started out the door, and then Wormwood stopped, looking down and shifting the toe of his boot on the floor. Choice raised his eyebrows. "I was thinking, Choice, maybe we had better take some rifles," Wormwood suggested sheepishly. It took Choice, who was well aware that Wormwood had never drawn his gun in the course of his duties, by surprise. But when he thought about it, and about what the girl had said, he figured it was a pretty good idea at that. 13. John Baltimore was an infrequent and moderate drinker, but he wasn't in the mood to watch television in his room, and he didn't have a book with him, nor the patience to read at the moment. He told the desk clerk he would be in the lounge in case of a phone call, and went on in, sitting at the far end of a long, polished bar and ordering a bourbon. The lounge was decorated like a hunting lodge. Mounted deer heads gazed out with glass eyes, and a stuffed fish was mounted in place of pride over the bar. There was a flagstone fireplace in need of dusting, and before it a black bearskin rug. The trophies mildly disturbed Baltimore, who wondered why a man would want to shoot a deer. He had never hunted or fished, nor had he been to war, luckily being too young for Korea and too old and a family man at the time of Vietnam. He had never killed anything more than a fly or mosquito, except once, and that had only been a frog, but it still sometimes troubled his memory. Once, as a child, he had been standing beside a trout stream, watching the fish snatch at skimming insects, and he had spotted a small green speckled frog in the reeds. He scooped it up curiously, feeling its heartbeat, wishing it no harm. But then, not knowing why, he had tossed it into the pond. The frog was swimming even before it hit the water, back legs jerking like an experiment by Galvani. The frog splashed in, and the pond instantly seemed to boil as the hungry fish swarmed up. But the frog was swimming so fast it barely brushed the surface and made it safely to the bank, where it lay quivering fearfully, its sides heaving in and out. John Baltimore picked it up again. He was proud of the little amphibian for having escaped the ravenous fish. Then he had tossed it in again. The trout were ready this time. The pond swirled in a miniature maelstrom, and bits of white frog flesh bobbed on the roiling surface. John Baltimore had been horrified, filled with remorse and regret, never understanding why he had thrown it in twice. He had never killed anything more than an insect since that day, unlike the locals, hunters and all, who were starting to gather at the bar. They wore plaid jackets like uniforms, and, out of hunting season, still kept their deer tags pinned on like badges of rank. They paid no attention to the man at the end of the bar who wore a suit and a tie, and he heard their animated conversation only peripherally as he waited for a phone call and thought about his daughter and about a small speckled frog. He caught a phrase here and there. Bigfoot, maybe, he heard, and Yeti. A burly man suggested getting up a hunting party, sounding more keen on the stalk than on any righteous duty to apprehend a danger. Another opined that choice would not look kindly on a bunch of armed men running around shooting each other out of season. Can't have this weirdo bothering our women. Not like they was local girls, though, the neither of them. I heard the first one was a runaway, and that Marshall's kid's family only comes once in a while. Yeah, that's so. And did you see how the Marshall kid was dressed? Jeez. Little tramp, you ask me, wearing them skimp shorts. Enough to incite any man, if it was a man. A hush followed that statement, and John Baltimore looked up. The hunters were exchanging speculative glances, and they relished the idea that there might be something strange out there, some new species to shoot. Standing just inside the door, having entered and then halted, stood an aging man in overalls and a straw hat. His head was cocked, and he looked disturbed. One of the hunters noticed him. "Hey, Mr. Potter, have a beer," he called. Potter's head moved in an arc, as if he couldn't decide whether to nod or shake it in decline. His gnarled fists were clenched, and he was agitated. "What you think about this here monster, Homer? Yeah, what's your opinion?" What has happened?" Potter rasped. "Ain't you heard? This guy, or whatever that Dick Wormwood scared off the gal in the trap, chased the Marshall girl on her way to town." The blood drained from the farmer's lined face, quite visibly. "Was she hurt?" he croaked. "Nah, didn't catch her." "Ah," Potter sighed. "Choice and Dick are out looking for it, or him, or whatever. We was thinking we might—" But Homer Potter turned abruptly and walked out without another word. The hunters were surprised. "What's eating him?" Never known old Homer to turn down a free beer. Maybe he's gone home to make sure the thing don't get Ethel, one said, and there was hearty laughter at such an idea. John Baltimore had recognized the name, and had the farmer joined the group at the bar, he might have asked him if Franken was still living down the road from Potter's farm. Then again, he might not have, for he was reticent about approaching strangers. How should he know how firm was the bond between the aging farmer and himself? If it is a man, one had said. And was it? What is human, what not? Molly Carlyle was human, and had had a birth certificate to prove it before she had destroyed the document, even though it was not the one her father thought she had been named by. But Ethel Potter's son had never had his birth registered, although he had a name which only Ethel ever used. If he thought as a human, and in English he was thinking, what am I, and who am I, and why, who can say? But whether he reasoned or not, he had emotions akin to those of man, and one was fear. He feared the male of any species. He feared Homer, who had never been cruel to him, but could not keep the loathing from his face. He feared Franken, in whose eyes failure lay as solidly as poured concrete. He feared the bull that bellowed in the barn when a cow was in season, and he feared the farm dog they had to get rid of after it bit him twice as a child. He most certainly feared the two men he was watching from the trees as they walked up the path, carrying rifles and studying the ground and trying to puzzle things out. "I don't believe in monsters," Dick Wormwood said, to Choice's surprise. "Never supposed you did, Dick." They were moving along the dirt track side by side, but Wormwood kept turning around and walking backwards at intervals, scanning the woods warily. He had thumbed the safety catch off his rifle, a thing he never did stalking a deer. "What I mean is, just because a man don't believe in, don't mean they ain't scary. Monsters." "This ain't no monster, Dick," Choice grunted. "Well, I know that. That is what I'm saying." They moved on. They could see where the tires of Lucy's bicycle had rutted the track, and they found other indentations and knelt to inspect them, but they didn't know what they were. They weren't the print of a deer's hooves, nor the paw of a bear, nor had they been made by shoe or boot. But they weren't clearly demarcated and were crumbling at the edges. They followed on, and soon came to the cabin, where they stood and looked all around, and never saw the figure that blended into the trees at all. Choice went up on the porch and sat on the swing where Lucy Marshall had entertained young Steve so abortively. Wormwood came up and sat on the railing. "What I mean about monsters," Wormwood began, then paused to order his thoughts. "When we were kids, we used to play a game, Zombies and Ghouls. Used to play it with Vinnie DiGiacomo. He was a year older than me, so he always got to be the monster. I'd hide, and he'd pretend to be a zombie. Sometimes it was a mummy or a wolf man, all the same thing. Usually I just hid behind a tree or something, and it was only a little scary, tingly-like. I could run faster than Vinnie, see, and knew I could get away. But one day, I hid in the loft of his garage. I got down behind an old steamer trunk. It was kind of scary up there to begin with, dark and all. Then I heard Vinnie coming up the steps. He's coming real slow. He always made a good monster, making himself all twisty and snarly and sort of hungry-looking. He's up there in the loft with me. Maybe he knows right where I'm at. But he's playing the game, searching, coming closer. He's snorting and howling and stuff. I peek out over the trunk, and he's moving all monstery. He gets closer. I can see he's getting carried away, drooling some. Well, I get so scared I think my heart is going to stop. The closer he gets, the scareder I get. Now, I know it is only Vinnie DiGiacomo, known him all my life, yet I ain't never been so scared as I was that day. That's what I meant about not having to believe in monsters to be scared of them, see? Choice said he saw, and did. Neither speculated that monsters get scared, too. 14. Home from town and horrified, Homer Potter tried in his gruff way to comfort his good wife. "'Twas not your fault, Ethel, nor that of my seed. 'Was what was done to us. Our acids changed." Ethel looked blank. Homer had never understood it either, and had turned his frayed hat in his hands whenever Franken tried to explain about chromosomes and heredity and evolution. The words meant nothing. He only knew it had failed, and blaming Franken, he also blamed himself. It made him feel unwholesome. "Try to understand. Might be better if he don't come home." "Jimmy?" she said. Homer nodded grimly. "Not come home? Jimmy?" Homer was glad when the phone rang, knowing her mind would wander and they needn't return to this talk. He lifted the receiver with his back to her. Looking out the window, she paid no attention. It was Franken on the phone. "Has he returned?" "No, and worse. I just been to town. Another girl has been— No, not that. She got away, but—" He lowered his voice. "Choice and Dick are out hunting him, and there was talk in town of forming a posse. They don't know. How in hell could they? We gotta find him first. He'll be frightened. He won't know what a gun is, and they won't know who he is. We better look. I have been occupied," Franken said, and there was something dismal in his voice. Homer stiffened, glancing towards Ethel. "The child? It has arrived?" "Yes." "And?" "You'd better come, Homer." Franken sighed. "It is a thing we must decide together." Homer put the phone down. He was ashen and shaken. There had been no hope in Franken's tone, and the farmer was thinking of his wife. It would be the last straw for her sanity, he knew, if she found out. It was clear what must be decided. Unlike her lover, Hilda Wormwood was at peace with herself. She knew that adultery was sinful, but that only added spice to it, and she had rationalized the affair quite nicely. If Dick had satisfied her, as was her wifely right and entitlement, she wouldn't have taken a lover, and it was as simple as that. But today she was feeling sorry for herself. Dick had rejected her that morning, and Choice had not stopped by, and it just wasn't fair that a good-looking woman with a husband and a lover should be deprived. Restless and morose, she had been pacing around the house ever since she'd washed the breakfast dishes, indignant and neglected. After a while, she went out in the yard. Dick had cautioned her to stay in the house and keep the door locked, but she paid scant attention and forgot it now. She strolled down the path that threaded through the trees and came to the swift-flowing stream bordering their property. There was a crude wooden bench there, and she sat there on the bank of the stream. There was a cool breeze that emphasized the warmth of her body. The stream ran fast, but where she sat, a crescent tidal pool was cut into the bank, nudged into the soft earth. Looking down, Hilda could see the reflection of her solid white thighs in the pool. She moved her legs apart. The V of her panties showed in the water. On a sudden whim, more through boredom than need or arousal, she decided to caress herself right there in the open. It was naughty for a married woman to practice self-abuse, and Hilda was always intrigued by naughtiness. Sometimes she wished she had taken to the streets instead of the bridal bed. Smiling sheepishly, she hiked her haunches up and tugged her panties down, kicking one foot free and leaving them hobbled around the other ankle. She arched and tilted her belly up, and still staring down at the reflection, she began to rub herself slowly with both hands. She was taking her time, enjoying the slow build-up of a leisurely and lingering self-indulgence. As she began to simmer, she extended her legs, and her arched feet slid through the still pool and out into the current. Her panties slipped from her foot and drifted away, spinning in the stream like gossamer flotsam. They were her best panties, and Hilda knew she should retrieve them, but it was starting to feel really good now, and she began to massage herself faster and stare after the panties at the same time, her concentration divided. Then she blushed deeply. Her panties had wrapped round the ankle of a man who had just stepped out into the center of the stream from the opposite bank, clinging like bunting. Someone was watching her. She was mortified. It wasn't so much that she had been caught with her hands in the cookie jar, as it was embarrassing to have anyone know she was reduced to self-caress, like some aging spinster unable to find a man. She looked up slowly, flushed with shame. Her eyes trailed up that tense, vibrant body. When she saw the thing that was watching her, she felt more than shame. Hilda sat, frozen by fear, and it came up through the stream with her panties still wrapped round one ankle, crouched low, knuckles skimming the water, nostrils flaring as it breathed in her self-induced arousal. A scream caught in her throat. She leaped up and slipped on the slick bank. As she turned, she lost her footing and fell face down in the stream. She got her knees under her, but then it was clawing at her from behind, hauling her haunches up as it hammered in blind passion. She kicked, and her ankles were seized. Her face was down in the stream, and she was screaming under water. She tried to hold her breath, but she could not restrain the screams. Even as she drowned, she knew it was by accident. When finally it was finished with a silent sigh, her killer did not know she was dead. John Baltimore had had 3 drinks, and that was more than enough, and there had been no phone call for him. He went up to his room and stood just inside the door, turning from side to side. He didn't feel like lying on the bed, and he didn't feel like sitting in the chair. He felt certain that a letter from Rebecca was waiting for him at home, or that his telephone was ringing unanswered. What was the point in staying here? He decided to drive out to Franken's once again, and then, whether he contacted the man or not, to head back home. He went back downstairs, wondering if he was fit to drive, but driving regardless. He had already passed the lane leading up to the Potter place when, on a sudden impulse, he braked and reversed. There was a connection, or had once been, between the farmer and Franken, unlikely as it seemed, and it was quite possible that the Potters would know if Franken had had a girl working for him and staying with him. Baltimore wanted to get that resolved. He drove slowly up the furrowed lane and stopped in the farmyard. Ethel Potter was standing on the porch, all gray and faded, and she showed no curiosity at all when Baltimore got out of his car and approached her. "Mrs. Potter?" She made no reply, looking beyond him. "I'm trying to contact Dr. Franken." That registered, and she regarded him. "Have you come for the blessed event?" she asked. "I had hoped he would summon a proper doctor this time." Baltimore looked puzzled, but she failed to notice. "He will be at home. Her time is near, and he cannot leave her alone." She pointed in the direction of Franken's. "You mistake me, I'm afraid." "You aren't a doctor? Oh, dear. My son's child is due, you know. My grandchild. Oh, I will be so proud. If only the birth is normal, and the child is not flawed. Jimmy was such a dear child, but—" Baltimore could not make head nor tail of this. It was related, somehow, to Tuttle's rambling tale, but he'd paid little attention to that, and it had nothing to do with his own interests. He waited until her voice trailed off, then asked if there had been a young lady staying at Franken's recently. "Why, the mother-to-be, of course. No one else," the old woman replied. Baltimore frowned. Had his daughter gotten pregnant? By this woman's son? The son that Dr. Tuttle had not delivered and never seen and supposed abnormal? Was that the reason for Rebecca's silence, that she was ashamed to bear a child out of wedlock? "Who is the mother?" he asked carefully.
"I can't recall her name," Ethel Potter said. "Isn't that silly of me? I must have known it, but I can't even remember the wedding, for shame. My memory is no longer sound. I recall her, though, perfectly well. A healthy girl, young and fair and sturdy. She must bear a hale and healthy child. You see, Jimmy was odd because of my age, but his own child, bred with a normal girl, a college student, as I recall."
Baltimore felt his spine tingle. Dark drafts of premonition nagged at his mind. This old woman was barely lucid, and he could get no answers, no proper replies. She was scanning the distance again, as if she had forgotten he was standing there. He saw a tear well up in her eye, and she began to sob, mumbling meaninglessly.
"Where can he be?" she asked. "Jimmy," she said.
Baltimore quite suddenly became exasperated. She was swaying on the steps above him, and he took her by the shoulders, shaking her quite gently, wanting to jar her back to reality. "Mrs. Potter," he said, and she clicked her teeth and said,
"Jimmy."
Then Jimmy was there. The primal urge was satisfied now. The first of his kind had mated again, and had no concept that his seed was spilled into lifeless loins, as wasted as onanism. He came running home to his mother, to food and shelter and warmth, and he would have been smiling, had those strange lips been able to smile. He bounded from the trees without caution, for this was his home, and here he had nothing to fear, and saw his mother shaking in the hands of a stranger. He feared the man, but she was his mother, and instinct overwhelmed his terror. Driven by emotions not so far removed from humanity, he surged forwards, and would have been howling had he been able. John Baltimore stepped back and looked with horror on the thing that was rushing towards him, fingers clawed, mouth foaming, limbs festooned in shreds and rags. He was too terrified to flee as he faced this nightmare. He took another backwards step, and then it was upon him, splayed hands locked on his throat. Baltimore fell, and it crouched over him. He struggled to throw it off, to gain a hold. There seemed no substance to grasp. The thing's arms revolved fully in their sockets, its spine snaked sigmoidally. There was no resistance in its form, and little strength. The fingers on Baltimore's muscular neck were like putty. They rolled in this strange embrace, and in silence. Baltimore heaved atop the creature and took that sulphurous head between his hard hands. He twisted. The thing's neck wound around like an elastic band, turning as no neck should turn, no spinal column rotate. Its head went around, reversing in Baltimore's hands. Turning completely, the face looked up at the old woman on the porch. Baltimore had the strength of desperation, half mad in his terror, and it was young and weak and flawed. The face spun up again, and at the last moment Baltimore saw pleading in the creature's eyes. And then its neck was broken. Baltimore dragged himself away, panting, supported by one elbow on the ground, and gazing in horror as the thing flopped and jerked in its death throes. The movements were like a small speckled frog's in his memory, arms and legs flailing from the broken body. Baltimore heard a scream, but it was not from the dying thing. It came from Ethel Potter as she staggered from the steps and dropped to her knees beside her mortally shattered son. She held the wobbling head to her breast and stroked the waxen hair and moaned, "Jimmy! Oh, my Jimmy!" Then it was no longer jerking, and Ethel Potter looked with loathing upon John Baltimore, that gentle man who had killed her child.
"Why?" she whispered pitiably. "Why would you harm him? He was only a boy."
15. Homer Potter, usually deferential, walked right in so briskly that Franken stepped back without closing the door. They stood in the hallway. The heavy oak door swung back and forth as if in the grip of an unseen hand.
"Well,"
Homer said.
"You may curse me,"
Franken said.
"and I damned well have."
Franken shrugged.
"I had hoped that in the second generation the disorders would not be dominant, but he has bred true. The child, too, is flawed. And yet, who can say? Perhaps I have not failed. Perhaps it is the form nature would have chosen, in the fullness of time, merely hastened by my methods."
Homer wondered if the man was trying to justify himself. He didn't seem unhappy, and Homer, thinking more of his wife than anything else, resented it.
"We must consider euthanasia and decide between us. It is a dead end. It would be a mercy."
"It will be murder," Homer said. Yet he had Ethel to consider. It would kill her to know. Franken saw this.
"Ethel can be told the child was stillborn and need never see it."
"And the mother?"
"There are drugs to selectively erase memory. It will be a mercy to her as well, if you agree."
"I don't know," Homer mumbled. He looked down the long corridor. He didn't know whether he wanted to go back there. It would be easier to leave it in Franken's hands. But still.
"You must not regret this too greatly," Franken was saying. "It was not all in vain. I have learned a great deal, and the next time—"
Homer stiffened, and his face darkened.
"You would do it again?"
he rasped.
"Of course. With suitable subjects. Nature herself fails and starts anew."
Homer was trembling with rage.
"You will still play God?" he growled.
It was spoken in fury, but to Franken it seemed right. He felt godlike, in a modest way. He was a creator, molding a new species from common clay, breathing life into a super race. The conceit caused him to smile slightly, and at that smile Homer raised his knotted farmer's fist and shook it in Franken's face. Franken stepped back, lifting a hand defensively. He stepped towards the door. The oak door was still swinging, and in that open doorway, haggard and grim, stood John Baltimore. He had heard. "Where is my daughter?" he asked, his voice hollow. Franken backed away from Baltimore, but Homer was behind him, his fist still raised in rage, and Franken felt trapped between these two men who, so very different, had one thing in common.
"What? There is no one here,"
Franken squealed. "I have killed," John Baltimore said. It was not a threat. It was a statement of fact, more a confession than a challenge. His deep voice sounded through the house, and jogged the clouded memory of a young blonde girl who lay in bed, her newborn baby cradled to her breast.
"Daddy?"
called Rebecca. When he heard her voice, Baltimore started, wondering if his mind had run amok. Yet, with a sickening certainty, he had known. He moved past Franken, who cringed, but Baltimore ignored him. Rebecca called again, and he followed the sound and walked in. She looked up, and now she could remember some things.
"Daddy, you've come,"
she said, and smiled, as relaxed and glowing as any new mother in a maternity ward, knowing he had always wanted grandchildren. Baltimore stood over the bed and looked down in icy horror.
"I'm so glad you're here, Daddy," she said.
And he looked. Rebecca's smile became uncertain, and she asked,
"What's wrong, Daddy?"
But John Baltimore could not speak. After a few moments, Homer Potter walked in and stood beside Baltimore. Their shoulders touched. Side by side, like any proud grandparents, they looked down, and their grandchild gurgled and opened his sulphurous eyes.